Well, we are live here in Grand Rapids, Michigan. As you can see, the crowd is excited and here for President Trump after watching a great performance, a great speech on Thursday night in Milwaukee, some 2 hours and 40 minutes from here. So a lot of excited people, of course. This is the Van Andel Arena in Grand Rapids. So you see there's already thousands of people here. And we're going to be talking to a number of them. I'm Matthew Alvarez. Thank you guys so much for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Today's going to be a very fun day, of course, as we see people unafraid, in love with our country, and, of course, supporting President Trump. Who is supporting Donald J. Trump?
Trump, 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 Trump.
So why do you think there's so much passion for Donald Trump here?
Because we're tired of the state of the country and we are ready for Donald Trump again.
Your thoughts about his powerful and strong speech on Thursday in Milwaukee?
I loved his speech. I thought he got a little off topic, but I am here for Donald Trump. My beautiful son died of an opioid overdose, and I am tired of all of these people under Joe Biden's watch that have flooded into the country, and I am ready for the wall again. And Donald Trump is my hero.
A number of people agree with you there. First of all, so sorry for your loss.
Thank you very much.
What would you say to the fact that number one for the GOP promises is to seal the border and get that fentanyl out of here?
I think that is just one of the biggest problems, and I know that he's going to address that on day one.
Tell us about your son.
My son was a beautiful, talented person who just fell victim to, like a lot of other beautiful children, just fell victim to all of these things that are coming across. I know it's hard to talk about. I'm sorry.
That's okay. We totally understand that. Tell us just one final thing about him in the sense of what kind of legacy would he have left here for the patriots of this country?
He would have left a legacy of love. He would have left a legacy. He was a very talented writer. He could have written speeches for Donald Trump.
Wow, that's pretty awesome.
Donald Trump would have loved him.
That's so great. And what's his first name?
His name is Patrick.
Last name?
Korndorfer.
Okay, thank you again for talking with us and sharing that with us here. One other question. Everyday Americans were highlighted heavily at the RNC.
Yes. Oh, yes. I loved that. I cried, everyone.
The fact that he was to highlight people that might not be known must have been awesome.
It was so awesome. Yes, it was. Donald Trump, really, at heart, is a normal, average American. He is looking out for people like me and my son.
He's the people's president.
He's the people's president.
Amen. Nice to meet you.
Very nice to meet you.
You too.
Thank you so
yes,
much.
of course. Thank you, guys.
Yes.
How you doing, man?
Good.
What's your name?
My name's Canyon Quiggle.
Where are you from, man?
Lowell, Michigan.
Awesome. Tell us, is this your first time seeing President
First
Trump?
time. It is my first time.
Now, how old are you?
I'm 14.
Did you watch any of the speeches last
I
week?
did. I have. I saw the assassination one in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, the attempted assassination. What were your thoughts when that happened?
I was shocked. I was so glad he turned at the right time. I was just shocked at that point.
And then when he said, fight, 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 how did you take that?
That Jesus was on his side, that he was the strong president. I mean.
Amen, dude. Cool. Nice to meet you. Thanks for talking with us.
Yep.
All right, as we take a live look at the crowd here in a second, I just want to thank our great sponsor, the Birch Gold Group. Text Trump to 989898. You're going to get a lot of great information with the gold kit. It's a gold, silver, and precious metals kit. So all you got to do is text Trump. You see that right there on your screen to 989898. Once again, Matthew Alvarez here live in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Let's take a look to your right, my left, at the crowd here in Grand Rapids, Michigan right now. Excited for President Donald Trump, of course. Just waiting in line. How long have you guys been here? 2.5 hours. That's a long time waiting. Everywhere we go, it seems that people are there for several hours before President Trump takes the stage. So we know today at 3 o'clock, that's when the pre-program will start. Then, of course, from there, at 5 p.m. Eastern here in Grand Rapids, President Trump will take the stage. Let's take a walk a little bit down this way and talk to some more folks here. How you doing, sir? So we're gonna walk right here, I guess, to the corner because we can't kind of get through that way, I guess. Yeah, we could walk around it, but let's talk to a few folks here. What's going on, guys? How you doing? Nice sweatshirt there.
Thank you.
Where'd you get that sweatshirt?
I just bought it online.
Cool. And why do you sport that Let's Go Brandon shirt?
My name's Brandon. I thought it was pretty funny.
That is pretty cool, man. That's cool. What are you guys' thoughts in general about the Trump Vance ticket? I see, sir, you've got the button right here on your hat.
No comment.
Okay, but are you a supporter of Donald Trump, of course?
Absolutely.
All right. And sir, what about you? Your thoughts and where are you from?
I'm from about an hour and a half from here, near Mount Pleasant.
Yeah.
This is my first rally ever, and it's just really exciting to be here. Never really got into politics till now, but I'm excited to be here.
So, last question: why did you get involved in politics now?
Well, growing up and everything, I started to become a young man, and I saw the world was kind of turning down. It was getting harder for me as a young man to survive, and it was a lot better, I think, when Trump was, and I think a lot of people are struggling right now.
100%. And that's what a lot of people are telling us is that under Joe Biden versus under Donald Trump, it was night and day.
Absolutely, absolutely. I was about 17 years old when Trump was still in office and, starting to work and everything. And, I was in a tough spot in my life, but I was getting through it. And with Biden, I'm starting to become better in my life and everything, but it just seems to get harder.
Yeah, it's been very difficult. Your thoughts about what happened last week and the fact that President Trump is strong just as you are strong here, sir?
I think it tells a lot about the man, obviously. He got shot and he got right back up, and that's what America has to do is get right back up.
Come on now, preach, brother. Nice to meet you, man. Hey, nice to meet you. All right, let's go to the right here, actually, because, let's talk to a couple more people. Hey, guys. How you doing? Tell us about your support for Donald Trump.
I've supported Donald Trump since 2016, so I've been right there with him the whole time.
What are your thoughts about the left wing in the sense of sometimes they're trying to pin people against each other?
That's how they thrive. That's how they do to divide people. And if they can divide, they feel like they can conquer that way. But it's not going to work.
That's right. Amen. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Hello. How you doing? How you doing, sir? Where are you from?
Grand Rapids.
Awesome. What are your thoughts about him being in Grand Rapids, your town?
Oh, I love it. That's a beautiful thing.
Your Trump hat, it says "Save America." That's an older kind of motto, but it's still the truth today, isn't it?
Still the truth. That's what we need, America to be saved.
And why? Why do we need that right now?
Well, because the Democrats are out of control, and there's no saving America without Trump. Simple as that. So that bullet missing him was a blessing from God.
Amen. Amen. Hi, guys. How you doing? Good. How are you? I'm sure you're agreeing with what they're saying.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, go Trump.
Yeah. So, how long have you been a supporter, and then also?
I was actually a Democrat before Trump ran. So then I turned Republican once Trump ran because I believe in him fully, and here I am today being a Trump fan.
Other than President Trump's great personality and he's funny and he's confident and he's a regular guy, right?
Yes.
But what was it other than that made you go, you know what, I'm going to go from blue to red?
All his positive rights and everything. Yeah, all the policies. It just made me flip and switch, and so yeah, here I am, I guess.
Awesome. And sir, your thoughts about just freedom in our country and that not being trampled on?
Well, the fact that he survived the shooting and everything, and it just flips America, and they're all behind him, and we're ready to unite with him, for sure.
Thanks, guys. Have fun at the rally. All right, so let's, instead of walking to the left, it's a little difficult that way. We're going to walk all the way down this way to the right. Yep. We got a guy pointing to, is that your wife?
No. She's come from Texas. They got the record for coming the furthest.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. You came from Texas, huh?
Yes.
What part of Texas?
Allen, Texas.
Okay, Allen, Texas.
Allen, Texas.
So I know about McAllen. So where's Allen?
Allen is close to Dallas.
Okay, very
It's
nice.
North of Dallas.
So our crew, we were supposed to fly yesterday, and there was that global IT outage.
Yes.
We couldn't fly. So we drove from Alabama and Georgia to get here as well.
Oh, yes. Okay, that's quite a drive, too.
Yeah, so we're on the same team with that one.
Yes, well, I was actually visiting my family. They're all in Kentucky,
Yeah.
and I was actually visiting my family.
Is this your first time seeing DJT?
Oh, no. I've been within 10 to 20 feet of him in
Oh, it was December the 19th, I think 2020, Dr. Jeffress, First Baptist Dallas. Yes, that was that was amazing, Ben.
What ran through your mind and your heart when you saw what happened 7 days ago?
Oh, I just thought, well, the Lord's hands was on him. I mean, absolutely. Just 1 millisecond later, and he would have been, and I mean, he said by the grace of God, and it's truly amazing story. But what the mainstream media does not show is all the good things that President Trump does for the people. They don't know the real man. He has to put up that tough exterior to get things done for the country, and it's policies over personality. And so when that happened to him, there's so many people on your station, RSBN, which I love, Diamond and Silk, and on OAN and Newsmax, they're the only ones telling that people have laid hands on President Trump all along. He is, if anything, and we all need a closer walk with Jesus, but if anything happened that day, he realized, oh my goodness, God's hands are on me, because just one little turn, and at the right time, he timed that, and that showed everyone Jesus is in control. To me, he is in control because he wants us to live happy lives here in our country. He wants America back, and that's what President Trump's all about. He is wanting us to have a better life, like it was years and years and years ago, So that's what it showed to me that day,
And to your point, all week at the RNC, President Trump was smiling and laughing, but then, of course, a strong speech as well. That just shows that there was something going on there, I believe, in the spiritual realm in a good way for him.
Oh, yes, and it was a spiritual realm, because Franklin Graham was there, and he was praying over him. And President Trump admitted he's just like all of us, I mean, he admitted, he said Franklin had talked to him about some of the inappropriate things that he says, and we all do those things. We're all sinners saved by grace,
Amen.
Yes. Amen. And so...
Yeah, I mean, we could talk to you for another 2 hours, by the way.
Probably, but I'm not really...
No, I hear you. But last question. When you were talking passionately there for a few seconds, I saw some tears a little bit.
Yes.
Why?
Because, he was saved, for our country.
Amen. And tough as nails and strong.
Tough as nails. And he's just going to keep on going. And when he went that way, they put the right person on there, William Wallace. William Wallace. He's in that realm of just fighting. He stood back up, and what did he say? Fight, fight, fight. No matter what. Keep fighting.
Amen. What's your first name?
Marlene.
Marlene, nice to meet you.
Marlena.
Give me a hug.
Marlena in Texas and Marlene in Kentucky, because that's
hear you.
my family.
Oh, okay. Good.
All right.
Yeah. Thank you so much for talking with us. Thank you, sir. Thank you for that. So obviously a moving interview there. But as we know, that's exactly what President Trump did. He stood there and he said, fight, fight, fight. And later, Taylor Budowich with MAGA Inc. talked about what fight, fight, fight means. And it's a beautiful, beautiful quote. So why don't we do this? I'm going to read that quote to you. Let's walk down a little further and talk to some more patriots here. I'm going to get that quote. Why don't I step off camera while I get that? But let's just take a live look right now. A beautiful, beautiful scene of the American people here, all walks of life. The lady we just spoke with from Texas. Now, we are about 30 miles east of Lake Michigan. We're 2 hours west of Detroit, an hour and 45 minutes north of South Bend, and 2 hours, 45 minutes northeast of Chicago. I'm going to look for that quote here, and I see it right now. So, as you see the Patriots, this quote right here, let's take a... So the quote reads from Taylor Budowich with MAGA Inc. By the grace of God, President Trump survived a coward's bullet, and before leaving the stage, he roared, "Fight, so we shall. We will fight by mobilizing the most epic political movement in history. We will fight by prosecuting the case against the worst president in American history, Joe Biden. And we will fight by delivering President Trump an electoral landslide to provide him the opportunity to unite our divided country and make America great again! Come on now, let's go! So that moment there from Taylor is awesome. How you doing? Good to see you guys. Thank you. Well, we love you.
We've been watching you. You're about all I can watch now.
I hear you, and thank God that the conservative media is stepping to a new level, huh?
Amen. You guys are really keeping the game on a new level.
And then you are also keeping the game on a new level because you're out here.
We're doing the best we can.
I hear you, man.
Thanks for covering it.
Your thoughts about everybody being here this 7 days after what we saw?
Yeah. So I watched you guys' feed last week live when you know what happened, and this inspired me to come out today. This is my first time at a rally.
That's amazing. Where are you from?
From Indianapolis.
How excited are you to see President Trump when he walks in this arena here? This is the Van Andel Arena in Grand Rapids. How pumped are you?
I'm speechless. I don't even know what to say. It's going to be an incredible experience, and I hope I never forget it.
Amen. I'm sure you'll be taking a lot of photos and videos, yeah?
Too many. Too many.
Why don't you guys come over? What's your name? Thanks for talking with us, man.
Absolutely.
Joel.
Joel. Nice to meet you, man. Where are you from?
Grand Rapids area.
All right. Your first time seeing President Trump as well?
Yes, sir.
Did you watch his speech the other night?
I did, absolutely.
The beginning of it must have been very difficult to watch.
Very hard, very emotional. And you could see it in his face. He loves this country. He loves our people, the American people, and he's fighting for us. No one's going to do what he's going to do.
So when you get inside there and you see him take the stage, and the pre-speech speakers as well, what's that going to feel like for you as an American on this beautiful soil here in Michigan?
I agree with him. Speechless. Just going to take it all in and enjoy it, reflect on it. Lots of videos, lots of pictures. It's going to be an emotional time. I'm very excited. First time here. It's going to be awesome.
Awesome. It's going to be a great time.
Absolutely.
All right. Thanks, guys. We'll see you in a bit. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Nice hat. It says, well, I know what it says right there.
Nice shirt, too.
Yeah. No, I got you. All right, so again, Grand Rapids, Michigan. This arena is going to be really loud tonight, of course. Let's take a live look real quick here at all the great Patriots here. And, they've been waiting for at least 2.5 hours here in Grand Rapids. So again, 15 electoral votes at stake in Michigan. Of course, President Trump won Michigan in 2016. And then in 2020, somehow didn't win in 2020. But we know that there's the polling right now is outrageously in for President Trump all over the place. No matter what poll you look at, interactive polls, Rasmussen polls, all sorts of them, Polymarket, everybody. Oh, dude, I mean, come on now. Come on now. Woo! Wow. God bless you guys.
The answer to 1984 is 1776.
Wow, dude.
Come on.
Nice glasses, by the way. So, so in 1984, Ronald Reagan beat Walter Mondale by a bunch in the Electoral College. I mean, it was like 5-13 to maybe 13 or something. I feel like right now, guys, if we have a free and fair election, I think every state would vote red. Am I not right?
No, you are absolutely correct.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. We're ahead. Trump's going to win. I really think he's going to win.
It would feel great to have our country back, wouldn't it?
Awesome. We need our country back really bad.
What do you love about President Trump when it comes to him saying at these speeches, he goes, when we win the White House? He doesn't say when I win. He says when we, the people.
He's for us. He's not just for himself. He's for us.
Amen. All right. Anybody want to chant USA? Let's go. 1, 2, 3.
USA! 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 We love you. USA! 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 USA!
All right. Good times right here. Of course, let's go this way here. Yeah, thank you. And why do you say thank God for us, but why thank God for us?
I'm thankful because you guys are supporting the president. You're putting the eyes out there so everybody can see what's going on. I love it.
And you know what's interesting? We're also supporting truth and common sense, and that's what he stands for.
That's exactly why we're here. We love Trump. We love him.
Have you seen him before here?
I've been to 5 rallies. I love it. It gets better every time. The people you meet here are just the best people in the world. So, love it. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Sir, it says Cuba right there. My grandpa is from Cuba, by the way. Yeah. So I don't speak Spanish, but I love Cuban food. Nice shirt, Cuba.
And,
tell us about yourself.
Well, I came here as 4, and I realized the importance of all the freedoms that we have based on what my parents and things went through in Cuba and what was taken away from them. And I see the slow erosion of some of those things with the Biden policies. And Trump is all about restoring those things and making America great again. And we can't go back. We can't go back to a system like what's in Cuba currently now.
Is it dramatic to say our freedom is on the line this election?
Absolutely. It's definitely on the line based on these subtle changes and these implementations of policies that are coming forward with this administration that's currently in place.
All right, sir. Thank you so much. What's your name?
Thank you. Orlando.
Orlando. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
RSBN. Thank
you so much. Why do you support us?
For everything you do, freedom for the people here, and all the hard work you do. We support Trump. We support all of you and the hard work for your entire crew, and we're thankful for Trump to be here in Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Thank you so much for saying that. Thank you, and we support you guys. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so let's continue to walk on here as we get kind of towards the end of the line. But let's get a good, nice piece of video here with all the great patriots. Everybody having a good time. So, obviously, when everybody's inside the arena, it's going to be pretty loud in there, as you can tell. So, before we interview some more people and have some more commentary, I do want to tell you about stickermule.com/RSBN. If you love RSBN, there's some pretty cool stickers and coasters, bumper stickers. So get some RSBN gear and swag, all that kind of stuff. So you see that on your screen there, stickermule.com/RSBN. Let's take another live look here as we have a couple of MAGA hats right there. It's people. Oh, you got how many do you have?
Hundreds and hundreds of MAGA hats, baby. Go Trump! 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 All right. Woo!
I think the people aren't that excited out there, are they?
Oh man, I'm telling you, there's more. You know, this is MAGA City. This ain't Grand Rapids. This is MAGA City today. Don't you guys think? MAGA City. Woo!
All right. So obviously you got some passion, but why are you so passionate about this president and also this country?
Because he's an America First president, man. He cares about us. He cares about everybody here and everybody in America. That's what he cares about.
Amen. Your thoughts right now, 7 days after the incident that happened there, the attempted assassination. He is strong as ever, and so are the people.
Amen, brother. He's strong. We got his back, and I'm praying for his protection and for God to watch over our president.
Yeah! Let's go, Brandon.
That's right. Let's go, Brandon.
So there you go, guys. I mean, just a fun time here, here in. Can't go there. So as you can hear, the crowd chanting "Fight" right now, live in Grand Rapids, but it's
MAGA City.
It's
baby.
MAGA City now, isn't it? Makes me think of Rapid City. Those of you guys watching in Rapid City out there in South Dakota, of course, a great time there as well. I remember that live RSBN coverage with President Trump. I was there with Vanessa Broussard. MAGA City. That's good. That's good. Nice flag. All right. You know what? You know what? Everybody agrees with you, but you were saying it loud and proud. Why were you saying it so loud and proud?
Because I'm proud of my country and I want it to go back where people can actually live and do things and go places. Right now, we can't.
Afford groceries.
What's that?
Be nice to afford groceries again and still be able to take road trips and do something besides sit at home.
Right, and live life. How about make groceries great again?
Make groceries cheap again.
There you go, yeah, exactly. How about make gas cheap again?
Oh, we need to go right back. Drill, baby, drill!
The price of fuel drives the price of everything. And this green movement, it's going to kill this country.
Your thoughts about seeing President Trump? You see the shirt right there. You guys must have got that just very recently, obviously.
We did today, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're wearing it loud and proud.
I'm super excited to see Trump. I think his heart's really in it. He's not a career politician, and that's exactly what we need.
Thanks, guys. Nice to meet you. Good to see you. Thanks for chanting that. That was beautiful.
Have a great day. You need to talk to her.
All right, come on over. Hello.
This is all about Marshall, Michigan, and the Green New Deal with Joe Biden and Governor Whitmer. They are trying to bring in Ford and a CCP business with an EV battery plant into our small town.
You obviously don't want that.
No, we don't. We weren't given a choice, and they did it all on the secret with NDAs. And
being so close to Motor City, USA.
right, exactly. We're 7,000 people. They want to bring in a factory with 2,500 jobs, and with the CCP paramilitary business, Cato, which is right now under investigation. Homeland Security just received a letter from the senators and congressmen, and they're saying that Cato is using slave labor and they are related to the CCP, and we should not be doing business with them.
And then obviously we'll have to confirm that with our network, but you know, it obviously may be true. Also, the Teamsters Union supporting President Trump. You saw at the RNC, right? Your thoughts about that, and then also his speech on Thursday night. How amazing was that?
It was very touching. I like seeing the little bit more humble Donald Trump. And, you know, the Teamster, my dad was a Teamster. I think people's eyes are finally opening. So, yeah.
It must feel good.
It feels amazing. Yeah, it does.
Thank guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Have a great day.
All right, so let's keep on moving on here. We're going to walk around this way. So a beautiful sign here, of course. Trump 2024, Save America Again. So beautiful flag there. A lot of memorabilia and shirts and hats, all the great stuff that you see at the rallies. And a beautiful hat here. Nice hat. Nice hat.
You like the message?
Yes.
This is a message. We're going to stand with President Trump all the way
Amen.
to support our president.
And how many times have you seen President Trump?
52. We follow him 52 rally.
52 rallies.
Yeah. We escaped communism. We came from a communist country in search for freedom, and the direction of this country is headed that we don't like, and we're not about to see it go down. And together, I hope people unite and realize seeing what's happening to this country, and for the people to unite and stand with President Trump to save America. Not only that America will be saved, the whole world will be, benefit from all that.
Amen. Thank you so much for taking the time. Thank you. All right, so we're going to continue to walk on here, but before we do, I just want to say something. Actually, let's have the crowd in the background for this, because just a shout out to Nikki Stanzione. She was actually supposed to be here as well with me covering this rally, but that global IT outage yesterday, she's based in Northeast, and then her American Airlines flight got canceled, as did ours, but we were already kind of on the way with a vehicle. So, Nikki, we wish you were here. We know we'll see you again soon. You're a great American, as is, of course, Vanessa Broussard, Paul Ingrassia. And, of course, we're going to see Bobby McNeely in a few minutes in the studio there in Auburn. But it is wonderful to be out here. My name's Matthew Alvarez. We love you guys. We love you so much. And we love you guys here in Grand Rapids. All right, so let's... So, yeah, she said we need President Trump yesteryear. That's awesome. All right, we're going to move on a little bit more here. Oh, go ahead.
There's a spiritual story on the internet talked about in the Old Testament. The high priest would anoint their lead. There's a spiritual story. I didn't research it, but it's on the internet. The high priest would anoint the leader of God, and he put blood on the right ear, a sign of God's protection and blessing. And it'd be interesting if somebody researched that more and put it on your TV station.
Well, you literally just did. This is live right now.
Oh, thank you, sir.
So there you go. So that would be great to research as well. Thank you, sir, for that. To his point, too, of course, our country being founded on Judeo-Christian principles and the Holy Bible, of course, and the Constitution. So wonderful to hear that from him. And how you doing, man? Let's go over this way real quick. What's going on, man? How you doing?
Good, Mason.
So you waved to us. Why'd you wave to us?
I said hi. So you guys had the camera. I just said hi.
Yeah, tell us about seeing the president today, and also did you see his speech from the other night?
I did. I'm happy about it. I can't wait to hear him talk. I think it's going to be a very good ceremony. I think he's going to talk a lot about how he's going to bring the country together today, and I'm glad to see Elon Musk donate all the security for Trump. It's going to be a really good time. I'm happy to be here.
I hear you. And your hat says veteran Marines. Obviously, you are a veteran with the Marines, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your service. Also, your thoughts about our military right now. I mean, there's some certain individuals at the top maybe that are kind of pushing more of a woke culture, but that's not what the soldiers and Marines and sailors and all them are thinking, are they?
No, sir. Most of my guys were getting out because of half the stuff that was going on politically.
And I hear you on that, too. Thank you again for talking with us. What's your final thought just in regards to our country? And we have, 3 months until the election?
Yes, sir. 3 months. I'm happy it's going to come up. I think a lot more people are going to be voting this year, even more than last year. I think this is going to be a heck of a year this year. I hope everything gets turned around for the better at home.
Exactly. So 3 months and 16 days until the election. Isn't that wild?
It is wild, yes.
What are your thoughts about the country just right now?
It's crazy. Bringing a family into the world now that I'm expecting. It's definitely a lot to think about. It's scary.
Yeah.
But hopefully this year we'll be able to elect him again and turn things around for the better.
Right. And so RNC Day 2 is Make America Safe once again. That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Yes. Yes.
And how do you think that would happen? Is it law and order? Or?
Just not necessarily. I mean, I'm all for having your guns and everything, but it's just getting the right people to have them, and this protecting us a little. People need to be a little bit more on the right side instead of the left, less corrupt.
Actually, your point there, I was going to go because I got to keep interviewing people, but what you said at the end was powerful. You said less corrupt. Talk about that a little bit.
I feel like we could be doing a lot better security-wise, like the last rally. Could have gone a lot differently, I feel like, in my opinion. I mean, I've heard a bunch of conspiracy theories and all that, but I feel like they could have done a better job.
Thank you so much for talking with us. Sir, look at this shirt. Beautiful shirt. Fight, fight, fight. The moment in history right there with the American flag. Nice hat, by the way. Why are you wearing that shirt today, sir?
I've been a supporter since he came on board from the very first time. Ever since everybody's been attacking him. It wasn't popular at first, but I didn't care. I knew what the policies were, and that's what I stood by. Being a Hispanic American, at first it was a bad thing. Now it's okay. So I can come out and be proud and be happy about our country and fight, fight, fight.
And why do you think it was that way before? Was it the media trying to pin everybody?
Exactly what it is. The powers that be behind the media. The political corruption in the media is pushing the agenda. The people that don't pay attention just live by a meme. And that's not how this works anymore. Thank goodness that we have other sources, people like you going out there, doing your job, and putting the truth out there.
Thank you, sir. What's your name?
Ben. Yep.
Awesome. We'll see you inside.
Sounds good.
Speaking of inside, it's going to be great. We'll go right here with this lady here. How you doing?
Hi.
Well, if you're going to put your arms up in the air and
She's
I'm
like,
going to interview you.
Yeah.
See your thoughts about today.
Oh, it's so exciting. So exciting. We went the night before the last election at the airport, and it was just everyone in a happy positive mood and getting along and just loving it, fighting for our country. And our country's falling apart under Biden, this administration. And who doesn't love America? I don't get it. I don't get why you don't want to fight for our country. And people they're blinded. They don't want their eyes to be opened. And it's just so frustrating to me because in life, choose life. It's why we're here. It's where it all begins. And it's just so frustrating to me that people won't take the opportunities to see the other side.
Doesn't it feel good to be around people that...
I love it. I love it. I would go to many of these if I could.
Is this your first one?
Second.
What was your first one again?
At the airport the night before the last election, and it was electric. We were on fire. Everybody happy. There was absolutely no discord whatsoever. Everybody was just so happy and loving, and it was awesome.
And speaking of electric, this arena, and I know you guys like hockey up here, right?
Yes, I'm not a huge hockey fan, but yeah, they do.
So inside there, it's going to be quite loud, I'm sure.
Oh, I hope so. I hope it's filled to the gills.
I'm sure it will be with all these people out here.
12,000 maybe it holds or something like that.
Yeah, about that. So thank you so much for talking with us.
Thank you so much.
So let's take a live look over just kind of a higher shot, maybe just at the line all the way down there, and then we'll just walk along this protected area on the street. I also want to show our viewers at home what everything looks like on the other side. So let's look at we got security over here with Grand Rapids Police. Right here, there's about 6 officers. You can see across the street over there, you got a lot of vendors as well, people walking in. How you doing?
Thank you. How are you guys? Thank you for coming out and showing. And I actually hunted you out because I have to say, Martine, this is my husband, and he officially became a U.S. citizen, and he's smarter than a lot of people in the U.S., and he's going to vote for Trump.
Amen. That's awesome, man. That's awesome. Your thoughts of being a citizen of this great land?
Just to do good in this country, yeah.
Amen. I like your shirt. Let's take a look at that Liberty shirt. Where did you get that, by the way? I like that.
Somebody gave it to me when I came a USA citizen.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And you're an legal citizen. You're a legal citizen.
Oh, yeah.
You went through all the hard work to become a legal citizen, and we did everything, so I'm just very proud of my husband to be able to do that.
Awesome. Welcome to the country, man. Give me a hug. Welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you for talking with us. That's awesome. No, thank you guys. Let's walk down this way a little bit. As we walk, you can just get a feel for the area. If we can look to the right too real quick, just at the arena a little bit, just to get a vantage point of all of the people here. And while we do that, I want to tell you about the Tax Network USA. Of course, if you have any issues with filing or any back taxes, that kind of thing, you see that number right there on your screen. Go ahead and reach out to them. They will assist you through any problems when it comes to back taxes, and they will help you a lot there, of course, as well. So, so that's Tax Network USA. We're going to be thanking them throughout the day, of course. A number of great sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. As we continue to take a live look right now of this is the Van Andel Arena in downtown Grand Rapids. And we're looking at the one side of the crowd here, this long line here. And you can see, I mean, there's so many people actually right in front of us right here. These guys are all walking to the end of the line. And of course, it's pretty early, of course. It's 10:38 Eastern time. We started our live coverage at 10 a.m. Eastern. So those of you watching, thank you so much for joining us here. I'm Matthew Alvarez here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's been quite the day already. 38 minutes straight, pretty much, of interviews with people just being so happy to be here right now. So we will be starting the pre-program. Will start at 3 o'clock Eastern. And President Trump will take the stage around 5 Eastern. Of course, you'll see all of that coverage here. Programming note, coming up on Monday in Ohio, Vice Presidential nominee, JD Vance, will have a rally in his hometown of Middletown, Ohio. We'll have live coverage there. And of course, we'll also have live coverage of some news as well, as the United States Secret Service head will be testifying in front of the House Oversight Committee on Capitol Hill on Monday. So we're going to have that coverage plus the coverage with JD Vance in Middletown, Ohio. So let's just take a walk down here and see how long this line is. How you doing? We're live right now. How you doing?
Great, thanks.
Nice button. So tell us your thoughts about the country right now.
Oh, the country is in terrible shape right now with the border, the economy. Yeah, we're in bad shape.
So how long have you been waiting here?
We got here about 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock, not bad. Yeah. So you're ready to go, sir?
Absolutely. Yep.
Is it great to see all the people as let's take a live look all the way down to the left there. We can see a whole line of people. There's somebody with the American flag down there. Your thoughts about this?
I think they got it well organized. Everyone's just patiently waiting. Everyone's together, and they're not the way they got it organized. It worked out real good for them. Yeah,
definitely did. Where are you guys from?
Battle Creek, about 50 miles away.
So when you heard that he was going to be here, what were your thoughts?
Oh, immediately. We got it on the website and got tickets.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Take care. Take care. So we're going to keep walking here right now, just live, as we see just a bunch of people right here along this area. So this is more of the kind of the back area of this rally. So we're going to turn back around here and see just how long the line is. I know we're moving around a little bit. It's just kind of live TV. How you doing? Come on over. What's your name?
Mary Kittleson
from
from Michigan.
All right. Your thoughts about today?
I am very excited. I'm excited that President Donald Trump will be our next president, and we can squash all the socialism and communism invading our country.
Amen. Let me see that hat. So how long have you had the hat? You just got it today?
No, I didn't. I've had it several years. I was here in Grand Rapids the night President Trump was elected. In, I can't remember.
2016.
Yes, I was here, and I have supported him from day one.
So tell us real quick for the people watching, where were you exactly? Were you inside a building? What was the feeling and the vibe like when he won in 2016?
Oh, it was wonderful. You couldn't quit smiling. You knew that God was on his side, and even a week ago, God was on his side. And so we're hoping we can take our country back.
Isn't it awesome that even then the chants of USA happened?
Yeah, it was pretty exciting.
Awesome. What's your first name?
Mary.
Mary, nice to meet you. Thanks for talking with you.
Thank you.
Have fun inside.
I will.
I will. We will too. All right, come on, let's cruise this way a little bit. So we see a lot of security and a lot of Trump campaign, staff as well out here. A few people. You can see one guy right here just kind of letting people know where to go. A lot of volunteers here as well. So let's cruise all the way to the other side. Oh, so okay. I'm hearing that the line goes all the way around the block. So let's go ahead with that. Why don't we walk in with the people? All right, let's go in with everybody and, talk to some people here live. Excuse me, guys. Excuse me. Coming through. How you doing? Hey, how you doing? Good to see you. What's going on, guys? Does anybody like Donald Trump out here? Yeah! So, well, first of all, I'm going to talk to you in a second, but that hat is pretty cool. It's a red hat with a D on it. Is it for Donald Trump or is it just Detroit?
It is. We're red here. We're Republicans, so it's both.
All right, that's an awesome hat. I like that a lot. I have a lot of baseball hats. My wife is kind of sick of me buying so many of them, but hey, it is what it is. Your thoughts about the president, though, being here in Grand Rapids, Michigan?
Oh, it's great. He's back in Michigan again. We're going to take the state this time, and he's got a great running mate now, so I'm very positive for the outlook of the election, so can't wait.
Same here. How you doing, man?
Good. Yourself?
Good. Nice hat.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
What are your thoughts about everything going on?
Michigan needs Trump. That's basically it.
I think you just mic dropped right there.
Yeah. Michigan needs Trump. That's it.
That's it. How long have you been involved, kind of watching what's going on in politics? Because obviously you wouldn't show up to something like this if you didn't care?
Yeah, about 5 years now. I'm 18, so I can vote. So, so.
This is your first election then to be able to vote?
Yes, yes.
How proud to be an American are you to be able to vote in such a crucial, and crucial is not even a big enough word for what we're dealing with. What is that like to be able to cast your vote for Donald Trump?
I think this is probably the biggest election we've had in a while, definitely. And this is going to shape you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, this is going to shape our country for the next 20 or 30 years.
Exactly.
In my opinion. And we need kids to realize that Republican is the way to go. And
So what was it, though, for you? Because, usually people, maybe, teenagers, right? Yeah. There's so many other things going on in life. But why are you saying, you know what, I care about this?
Just the truth in all of it, I guess. He sounds like a really, I mean, the Republican Party is just it's all true. You know what I mean? And Democrats aren't true. So I'm all for the truth, and I'm all for the American people, and I want to see our country be great.
Hey, man, so do I.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you.
Nice hat.
Thank you.
All right, let's keep on moving on here. Let's take a live look right here to the left at this truck here. 45 to 47 right there. Drain the swamp, it says. MAGA 1776, a cool horn.
All right, love you.
Just good times right there. As you see a couple Grand Rapids officers walking by here. We're going to keep walking here. Anybody want to say something on camera real quick?
You want to say something?
Right. There we go. Go ahead. I won't even ask you a question. Oh, no, I will. Well, your thoughts about today and being here 7 days after a very terrible incident.
Right, that was terrible, and security should have been a lot tighter. I'm surprised how lax it was. I've been to 2 other events, and security's always been tight. You've always seen security on the rooftops, every rooftop for an outdoor event. That one over the weekend or this past week, I'm surprised that nobody took that kid out. They knew in advance. They had to know. People in the audience saw it. So there's no way that the security did not see the guy on the rooftop.
Exactly. I mean, it was video. It was proof in the pudding, right, as they say.
Exactly. Somebody was ordered to stand down and wait. And I don't see any reason why they didn't take him out ahead of time.
Something that we haven't confirmed yet, but I hear you loud and clear.
Yep.
So is this your first time seeing President Trump?
No, third time.
Third time, okay. What would you like to hear from him today, this on the heels of the RNC speech on Thursday night?
I didn't get to see the speech on Thursday night, but I would like to see him come back with his ideas on the economy again, get that going strong again, get the border secure. It's a joke now at the border. I mean, Biden's just letting anybody and everybody come across, and it's ridiculous.
Let's talk about the First and Second Amendment real quick. I see your hat, gun owners for Trump. At the end of the day, the Constitution, right? Obviously, the law of our land. So this should be the way it is from now until forever. We shouldn't have anybody come against it, but we are having people come against our 2 top amendments in the Constitution.
Exactly, and that's ridiculous. It was set up by our forefathers for a reason, not only to defend against foreign invaders, but inside our country as well. So, we can't have the government have too much control like it is underneath Biden.
Of the people, by the people, and for the people. And at the end of the speech with Abraham Lincoln on the Gettysburg Address, he said, "So this shall not perish from the land."
Correct.
Can you believe that?
Yeah, yep.
But can you believe that that might be what's happening right now?
Yeah, it is happening. They want to take away all of our rights. Well, it's just like the cryptocurrency and everything else. They want control of everything. They want to go to the electric cars or the control over your vehicles. They can turn them off anytime you want. They can want control of your currency, cryptocurrency, so they can control your money in the banking system. So with that, we have no control. They can go in your accounts, freeze them, decide, oh, well, you didn't vote my way, I'm going to close your account. Or you didn't do this, I'm going to close your account.
Sounds like Canada to me.
Right.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, your thoughts about that, sir? What happened in Canada?
Everything he said. Canada, the what do you call it? The not president. What is he?
Prime Minister.
Prime Minister.
Yeah.
He's done everything to make it so his thumb is hanging on everybody.
And again, it's so anti of the people, by the people, and for the people.
Yes, exactly right. You can see it. You can see that they try to take Trump down in every aspect, and it's a shame. Here's a guy that doesn't need to do this. He doesn't need to work. He doesn't need to have the problems. He's doing it for our country.
Can you believe that this is happening to our country?
No, it shouldn't be happening to this country.
Is this something you've never seen before?
Never thought in my entire life this would be happening in the USA.
How does that make you feel, though?
Terrible, and terrible for Trump. I mean, he's done so much, and the other half just does not see what he's done for us and for our country. And it's been so bad the last 4 years. It's just, I don't understand how they can't see the good things that he's done.
Exactly. And that if you also look here to your shirt, wanted for president, the great mugshot, where let's be real, that was a lot of lawfare, wasn't it?
It was. And he's being falsely prosecuted.
And the fact that the Supreme Court has stepped in, which is great, and then you've got a judge dropping the whole box case in Mar-a-Lago. I mean, now they're realizing, we have to back off probably, yeah?
Yes, and we got to protect our Supreme Court, too. If we don't get power back, they're coming for the Supreme Court next.
Which is wild. I mean, at the end of the day, President Trump's the one that brought in those conservative justices, just like Clinton and others brought in what they wanted. That's just the way it goes in our country, right?
Absolutely. When you're selected as President of the United States, that's part of the job, is to pick the most competent individual to represent on the courts to make sure the Constitution is upheld. It's pretty darn simple.
It is simple, and that's what is awesome about common sense, right? That's what this president is about.
Absolutely common sense. I definitely want someone who makes sense, that makes good decisions that affect a multitude of people, not just, as Biden would say, that upper class. I'm sorry, all of Trump's policies had trickled down, just like Reagan, and it made an impact. Our tax base changed. All of a sudden we had more money coming in than ever before. Oh my gosh, wouldn't it be nice to pay off that deficit? Not to leave it to our children and grandchildren?
He's the people's president, isn't he?
Absolutely, people's president.
What do you think about when Joe Biden says something like, well hold on, before I ask that question, obviously we still have to have healing through our country right now.
Yes.
We know that when Joe Biden does say something about the people that make more than $400,000, they have to pay their fair share. That's not America.
No, it's absolutely not America. It actually goes against the grain of what America stands for. We're supposed to be able to come here, make something of ourselves, pull ourselves up by the bootstraps, right? And build a business, be successful, hire people, bring people in, make other people successful. That's what America's about. It's not about oppression. That's what we currently have. They're trying to oppress everyone.
You're 100% correct about that. And can you talk to us about the healing part of the country right now? Obviously, after the attempted assassination situation last week, we're on edge, obviously. The country is. What would you say to the country right now if we had, say there's 20 liberals watching and 20 conservatives watching right now, what would you say to the people? And I know we've got plenty more than that watching, but what would you say to them?
Well, I think first and foremost, I think we need to go to the issues. I'm tired of the name calling. It's really getting old. It's not effective. It actually takes time away from actually hearing from both candidates on what their platform is. In the past, I'm sorry, when we had Reagan, right? When he was going against Carter, right? I'm sorry, against Carter. And they actually debated. It wasn't about, what mistakes you made, or, we don't like you because of this. I'm so sick of it. Just stick to policies. Come up with some great ideas to, get everybody back on board. I think that's first and foremost, is get rid of the name calling. And I think second, allowing everyone to speak. I'm a huge Trump fan. I would not, but sometimes I think allow the individual that you're debating that time to speak, because they're going to hang themselves on their policies, right? Yeah. Let's stick to the game plan. So I think for me, those are probably the two things. And then I think obviously prayer. We don't have enough prayer in this country. We're still, we don't even recognize the Pledge of Allegiance in schools anymore, unless you happen to be in a faith-based school. So I think that's another angle. I would love to see prayer. I mean, I did the Pledge of Allegiance every single morning in kindergarten, and I think in all the other levels of grades, and I think it's important.
What occupation have you been in?
Well, I'm in healthcare. I'm actually a chief operating officer for senior living. community in Elkhart, Indiana.
Tell us about the fine people there. Some Trump supporters, yeah?
Oh, absolutely. It is a faith-based community, tends to be conservative, and I know my group is obviously concerned about the welfare of Medicare. Medicare's a big dog item, and Social Security. We have Medicaid in our building, and we think about how do we care for the poor? How do we care for the safety net? And I don't think anyone's addressing that. And that is our largest population right now, our baby boomers. And the GDP's taken a big, financial piece, caring for the old.
And something you won't see on the fake news is what I'm going to ask you here for the next 10 to 20 seconds. Can you take the next 10 to 20 seconds to talk about the prayer part? And can you actually pray for us, for the country right now, the next 10 to 20 seconds? Are you okay with doing that?
Sure.
Go ahead.
All right. Dear Lord, I just ask that during this election season that people find you and that they are led to make sure that we do your will. And that, Lord, I just ask that you give both candidates guidance, wisdom, and Lord, I just ask that you protect all involved who are going to vote, that they actually vote and they are guided by you and your influence. And Lord, I just ask these things in your name. Amen.
Amen. In Jesus' name. Thank you so much. Not very easy to get thrown on the spot on live TV to pray.
It's okay. I do it at work all the time.
Well, there you go. You just did it now on TV. Thank you so much for talking with us. That was a lot of great insight. Thank you so much. Thanks, guys. Thank you, guys. Take care. What's going on, everybody? Hello? Hello? Anybody want to chant USA on the count of three? Yes. 1, 2, 3.
USA! 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 USA!
As we take a live look right now, all the way around the block here to the right. This is a beautiful, beautiful scene. I'll tell you, down in the South right now, I love the South. I live in the South, but it is kind of humid. But up here in Michigan right now, it is an absolutely gorgeous 81 degrees. I mean, look at this festival atmosphere. Beautiful, beautiful situation here. All right, so American Financing is one of our great sponsors as well. If you want to save around, as you see probably on the screen right now, $854 a month, just reach out to American Financing. They'll help with some of the equity within the house there and let you know how to save $854 a month. A great website right there, as you see, and a phone number to call. So American Financing, one of our great sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Let's cut down here to the right, and maybe we'll just look to the right as we walk down here. Do you know what street this is? So we're walking down A Street. I'm not sure what street it is. I'm not from Grand Rapids. Never been to Grand Rapids. It's a beautiful looking town, though. I'll tell you. Look at this. Are you zooming in on the street? I don't know if you can see it there.
All the people down there.
I just heard a "Let's Go Brandon" chant. Oh, we hear an RSBN chant over there. Let's look to the left here and see a couple people here that were just saying RSBN. So this is beautiful. 2024. There you go. So let's go that way. Actually, you know what? Let's do a little bit of a chant, huh? Let's go. We could go "Let's Go Brandon" if you want.
Let's go Brandon! Let's go Brandon! Let's go Brandon! Let's go Brandon! Let's go Brandon!
How you doing, man? All right, let's keep on walking down this way a little bit. You can see everybody. We're live right now on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Look at all the people here. This is just a wonderful time. You can see the crowd all the way down here. This is Ionia Southwest, the street. You can look at that Ionia right there so people understand what I'm saying right up there. Yep. So, oh, that's a really nice shirt, actually. Look, can I see that? So Trump Vance 24. A beautiful shirt here. How's sales out there, man?
They're doing pretty good.
Yeah?
They're doing all right.
Yeah, you just got them made, huh?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Just got
Thanks,
them
man.
made yesterday.
Thank you, sir. All right, let's keep on walking here over towards the people. Hello, everybody. Hello, we're live right now on Right Side Broadcasting. Hello, guys. Hello, how you doing? What's going on? So obviously a beautiful, beautiful day here in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Obviously inside's going to be quite awesome in the arena. We'll be inside there. You know, this tie is getting a little bit tight out here. I might as well loosen it up a little bit because everybody else is having a great time right now. I'm Matthew Alvarez here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's going to be great to see Bobby McNeely on the other side of this commercial break. We'll be right back with live coverage from Grand Rapids, Michigan.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I'm the host of the Let It Be Heard show here on RSBN channel. I would love for you guys to check me out. I'm on Spotify, Apple Music, Apple Podcasts, Rumble, YouTube. We release episodes every single week regarding culture, Bible, social issues, politics, current events, anything. So if you're into any of that stuff, I highly recommend you check me out. God bless you guys, and stay safe out there.
I'm excited to announce my all-new mattress topper. In the times we're in, I wanted to bring you the best affordable mattress topper ever. So I took my two best technologies and combined them to make the ultimate mattress topper. And now you can get it for as low as $69.98. Queen size, only $99.98. It all starts with my famous MyPillow foam that provides you that overall full body support. Second is the individual comfort supports that give you an amazing custom sleep experience. It's like it's made specifically for you. The queen size alone has over 14,000 comfort supports. This is the perfect mattress topper to improve any bed. New bed, old bed, your guest beds. Get them for every bedroom in your house. Go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get the all-new My Mattress Topper for as low as $69.98. Queen size, only $99.98. Don't delay, order today.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
Prayer, passion, and unity. The magnificent Matthew Alvarez out in Grand Rapids, Michigan, a beautiful place. And I can say I've been there on a couple of occasions. Being a Midwesterner, it is a beautiful place in the summertime, full of lakes, Lake Michigan, so many outdoor water sports. We enjoy the 81 degrees. I'm Bobby McNeely in studio live from Auburn, Alabama, bringing you all the coverage for the first MAGA rally post-RNC convention, post the assassination attempt, and President Trump being with his running mate for the first time on the campaign trail, Senator JD Vance of Ohio. And folks, we have a sponsor to highlight. It is Birch Gold. If you weren't following the news, a massive hit to the U.S. economy took place with the petrodollar. For 50 years, the petrodollar was dominating the world economy. Saudi Arabia trading our petrodollars in oil and energy. And that's just not the case anymore. They are now working with the Chinese, the Brazilians, the BRIC nations to financially secure themselves, and that's dangerous for us. So what you need to do is look into a great organization, Birch Gold, and you can see that on the screen there. You text Trump to 989898. Protect your savings with gold, with precious metals, with tangible items that you can actually hold in your hand. So if you're looking to relocate or convert your 401k or IRA into precious metals, Birch Gold Group is the team to go with. Text Trump to 989898. And again, we're excited to be live in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Matthew Alvarez covering all the action, and we just like to reach out to everyone who was affected by the terrible travel situation yesterday, hoping everyone is safe. I was speaking to some delegates and texting them back on their way home, especially the Georgia delegation, and they seem to be making the most of it, some enjoying the Wisconsin summertime activities, getting some cheese curds, maybe having some old fashions, and just enjoying all the camaraderie the Midwest has to offer. And Matthew Alvarez doing an incredible job in the field. It was just such a pleasure being with him, covering the RNC on day 1 and day 2 of all of the action that took place. But as you see him covering these wonderful folks out there, some their first time, some 18-year-olds, some a little bit older than that, young in spirit, focused on prayer and passion and unity. It was beautiful to see the gentle lady doing a prayer right on our live broadcast. Just so fantastic to see that. And we're clearly seeing here there's a commitment offered to the American people by the MAGA ticket, by President Trump and by Senator JD Vance, his running mate, the 2024 GOP platform to make America great again. There's 20 promises. We highlighted this during the convention last week, but just to go back over those: seal the border and stop the migrant invasion. Carry out the largest deportation operation in American history. End inflation and make America affordable again. Make America the dominant energy producer by far. Stop outsourcing and turn the United States into a manufacturing superpower. I think these top 5 really highlight what's happening in the Midwest. You know, discussing with folks there on the ground, I think the attractiveness of having someone like a JD Vance on the ticket is that, first of all, you have his age, the first millennial to be on the national ticket. He'll be turning 40 on August 2nd, just a couple short weeks here. His Marine service, he went into Iraq and Afghanistan after 9/11. Someone who is a Yale law school graduate, the humble upbringing. If you've read Hillbilly Elegy, highlighting the difficult upbringing, parents who, a father who left him, a mother who faced drug addiction, and that beautiful moment in his acceptance speech on Wednesday night, you seeing his mother there at the convention, them having reconciled those relationships. We could see the split screen there in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Again, a beautiful day, and I can completely relate with Matthew because it has been humid down south, beautiful but humid, and that crisp, clean air of Grand Rapids, Michigan, a few miles off of the big Lake Michigan, but you just really get to enjoy summertime. It's such a fruitful time in the Midwest during the summer. Look at that beautiful sunshine, plenty of MAGA fans out there today, some their first rally. And what I always enjoy about these rallies and being out there is that you have all these vendors, all of these different businesses that are selling some great merch. I was fortunate enough to be with Nikki Stanzioni in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania back in June, and I was like, wow, these third-party vendors and these folks building on the MAGA brand and building their own businesses, some of the material was fantastic. So I think I would have purchased some myself if I didn't have my hands full with the microphone and reaching out to people in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. But some great interviews by Matthew, and you can see there everyone getting excited. Not too hot like it has been in the past, 81 degrees, and that line is already starting to gather for the President of the United States, Donald Trump, and his running mate, Senator JD Vance, expected to speak in about 6 hours. We're at the 5-hour, 50-minute mark, and it's going to be an indoor rally. So this will be interesting to hear from the Secret Service Director, who is scheduled to testify to the House Oversight Committee, Kimberly Cheadle. Will be doing that on Monday. We know that she has had a Zoom with lawmakers trying to explain and detailing what took place, and has offered some interesting commentary on other networks. She's saying the roof that the shooter attempted to assassinate the president on was sloped. There's some question about that regarding the return fire from our brave Secret Service. They were also on a sloped roof. So there will be more information coming out, more of an investigation happening. We saw that several United States senators actually went to her on the floor of the Republican National Convention demanding answers immediately. And good to see people like Marsha Blackburn of Tennessee really asking for those. We need these right now. We need to fix this to make sure that former presidents, current presidents, and future presidents have the appropriate security, especially someone as magnanimous as Donald Trump, President Donald Trump, with his current rallies. There may be a change in policy as we see things coming forward, and now these MAGA rallies, if they're indoors from now on, will be very loud, very fun, so might have to bring some ear protection from that. I can speak to personal experience when we were in Philadelphia. The decibels were through the roof. It was very loud and very fun. But again, Kimberly Cheadle, she was supposed to be at the Aspen Security Forum last week. Because of what happened last Saturday, in Butler, Pennsylvania, she went to the RNC, had a private meeting with President Donald Trump regarding security measures. Again, lots of questions happening, but we want to thank our men and women in blue, whether it be local police departments, state police departments, the feds, or even the Secret Service, which are also the federal police, for their time, their talent, their sacrifice for protecting our leaders. We don't want to see anything like that happen again, but the prayer, the passion, the unity, the courage of President Donald Trump in the last week, in the last couple of days, an extraordinary speech, an extraordinary acceptance speech from the RNC on Thursday night, speaking to just the amazing nature of resilience, honoring those who have passed away. Corey, the firefighter who protected his family in that moment, his daughters and his wife. Our prayers and our memories are with them. And speaking of prayer, longtime commentator, financial guru, a gentleman who really helped pave the way for many people in broadcast media, especially for those who are not afraid to speak their mind and comment on what's happening in the current time. Lou Dobbs passed away at the age of 78. Our prayers are with his family, and we remember him for just being a bold trailblazer. He was someone early on, especially during the Iraq invasion, did not necessarily take talking points of even the Republican Party at the time, did not take the talking points of the Democrat Party. He was someone who was independently minded, trying to bring the truth directly to the people, and we remember him for all his contributions. A great American patriot. Lou Dobbs has passed away at the age of 78. And also Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, we reports last night that she has passed away from pancreatic cancer, a terrible disease, and our prayers are with her family. She was in Texas, and she was a legendary Democrat. She was someone who would actually sit on the aisles during the State of the Union and get the autograph, the signature of the sitting president of the United States at every State of the Union. Someone who clearly was a fan of those events and had lots of camaraderie. It's an interesting side note, too, with State of the Unions. Some people have assigned seating, but certain House members, depending on ranking and leadership, it's first come, first serve. And if you want that aisle seat, you have to go there relatively early, hours before, just like you're seeing with these MAGA rally patriots who are awaiting President Trump and Senator JD Vance. Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee would sit on the aisle and shake hands and speak policy points to current presidents, and you could see, even though if it was of the opposite party, they definitely were very jovial, and just a beautiful memory of some bipartisanship and some unity that sometimes does not happen in Washington, D.C., and what a beautiful moment to reflect on. So Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, you're in our thoughts and prayers, passing away at 74, and we think about your family at this time. But Matthew's getting some great coverage up in Grand Rapids, Michigan, and I actually have had family in that area for some years, and it's actually a heck of a drive right around from Chicago to all the way up to Grand Rapids, Michigan. And because of the shortage yesterday with what happened online, we had James and Matthew actually drove all the way up to Grand Rapids from the Southland. So we're very grateful for them bringing this coverage. They are on little sleep, and still the energy is high, and so excited to see Matthew out there in Grand Rapids, Michigan, getting some wonderful interviews with the great MAGA patriots. Such a variety, diversity of people there today. Some young. We saw an 18-year-old gentleman. This is his first election. He's out there with his dad. And we also have some young people enjoying today as it's 81 degrees, a beautiful time in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Clearly, they're having a lot of fun. And we are getting ready to send it back out to live Matthew Alvarez in Grand Rapids, Michigan. And we'll see what else the MAGA Patriots have to say today, and look at all the prayer, passion, and unity happening for President Trump and Senator JD Vance.
All right. Bobby McNeely, thank you so much at our studios there in Auburn, Alabama. Matthew Alvarez here in Grand Rapids. Let's take a live look right now at the crowd here in Grand Rapids. Chanting, of course, USA. I mean, this line is extremely long, guys. I mean, all the way down the street, and we haven't even gotten to the end of it. So joining me right now is Bruce. He's actually a former Marine right here. Sir, thank you so much for talking with us real quick. Your thoughts about President Trump, but also why are you wearing this great uniform?
Well, I think President Donald J. Trump is the best president. I served under Ronald Reagan. He was a pretty good president, too. But I think Donald J. Trump is without a doubt the bravest man I've ever known. And that's saying a lot because I've known a few. And the reason I'm wearing this uniform today is in honor of JD Vance. He's a Marine.
That's right. And he will have his homecoming rally in Middletown, Ohio on Monday, which will be awesome. The fact that he is a former Marine and now the vice presidential pick under President Trump. So when you go in there, is this your first time seeing President Trump live?
No, I did it back in 2020.
And where was that at?
It was in Lansing. Yeah.
Your thoughts about the current situation with our military right now, because the other day it was Make America Strong once again at the RNC. Do you think our military needs to re-up a little bit in the sense of the leadership area?
Oh, absolutely. The woke agenda is crazy. When I was in, there was no such thing. And so it saddens me to say that it's awful, but with Trump back in office, it'll be great again.
Again, can you share with us where you served a little bit too?
In Camp Lejeune, North Carolina is where I served, 3rd Battalion, 2nd Marines, Kilo Company. I was a mortar man and section leader of that mortar group.
Thank you, sir, for your service once again. And when you're in there and you hear the national anthem and you see the crowd and you see the people, tell us what will run through your mind, what will run through your heart, sir.
Oh, I'll be so glad, and I'll have goosebumps. I love America, and that's why I served the Marine Corps. Hoorah.
Hoorah. All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. All right. Let's take a live look right now at the crowd as we wait to get inside the Van Andel Arena here in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Of course, 15 electoral votes. I'll be quiet because this is a great chant. Ma'am, when you were saying fight, 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 what runs through your mind when you say that? Fight, fight, fight.
Fight for our country. Keep our Constitution. Go Donald.
I mean, those are all great things. I agree with you 100%. Have you been to a Trump rally before?
Never. Just moved to Michigan from Seattle 2 years ago.
What's it like in the Seattle area? Are there?
It's awful. You can't even go downtown, the homeless. My husband worked downtown, had to jump over homeless, walk over poop.
Yeah.
Even in the suburbs, like I lived in Bothell, homeless camp 2 houses up from me. Took 2 years to get them out of there.
Wow.
They literally burned the house down that they were renting, making meth.
I've been to Seattle and then up to Vancouver back in college, and so I saw that area. It's a beautiful area, but now it looks like it's not doing so hot. But also, can you talk to us about, for people that don't know about the northwest part of the country, specifically Seattle, what's the percentage breakdown, just on a guess, on the amount of Trump supporters in the northwest of the state?
I think they're more quiet about it because, like, if you have a bumper sticker on your car gets keyed, your tires get slashed. It's scary. It's scary.
And then moving here to Michigan, of course, 15 electoral votes up for grabs. It seems like, 2016, Trump won this easily.
I think so, and I think he won in 2022.
Yeah, exactly, in 2020 as well.
A really small town up north, Scottville, but I was hoping to get in here. I'm kind of doubting I'll make it.
Well, maybe go towards the front and see if you can maybe talk to somebody. I don't know how that'll work, but...
I was hoping so.
Yeah. So, all right. Well, thank you so much for talking with us. I love you guys, too. Thank you so much. Thank you. And let me correct something real quick. I was saying that, Trump won handedly in 2016. Actually, it was by a slim margin. It did show the statistics, so I'd like to be accurate about that. In 2020, somehow, Joe Biden wins. Right. Well, 2016, as you guys know, all of the swing states, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, North Carolina, all of them, they all went to President Trump in 2016, and somehow, and Nevada and others, somehow they all went to Joe Biden in 2020. We all know what happened there, but we can talk to you about 2024, of course. We are 3 months and 16 days, exactly 3 months and 16 days until the U.S. general election. So obviously we're working hard, praying hard, and a lot of people are doing a lot of great things in the sense of election integrity for a free and fair election. That shouldn't be a hard ask, especially in the United States, right? Done with Debt is also a great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. A lot of situations out there with debt around the country, right? It doesn't help that we've got Bidenomics and Bidenflation, that kind of thing. So you see that information there on your screen. Done with Debt. Reach out to this great company. Again, Right Side Broadcasting Network is not bought and paid for by any woke, agenda. These are great companies that we work with. So Done with That. You see that information there on your screen. Also, wouldn't it be great? President Trump, if he wins in November, right? Then in 2025, we install MAGAnomics instead of Bidenomics. Of course, I know a lot of you are saying amen back home. My name is Matthew Alvarez. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and thank you for watching all week at the RNC coverage that we did in studio when I was there with Bobby McNeely, who's there today. I was with Bobby on Monday and Tuesday, and of course with Vanessa on Wednesday and Thursday. Again, Nikki Stanzione, I know you wanted to be here. I know that the whole thing with the flights, that whole global IT outage was ridiculous. Canceled a number of flights, but we'll see Nikki out here again soon. We'll see Paul Ingrassia and others. And also, I just want to say this about Right Side Broadcasting Network. The person that is holding the camera right now and the other video angle you'll see inside the arena, we're going to have 2 cameras inside that arena. Both of the crew had to drive several hundred miles. I was with one of the camera ops. That was about 800 miles that we drove. We got in at 3 in the morning. Are we tired? I don't think so. The adrenaline, but also the people, and for our country, you don't need sleep when we realize the situation that we're in. The other videographer drove from Butler from last week. That obviously was 7 days ago, that incident there. And he drove 7 hours here. So if the flights go down, we drive. We're here for you guys. We want to bring you the live events, the live coverage. We didn't think twice about it. So if you appreciate this network, and if you absolutely love Right Side Broadcasting Network, all you got to do is text RSBN to 801-801. RSBN to 801-801, and you can donate. Obviously, we've got great sponsors, but viewers, if you have $1, if you have more, great. If you don't worry about it. We still love bringing you this live video. Again, it's text RSBN to the numbers 801-801. Our crew's doing an awesome job. Everybody back home is doing a great job. And here we are live, bringing you these live pictures here in Grand Rapids. Okay, I'm done talking. Let's go over and see some great American patriots here that are packed house. What's going on, guys? Hi, how you doing, man?
Good, how are you?
Oh, boy. Having a little beverage, huh?
Yes, we did.
All right, so your thoughts about President Trump?
Oh, I love him. Yep.
Your thoughts, sir?
Absolutely the best. Greatest.
And your shirt says, I'm voting for the what?
Convicted felon.
And why are you doing that?
Because he's the only one that can make America great again, I'll tell you.
Have you always supported President Trump?
Honestly, I've never voted in the years that I've been alive, but up until this point, we need a change, and I think he's going to be the only one that's going to make it happen.
That's pretty powerful. Tell us again, though, why? Let's dig a little deeper on that. Okay. You didn't vote ever, but now you're voting this election. What's at stake for our country, in your opinion?
Honestly, our freedom altogether.
Build a wall.
And
Build the wall?
Build that wall.
Build the wall. Hell yeah. So are you guys going to be chanting build the wall in there or what?
Yes. Yes, we are.
Get it started in there, all right?
Yes, I will. Yep.
I'll be up on the media riser. I hope to see you down there. Stand up and say, build the wall.
Whoa, build the wall.
All right, guys. Thanks so much.
Yep, thank you.
All right, let's keep walking here. Fun times there with some people here in Grand Rapids. We are live right now on RSBN, guys. Hello. Anybody saying USA over here? Woo.
USA! 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 USA!
So you're having a good time, yeah?
Oh, yeah. All these wonderful people. I mean, they let me have their seat. And
that's nice.
Oh, I mean, this seat.
Yeah, I hear you. That's great. And you're in the shade, too, which is always nice.
It's really nice, very nice. I'm very happy to be here.
Have you ever seen President Trump in person?
At the rally in 2016 and
Where
at
was this at?
LV here.
Oh, wow.
It was on November the 3rd, and he was late coming because he was at your rally.
And which rally was that?
We were at the airport that he came in,
and he came,
and then he
came about 12:15 on November 4th.
What was that like? How electric was the crowd when he walked in?
It's just unbelievable. But in Novi, I went to that rally, and he signed his book for me.
Really?
That's when you could get close to him.
Yeah.
And a friend had long arms, and she got up there.
That's awesome. So 2016, fast forward to 2024, compare the elections in importance.
Oh, this is horrendously important, very much so. I mean, with all the things that are going on in our country, and I mean, I do personally believe that God was on his side. I mean, he had an angel, I mean, just an inch, don't you think?
Amen.
I mean, and the way the leftists are saying, it's just so bad. Yeah, and of course Trump with the immigrants. I mean, I don't know how he's going to get them all out of here, but anyway, I trust he's got a plan. He's a smart man.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, if someone's here illegally, that's just breaking the law anyway, right?
That's true. Very true. Yeah.
And finally, just what's it going to be like when President Trump takes the stage 7 days after Butler, Pennsylvania?
Gosh, it's going to be marvelous. I watched the whole GOP thing this past week on television, the 3 days, 4 days, and I was so exhausted. I was waiting for him to come on. I fell asleep. But I watched it on YouTube, so I saw the whole.
That's awesome. And Rumble and YouTube out there, with all of the live coverage, it's been quite awesome. Is there anything that what was your takeaway when you saw some of the speeches throughout the week and also with President Trump?
Oh, I was just so honored, and I cried. It's just very, very wonderful to hear all his family and this guy, his young granddaughter. What a marvelous.
Awesome. Just driving by there.
Yeah.
So, is there anything else that's so fun to bring the country together? I mean, this is pretty awesome, isn't it?
Oh, it's wonderful. I mean, 2016 was just awesome because when I was here in 2016, the line went from the side of Van Andel Arena all the way to Gerald R. Ford Museum, and they didn't get in. I got here early with some friends and got in. Wow. Yeah. Yeah.
You already have your Trump Vance ticket button there.
Oh, yeah. I've got all my buttons from being a Trump. Wow. All my things. I got.
I know I said "and finally" already, but let's do another one. And finally, one more question. What was it like under Ronald Reagan and that and now with President Trump and making America great again and peace through strength and all that?
I felt safe. And my bills weren't so, because I'm a retired individual, an old lady here, and I'm telling you, the best she hits me. The bills, I mean, it's so horrible going to the grocery store and just making it on my Social Security retirement. It's really rough. And it wasn't that way with Trump in the beginning, 2016. It was not that way. It's just everything is just so negative. And unity, and I tell you, Trump has, just watching him come on stage, I just got teary-eyed because his whole face, his whole demeanor just seemed to be changed. There
was definitely a peace around him, a very powerful kind of thing going on there.
Yeah, there really was. And I thought maybe I'm dreaming this or something, but some friends said the same thing to me. They said, boy, it was just different the way his aura, I guess is it.
Yeah, the aura, definitely. I mean, I did, because you saw the smiles and the laughter throughout the whole week. You know what I love about President Trump? Even after sharing that powerful story of what happened, he went right to his flow of his strength, and wasn't that cool to see?
That was so cool. And I didn't know if he was dead or not, because he followed the procedure and went on the ground. But then when he got up and fight, I thought, what a strong, positive, compared to the other gentleman, which we will not name.
Right.
He shall remain nameless.
Right. What's your first name?
D. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Nice to talk with you. That was a pleasure. All right. No. Oh, so no, I'm not. No, definitely not. Not even close. No, you're good. Director, if you could please repeat on the live read.
Who's RSBN? Who are you affiliated?
Right before we get to the wellness company, I'm getting a question right here live on TV. He says, who are you with? Who are you affiliated with? We're affiliated with The Truth, conservative media, and we cover everything when it comes to the president and President Trump, of course. So your thoughts about that when you have fake news media out there, but then you've got conservative. Would you like to comment at all?
Not today.
Okay. Anybody else want to say anything about fake news?
We love Donald Trump. The fake news wants Donald Trump to fail, but he was never going to fail. It just is what it is. Michigan, everybody that lives here, you're so much smarter than voting for Whitmer just because she wears buffs. You guys, we're so much smarter than that. Let's support America. Let's support freedom. Let's support the American dream. Let's get Trump back in office.
Why are you so passionate? You spoke from the heart and the mind there. You didn't have to read a script.
No, because we need freedom, and our country is on the verge of failing. We need that man back in office. Our economy was doing great.
Do what she just did. There's no script for her. Biden couldn't do that.
We are waiting to go see our president. That's why we're all in line.
All right, USA. That's awesome. I mean, it's so cool to hear that from people. Again, let me say one thing before we get to the wellness company. Why don't we just stand in this area? This is a cool live backdrop here.
The red wave going.
Let's chant USA when we get a sec, or whenever you feel like it, yeah?
We want a red wave.
A red wave. It's cool when people speak from the heart and the mind, and they don't have to read a script or a teleprompter and all that kind of thing. And that's what's awesome about people like Tucker Carlson and President Trump and others. It's just you share from the heart. Anyway, the wellness company, a great emergency kit as well, as you see with makecaregreatagain.com, and use that promo code for, I believe it is 15% off. So having this kit in your car or at your workplace or at your house, you see that you get a Z-Pack, amoxicillin, and some other prescriptions there, ivermectin. You'll fill out a little bit of a medical form to get that sent to you, but I remember talking to Vanessa earlier in the week in the studio there, and obviously she said she has one of them, and it's really good to have this. So makecaregreatagain.com as we take a live look at our great Patriots here in Grand Rapids, Michigan.
USA! 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 USA!
All right. Where are you guys from?
Grand Rapids.
Grand Rapids. Your thoughts about this event today?
Absolutely stoked about it.
And why are you stoked, man?
It's great to see Donald Trump first rally after the assassination attempt. Wouldn't miss it.
And so, why are you such a Trump supporter, or why do you love the country so much?
Well, all the policies, I'd say the southern border, he knows what a man and a woman is, to start with that. And I would also just say, the economy. Inflation is a bitch. Sorry about that. And so here to support Donald Trump.
Amen. And you, ma'am?
I'm going to second everything he said.
Is this the first time you saw President Trump?
No, I saw him back in 2020.
And what was that like, and where was that?
I saw him at the airport. Electrifying, absolutely amazing experience.
How loud do you think it is going to be inside this arena today?
I hope it's deafening. Yes.
We should get one of those decibel things on the app and see how loud it gets. Because, at hockey games, right? You love sports?
Yeah.
What sports do you like?
Hockey, actually.
Right, which team?
Red Wings.
Okay, Detroit Red Wing fan. I'm a Pittsburgh Penguin fan.
Crosby. I was there, Game 7. I was there. The Stanley Cup.
Crosby, Malkin, and we could talk hockey all day, man. And isn't it awesome? Let's talk about that real quick. The playoffs, right? You got the towels waving. It's exciting and electrifying. But can you believe that we're in politics and this is what's happening for Trump?
It's odd days, but I'm happy. I'm happy to see the party united.
Amen. What's your name?
Ben Cahill.
Matt, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. All right. Thanks, guys. See ya. All right. What's going on, everybody? So as you see, the line just continues on and on and on, way down there. I mean, this is unbelievable at this point. Illinois for Trump. Illinois for Trump right here. That's awesome to see. Where's everybody from? Illinois. Everybody. Everybody come together.
Illinois for Trump.
Everybody come together. Okay, so we've got the state of Illinois represented by a number of fine people here. Are you guys all friends? You came together? A lot of Illinois people. This is great.
Found out we're close to each other. Okay. Shorewood and Joliet.
Yeah.
So
how many people outside of maybe Chicago or Elkmont and other places are you a supporter of Donald Trump, do you think?
Oh, millions.
Yep.
Yes, millions.
Your thoughts, ma'am?
What was the question?
Just your thoughts about the president and the fact that you've got such almost a delegation of people from Illinois here.
Yes, we love Trump. And we need him to save our country.
That's exactly right. That's why I'm here. We need him to save our country for our children and our grandchildren.
Now we hear that
Communist real soon.
Well, then I was just going to ask, because we hear that a lot, like we're going to save our country, but you answered my question. I was going to say save it from what?
Communism.
Yeah.
Immigration.
Right. Illegal immigration. Right?
Illegal immigration. I mean.
Anybody else want to say anything here? Anybody else? All right. That's cool, though. Guys, thank you. All right, so Illinois represented here in Michigan. Of course, I think it's about 2 hours and 45-minute drive from here to Chicago. I was talking to Bobby McNeely this week in the studio there, and of course, he's from the Chicago area. People just having a good time here in Michigan. And those of you that are in Ohio, I understand that the Buckeyes and the Wolverines are big rivals, but when it comes to this, we're all in this together, right? All right, amen.
Amen.
I don't even have to say anything. Go ahead, start talking. No, I'm kidding.
We're all together on this. It doesn't matter where you are, what color you are, whatever you are.
Right.
USA.
Yeah, amen. Have you seen President Trump in person before?
No, not in person. This is my first time ever.
So when he walks on that stage, what is it going to be like for you?
I'll probably bawl my eyes out. That man right there saved the United States, and he's going to do it again. This year, when he's voted into office, get Biden out.
Wouldn't it be, seriously, wouldn't it be so awesome if he wins this election and really saves our nation?
Yes. And I think the only way to do that is if we Americans are patient with it and allow the process to happen. No civil wars, no nothing like they've been talking about. We just need to allow the process to happen.
100%, I agree with you on that. That's beautifully said right there.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a good day, all right?
And where are you from?
We're from Auburn, Alabama. This is Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Are you really?
Yes.
Oh, well, welcome to Michigan.
Thank you so much.
I'm Shannon. Nice to
meet you. I'm Matt.
Nice to meet you. Okay, y'all have a blessed day.
Have fun. She said, y'all have a blessed day. It's interesting to hear y'all up here in the north. I like y'all. I say y'all. I'm from Pennsylvania, down in Alabama. If my wife's watching, hello. Love you. Anyway, so look at this here. Lovely people here in Grand Rapids right now awaiting this line to start moving. Speaking of the line to start moving, it's kind of like we're going to have to start heading that way to actually get access inside, possibly here in a little bit, to get our credentials and also get ready. So it's going to be, this is what's awesome about this situation. We hear from all the great people, right? We see the excitement. We know it's going to be electrifying in that arena. But to be able to go inside this arena tonight, guys, when President Trump takes the stage at 5 p.m. Eastern, the pre-program starts at 3. Obviously, this is the first rally post-Butler, right? 7 days later. And you can see that the American people are in full support, all in, for 45 through 47. Can I see it? Can I see that hat? The side of that hat right there. The side, yeah, 45. Yep, the other side, 45 to 47. There it is. You love sporting that hat, man, don't you? Why do you love wearing that hat so much?
Because I want to save America. You know me. Yeah. Got to keep this country safe, keep it blessed by God. You know, peace around the whole world. And it's not going to happen with Biden in office.
I hear you. And you said something really powerful there. You were talking domestic stuff, and then you said something about foreign policy in a way. You're like, peace for the world, too. Do you believe that, obviously, there's the free world out there. There's a lot of people that want freedom around the globe. Do you believe that those people would want Trump in office in the United States?
Absolutely. I feel like Trump has the best interest for everybody on this planet. You know, he has a gift from God, you know, and he's put him on this earth for a reason, and I think that's what he's here to do this year.
Amen. He didn't start any new wars in his first administration.
Sir, no, sir. Shoot.
Are you guys friends? Yeah. All right, cool. What's your name?
My name's Charlie.
All right, and your thoughts? I heard you laugh there, so what are your thoughts about the president?
I don't know. I think that Biden's just doing a terrible job, and Trump needs to be back in and make America great again.
Amen. All right, have fun, guys. Thanks, guys. Good talking to you. All right, we'll keep walking here. There we go. Live TV right now, guys. Hello. What's up, guys?
Trump, he's a man. Nobody can do what no one can.
There you go. Some fun chants here. Where's everybody from here? Great. All right. Come on over. Come on over. Actually, we got an interview right here going on, so we're going to step around that. You know, we'll just kind of respect the turf a little bit when it comes to if someone's doing out another network. I'm pretty sure that's a fake news network, but whatever. Anyway, what's up, man? Where's everybody from? Canada. Yes, I do. We're going to go over here. Let's talk about your lovely Prime Minister Trudeau.
Oh, no, I don't even want to talk about him, honestly. I have family down in Florida. Yeah. And plan is, once I'm done school, I want to get over here as quick as I can, move in with my family down Florida. Yeah. So
from the north to the south.
That's right.
So where in Canada are you?
Windsor, right across Detroit.
Okay, nice. I got you.
Yes, sir.
First time ever seeing an event like this in the States?
Yeah, it's always been a dream of mine to see Trump. A few days ago, my friend over there, he calls me. He says he looked up when the next rally is. It's today. I registered online, got in right away, and here we are.
So when he walks on the stage, you're not going to be very loud, are you?
Oh, I'll be loud. I'll be screaming, Trump, yeah, yeah.
All right, so let's do that. On the count of 3, when President Trump walks on stage, I want to hear what your reaction will be. Are you ready? Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Yeah! There you go. So, I mean, a little taste of what it'll be like inside with about 13, 14 people here. All right, we see what's all the way down there. We're going to have to start heading towards the front again, it looks like, at this point. We love you guys. This is Right Side Broadcasting Network. Pardon? It's Right Side Broadcasting Network. You can look on Rumble and YouTube and our site. You two guys, we're with you. Thanks, you too. So, you know, obviously it's live TV, so we're just kind of rolling with the flow out here. But, yeah, it's pretty awesome stuff to see so many people. Like, this line is unbelievable, as you can see right now, looking live in downtown Grand Rapids. We're going to have to cruise all the way to the front of the arena. This is the Van Andel Arena. Wow, I just saw what you saw probably. I'm talking to my videographer here. All the way across this street to the other side, and then it goes all the way around the block. So it's further than that. Wow. It's almost like you need binoculars at this point. I mean, it's just a huge line. Talk about massive support. Let's go back this way. Hi, guys. So you got Grand Rapids police driving right by there, and a lot of great people here wearing some awesome gear. So we're going to walk all the way to the front. So we're just going to take a live look, and I want to go over a few things here with some of the quotes from President Trump that are quite awesome. Now, a lot of these are excerpts from his speech on Thursday. So we'll get to that here in just a second. Quote, "Together, we will save this country." This is President Trump on Truth Social, and then, of course, on Thursday night. He says, "Together we will save this country, we will restore the republic, and we'll usher in the rich and wonderful tomorrows that our people truly deserve. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, brighter, happier, stronger, freer, greater, and more united than ever before." You know, as a so-called, anchor, news reporter, host, whatever you want to call me, I don't care. My point is, I'm really for common sense and the truth. So Donald Trump's the one that's been doing that. So why not report what truth is? There's so many opinions out there. We obviously have some facts, and here's one of them. $1.87 national average of gas in the United States under Donald Trump. It's still upwards of $3, $4, $5 here in the States under Joe Biden. That's a fact, right? So unless you want to spend more on gas and you think that's good, right? I mean, there's so many other points I can make right now, but I want to get back to these quotes here. This is from President Trump as well on Truth Social just recently. "To all of the forgotten men and women who have been neglected, abandoned, and left behind, you will be forgotten no longer. We will press forward, and together we will win, win, win. Nothing will sway us, nothing will slow us, and no one will stop us. No matter what dangers come our way, no matter what obstacles lie in our path, we will keep striving toward our shared and glorious destiny, and we will not fail." Let me read this other quote from Taylor Budowich. If you guys were watching all week for the RNC coverage, I read this quote every single day, and probably a number of times, because there was a lot of emotion, of course, after what happened 7 days ago. But Taylor Budowich, within just a little bit of time, as you see security going right by here in the middle of the street. This is actually Michigan State Police right here. We've seen local with Grand Rapids, and then, of course, State PD right here. Back to my point, though, with President Trump earlier. To be honest, I lost my train of thought there because I was looking at all the State PD and the security and all of the people here. But my point was this. When Taylor Budowich put this out on MAGA Inc. To the media, right? This was just about 24 to 48 hours after such a terrible situation for our country. The entire world has seen what happened. And he said, quote, "By the grace of God, President Trump survived a coward's bullet. And before leaving the stage, as all of us know, he roared, 'Fight, fight, fight. So we shall.'" This is Taylor Budowich here on MAGA Inc. He says, "We will fight by mobilizing the most epic political movement in history. We will fight by prosecuting the case against the worst president in American history, Joe Biden." And I'll add my 2 cents on that, Joe Biden or whoever the Democrats might or might not put in. Back to the quote from Taylor Budowich. It also says, "And we will fight by delivering President Trump an electoral landslide to provide him the opportunity to unite our divided country and make America great again." As we take a live look right now here in Grand Rapids,
Everybody in the world knows that.
there are people everywhere in the sense of the line. Way down there as we take a live look. You can see that, zoom in.
They're just walking to get to the end of the
Yeah, so these people, as the videographer was just saying, they're just walking to get to the back of the line. This is going to be a packed house. On the floor, on the two levels, the upper bowl, lower bowl, So we're going to get back to closer to the front here, where there's a good amount of people. Thousands and thousands and thousands of people here in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Once again, 15 electoral votes for this state. This is one of the 7 swing states. This is a huge deal for our country. And I wonder who everybody's voting for here. I wonder. So we're going to keep walking here. And we're going to cruise all the way to the front. Talk to a lot of great people in this area. Let's look to our right real quick. You can see we got, this is Grand Rapids PD. And there's people waiting all around this area. And you can see the long line here all the way to the front of the building. So this is the Van Andel Arena. Obviously going to be a packed house inside. So once again, my name is Matthew Alvarez. If you'd like to follow on Truth Social, we got some people that want to be excited over here. Who here loves our country? Who here loves freedom? And who loves Donald Trump? All right, so why do you love him?
Oh my gosh, what's not to love about him? Why not? He's great.
Yeah. What's great about him?
Oh God, I think that everybody in America, I think that we actually can all agree that I don't know, I'm embarrassed. Right on the spot, my gosh. But no, this is so much fun. Trump is great. We all love him and we all support him, and he's what we need. Right. In order for.
What do you mean for what we need though? Like what are some of the policies?
Gosh, you can trust him. Yeah. Like there's never been one time that I've ever thought or second guessed it. Like he's the guy. He's the one that we need.
And what were you saying, sir?
He keeps promises. Through his first term, he did what he said he was going to do. He appointed conservative justices. Love him or hate him, he's true to his word. And he's real. And he's just a real guy. So, yeah.
Tell us about Hillsdale College. Great college, yeah?
Oh, yeah. Love it. I got a kid there, and it's a great place. Really,
it's nice that it's not woke, huh?
Yeah, I like the not woke thing. And I hear that from the kids, and I hear that from the staff, too. That's awesome. It's a great place.
Your thoughts, ma'am?
We're just having a good time and supporting our guy, and especially on a historic day like today, like 1 week after an attempted assassination, and to have Trump and Vance in Grand Rapids is a real honor. Yeah. And it's exciting for everyone here. It's very historic.
How loud will it be inside, guys? How
loud will it be? Definitely. Probably really loud.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time. Anybody else want to say anything real quick? Oh, go ahead.
Trump is a true leader. Joe Biden isn't a leader of the country.
Right.
Amen.
He puts the United States of America #1. That's what our leaders are supposed to do, put the citizens of this country first, and that's who they represent, is us. So there are enough of politicians that take care of other people in other countries and globalists that support wars in other countries. He wants to put our citizens first, which is what I think is important.
100%. What's up, man? You want to say something?
Yeah.
All right. What would you like to say?
I really like his integrity and think that his policies have proved themselves correct.
Amen. All right.
What's up, Dad?
Always good.
Yes. Yes. USA! 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 USA!
All right, so I also forgot to ask one more question. Let's look at the American flag right now. Who loves Old Glory? I bought this a while ago, and I brought it with me today, and I wanted to give it to somebody. Who wants this American flag? Oh, hey. All right. I mean, the reason why I gave it to him, he was so animated right there. Well, give me a hug. Man.
Oh, man. No, I can't.
No, so why are you so passionate about Donald Trump?
I love the guy.
Why do you love him?
Just what he stands for, America.
Yeah.
You know.
When you look at that flag, let's look at the let's look at the flag right now. You know, in North Carolina, remember the students? They held the flag up when those protesters were out there. What was that like?
Emotional.
Yeah.
Because they love what the flag stands for.
Yeah.
Freedom, right.
And you got one in your hand.
I love that. Thanks, man.
So what an awesome time. We'll see you guys inside. So, I don't know. Do I like doing this with everybody? Sure do, because I'm one of them in the sense of we the people. I'm a person just like they are. You know, a lot of times it's fake news media, isn't it, out there? Yeah. So, you know, I'm not part of the fake news, either are anybody that works at Right Side Broadcasting. Speaking of Right Side, if you text RSBN to 801-801, you can donate if you'd like. Also, stickermule.com/RSBN. If you really, really like RSBN, you can actually get some bumper stickers and coasters and all kinds of stickers. So that's stickermule.com/RSBN. About 10 to 15% goes to the network. Obviously, it's your help is appreciated. We have also some great sponsors as well. We're not bought and paid for by woke corporations. We like that? Yeah! Who here, let's do a real quick survey. Who here, and don't raise your hand if you really haven't, just be honest with the question. Who here has heard of Right Side Broadcasting Network? All right, cool. How about anybody here? Yeah, all right, cool. All right. Thanks, guys. We'll see you inside. All right, so good times. You know, President Trump does those polls too, right? So he stands up there and he says, do you like Sleepy Joe or do you like Crooked Joe? So, how you doing, man?
Do I talk about getting low propensity voters out?
In a little bit. Thanks, man. A nice hat. So, yeah, we're going to walk to the front here. And here you go. Look at this shirt. Mean tweets and cheap gas, 2024. How about this one? Instead of Miller, that's pretty cool. MAGA. How you doing? Yes. Trump, 24, all good stuff. We'll keep taking a look here at the crowd. Let's walk across this way a little bit. What's going on, guys?
How are you?
Good, how are you? Where are you from?
Caledonia.
Caledonia, cool. Have you seen President Trump before?
Yes.
All right. What was it like then? What's it like now, considering what happened just 7 days ago?
I mean, if you watch the RNC, I mean, his demeanor has definitely changed.
Yeah.
So it's just supporting him and keeping America great.
Are you surprised by the turnout?
No. It was much larger in 2016 when he was running against Clinton. It went all the way down to Franklin, and they had this all closed off with big screens, but it's about what I expected.
Well, I hear you. I'm not sure if you've seen around the corner, but it actually goes all the way around again.
Yeah. I don't know how far, but it would.
For as far as I could see it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, it's pretty far.
Have you gone to the end?
We walked almost to the end. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
So finally, what policy, say Trump wins, what policy do you want to see him work on when he takes the oath, when he gets inaugurated? What is your first policy you want to see him do?
Well, securing the border's big. That helps people here with Social Security and everything, and also cutting taxes. It's hard on everybody, and when people start buying on lower taxes, it creates more revenue and brings interest rates down.
Awesome. All right. Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Good to talk to you. All right, we'll keep walking here a little bit. You can see the whole crowd here. We could try and walk this way, I guess, for now. Let's look. I want to look at some of this stuff real quick here. It's pretty cool. You got impeach Biden, rig 2020. Danger, socialism ahead. Look at this. Is this the real deal? That's the real ones? I don't know. I don't know either. I'm not going to say they are or not, but Trader Joe, U.S. Navy, Air Force. Very cool. The rest of the branches here. We're missing, let's see who we're missing. We got the Air Force, Navy, Marines, Coast Guard, and of course, Space Force. All right, awesome. So yeah, just people look at that wanted for president there. You can take a look at that image there. It says wanted for president, Donald J. Trump. That's a cool shot there because I was looking at when President Trump put that cowboy hat on a while ago. I was thinking about posting something today, like, 2025, of course, Trump hopefully would win, and then in 28 or 29, he said something about moving to Texas possibly one of these days. So the cowboy hat looks pretty good. We're going to go to a commercial break in a little bit, but let's walk down this way, and then we'll throw it to a commercial, and then we'll be joining Bobby McNeely in the studio live right now in Alabama for more commentary, and I believe he might have some speeches from the RNC as well, some highlights there. As we walk around this whole area, we will go inside here soon in a little bit, and it will be pretty awesome to go live inside and just to see all of the people in there and to see how crowded and loud it will be inside there. So once again, my name's Matthew Alvarez. No script out here, no teleprompter needed, because we just love our country. We love the land here. We love freedom. All right, guys, this is Grand Rapids, Michigan. You're watching live coverage with Right Side Broadcasting Network. We will be right back.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I'm the host of the Let It Be Heard show here on RSBN channel. I would love for you guys to check me out. I'm on Spotify, Apple Music, Apple Podcasts, Rumble, YouTube. We release episodes every single week regarding culture, Bible, social issues, politics, current events, anything. So if you're into any of that stuff, I highly recommend you check me out. God bless you guys, and stay safe out there.
I'm excited to announce my all-new mattress topper. In the times we're in, I wanted to bring you the best affordable mattress topper ever. So I took my two best technologies and combined them to make the ultimate mattress topper. And now you can get it for as low as $69.98. Queen size, only $99.98. It all starts with my famous MyPillow foam that provides you that overall full body support. Second is the individual comfort supports that give you an amazing custom sleep experience. It's like it's made specifically for you. The queen size alone has over 14,000 comfort supports. This is the perfect mattress topper to improve any bed. New bed, old bed, your guest beds. Get them for every bedroom in your house. Go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get the all-new My Mattress Topper for as low as $69.98. Queen size, only $99.98. Don't delay, order today.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
And welcome back to Auburn, Alabama. We are covering live MAGA in Michigan. President Donald Trump and his running mate, Senator JD Vance of Ohio, heading up to the Wolverine State, the Lower Peninsula, the Mitten State, if you will. And Matthew Alvarez on the scene giving great coverage. I'm Bobby McNeely in studio. It's an honor to be with you today and talking about that merch. I have some right here. on my laptop. So great stickers, great to show that RSBN merch, and we thank our sponsors for being able to bring this to you on a beautiful Saturday. It's a bit humid in Auburn, Alabama, but 81 or so degrees in Grand Rapids, Michigan. The downtown there looking beautiful more than ever. I'm from the Chicago area, as Matthew had mentioned, so it was great seeing some MAGA rally goers from Shorewood and Joliet. A very special day. And speaking of the Big Ten, as a Big Ten graduate and being in Auburn, War Eagle country, it'll be interesting to see if we get some shirts perhaps, maybe not necessarily RSBN, but some third-party vendors that will say something to the degree of, hey, this Wolverine is voting for a Buckeye. So the great Michigan and Ohio State rivalry that will, I'm sure, be of big talk in the sports world with the upcoming new structure for college football. But also, isn't politics very similar to that? Matthew was speaking to some MAGA rally goers talking about hockey up there, hockey being big in the upper Midwest, and you have, of course, the Red Wings, some Red Wings fans out there today, so it's always good to see that essence of competition, and we see the correlation between sports and politics and the choice we have coming up in a few short months here, early voting starting in October for most states, with the November election just around the corner, and we are very excited just to speak with people. That's what's awesome about RSBN. It's real news. We're out there covering the MAGA rallies, and you're hearing chants like fight, fight, fight. The goers so inspired by President Trump's words just one short week ago, an assassination attempt on his life. And of course, our thoughts and prayers are with the victims, with the families. The Trump family this week, just resilient more than ever. A different side of them, people who have been so in the media, so inside of the New York City life, whether it's small business, whether it's public institutions, they have had their lives in the forefront of being in media, and to see this somber side, this reflective side, actually mixed with a lot of humor too. We saw Kai Trump, the oldest granddaughter of former President Donald Trump, taking to the stage during her dad Don Jr.'s speech on Wednesday evening. Just a beautiful reflection. But today we're in Grand Rapids, Michigan with Matthew Alvarez, and the Road Warriors they are, our production team and our anchor Matthew Alvarez, driving literally last night 13 plus hours. Yesterday, according to FlightRare, we had, because of that global shutdown there, U.S. flights were canceled, 965 cancellations, 1,252 delays. So really a hard time, but they are cheery in spirits. It looks like they've rested up for days and days and days. But it's interesting to get the thoughts from the MAGA rally goers right on the ground. Issues like immigration, excited for a red wave, some concerns about the last week, although everyone seems to be in extraordinary spirits. And I think that's because you have a very concrete, robust GOP platform. We went through the first five just a short few minutes ago with you, but then moving on, some of the topics that the rally goers are touching on are number 6 here: large tax cuts for workers and no tax on tips. So that's going to be interesting for the service industry. And a lot of that's driven in the upper Midwest. Again, Senator Vance, an interesting pick for President Donald Trump, given that he's turning 40 in a couple of weeks. He's a millennial. He's on the national ticket. He is a Marine veteran, inspired to join the military after 9/11, serving in Iraq, and then also a Yale graduate, Ohio State for his undergrad, Yale for his JD. JD Vance getting his JD from Yale University, and overcoming so many odds growing up in a hostile environment, his mom being a drug user. You seeing their reconciliation during the acceptance speech Wednesday night at the RNC. A beautiful moment, and really a touching moment when she looked back at her son and said, "I love you, JD." A special moment for the family. Hillbilly Elegy, a great read, just reminding us of this nation that you can achieve what you set your mind to. If you put your trust and faith in God, if you work hard, JD Vance is the American embodiment of what our founders envisioned. And I'm sure it will be very interesting given that Midwest connection, that Midwest draw, seeing what those voters are interested in. But number 7 here on the platform, defend our Constitution, our Bill of Rights, our fundamental freedoms, including the freedom of speech, freedom of religion, and the right to keep and bear arms. Number 8, prevent World War III, restore the peace in Europe and the Middle East, and build a great iron missile dome shield across the entire country. This will all be made in America, part of the Trump MAGA promises. And how interesting is that, given the turmoil in the Middle East? Israel does have an iron dome which defends them. And geographically speaking, you have to look at Israel is roughly the size of the state of New Jersey, if not slightly larger, but surrounded historically by enemies. And you look at the Abraham Accords, you look what President Trump accomplished with his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, in the first term of the Trump administration. They had peace in the Middle East, peace through strength, historic enemies coming together to put Israeli lives, Arab lives, and Christian lives first, putting aside historical differences for peace, historic peace in the Middle East. Iran was broke. Of course, a much more different day now, 4 short years after the first Trump administration. So we are getting more thoughts on the ground from these wonderful MAGA rally goers, some very young, some going for their first time. There's an 18-year-old gentleman that Matthew interviewed. It will be his first election. How exciting to have the opportunity to be part of a very historical election. And, I hear this from a lot of politicians. I live in Georgia, and the 7 states, including Michigan, these states, whoever they vote for, so goes the nation. And I've talked to many politicians being in Georgia, and many of them have said, I'm guilty of saying this is the most important election of my lifetime. But no, this truly is. This is liberty versus tyranny. It's not the traditional Republican versus Democrat narrative. Even Megyn Kelly on her show mentioned just yesterday, this is not your grandfather's Republican Party anymore. Van Jones of CNN even mentioning the enthusiasm at the Republican National Convention he hasn't seen since Barack Obama's DNC in 2008 in Denver, Colorado. So an extraordinary time for history, whatever your belief system and whatever your background may be. Number 9 on the GOP platform, end the weaponization of government against the American people. And number 10, which we're hearing a lot from MAGA rally goers thus far this morning, stop the migrant crime epidemic. Demolish the foreign drug cartels, crush gang violence, and lock up violent offenders. Names come to mind like Laken Riley. She was taking a jog just after 2 o'clock on the UGA campus, just off the UGA campus in Athens, Georgia, and an illegal alien murdered her. This shouldn't happen in America. The preventable crime that's taken place, the murders, the rapes, the carjackings, clearly failed policies, the Democrat policies, that some of these people should not have even been in the country in the first place. And so they're in our thoughts and prayers here at RSBN. And we're going to cover this real news. We're going to talk about these issues. Other networks may ignore this. We're not going to shy away from the American people and them putting their message out here in support of President Donald Trump and Senator JD Vance, his running mate. One of the highlights actually being in here with Matthew in the studio during the RNC. We actually had a look at each other during Dr. Ben Carson's speech, if you remember from Tuesday night. Dr. Ben Carson quoted scripture saying, "Be not afraid." And it was interesting because we had talked about that topic just a few hours prior to that speech. So a very special moment, the faith-driven narrative happening at the Republican National Convention, a very special time, I'm sure, for those delegates who, many are stranded because of what took place with that technological shutdown. 965 flights canceled yesterday, 1,252 delays. I've been speaking and texting some delegates coming home, but they're definitely taking advantage of all the Midwest has to offer in the summer, getting some cheese curds in Wisconsin, perhaps stopping by for some old fashions, but don't drink those and then drive because those are pretty powerful. So we are excited to be live from Grand Rapids, Michigan, downtown, just looking beautiful today. A little less humid here in Auburn, Alabama, but it's also a beautiful day in War Eagle country. And so many interesting things happening in the last few hours. Speaking on the other side of the aisle, President Biden is, there are reports that there is a possible exit, and you can see footage there on the ground following Matthew in Grand Rapids, Michigan, but there's a possible exit being discussed from the presidential race in 3 to 5 days. Some outlets reporting that he is very angry with fellow Democrat colleagues trying to push him out. Politico has reported that Nancy Pelosi has been working the phones to find replacements. It seems as if the California Democrat Party seems to be running the national party right now. There is reports as well that there may be a decision by July 24th whether or not the Biden family remains in the game. And we'll seek that Democrat nomination for President of the United States. We really haven't seen something like this historically, perhaps since Lyndon Baines Johnson, LBJ, did step aside ultimately in 1968, very unpopular as a result of the Vietnam War, and we know the history there. But this is an interesting time. The Democrat Party operates as one. We've seen this in the House a lot, the way Nancy Pelosi has really run that caucus, and even though Hakeem Jeffries is now the minority leader, she clearly is pulling some levers, speaking with big donors, but we'll let them decide that for themselves, and we'll see shortly here in the next few weeks or even the next few days what may be taking place and what ultimately will be the ticket to take on the Republican candidates. No problem there, a unified Republican National Convention enthusiastically renominating President Donald Trump, his third consecutive nomination, and Senator JD Vance of Ohio, vice presidential nominee, 39 years old. In a couple of short weeks here, he'll be 40 years old. It's interesting to see a millennial on the ticket. So three big differences, I think, for President Trump. Clearly seeing some talent. You know, they worked together on the East Palestine, Ohio issue when that horrible spillage of chemicals happened in that town, and the horrible sickness that happened as a result. The Department of Transportation, the federal government, failing in a major way. But Senator JD Vance being out there with his constituents, if you remember that back from February of 2023, just after he was sworn in as a month into being a United States senator. So maybe that relationship building early on then, but the three big differences I've seen is that, you know, JD Vance, the age difference, he's ready to take on that MAGA mantle for the next generation. A Marine veteran. He being inspired by the horrible events of 9/11, deciding to go serve his country, and then also after the Ohio State University, graduating with his bachelor's, goes to Yale University, and an unlikely person to do so, by his own words and his own interviews, writing Hillbilly Elegy, speaking of growing up in Appalachia, and having a tumultuous childhood, his mom being a drug user, his dad not raising the family. And we talk a lot about this on RSBN, the power of not only prayer and unity and being together, serving your community, but also strong families. And what a testimony to someone who has said this GOP platform is exactly what I'm looking for as a running mate to President Donald Trump. An exciting time. Peter Navarro being released from prison, saying not only can they come after me, they can come after you, speaking of the feds, but his enthusiasm, saying, I love to roll off my lips Senator JD Vance as the running mate of President Donald Trump. It is a new populist Republican Party, and an exciting time for those who have felt like they've been left behind, and some more people that I'm sure Matthew will interview, but even those this morning so far. Gosh, this is my first MAGA rally, and that's our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, is to bring you to these rallies, whether you've been to 5, 10, 20 before, or whether you have not had the chance to see one. We bring you right into the action. Other news stations just won't cover this, and we want you to decide for yourself, the American people, and we thank you, the great patriots that are watching as well. And we just like to thank our sponsors. They help get us on here on this station and getting this coverage to you, the great patriots watching at home. And one of them is Bellwood Designs. Responsible gun owners know how important it is to keep their firearm safe and secure, especially if you have kids around. This is extremely important because it can look like a toy, you can make a mistake, but fortunately, our gun owners are responsible people. Legal gun owners are very responsible people. You can get yours right now. And Mr. Producer, you're saying in my ear they were a sponsor for the RNC, but not today. We thank them regardless because they are a wonderful organization and have a great opportunity to help keep your firearms safe. But we are going 1 minute back live to Grand Rapids, Michigan, an exciting time to be in the Wolverine state. And I'm noticing too, just having been from the Midwest, number 11 on the GOP platform, rebuild our cities, including Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. Downtown Grand Rapids looking very, very beautiful, and exciting to see Matthew highlighting some more interviews and seeing those lines grow, and the lines are getting bigger and bigger. They're also going indoors today, just as it was in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania before the horrible events of last week, the attempted assassination on President Donald Trump. But we are about to go back live to Grand Rapids, Michigan, where Matthew Alvarez, the magnificent Matthew Alvarez, is giving us coverage. We'll send it on right back.
Thank you, Bobby. Live here in Grand Rapids, the American people clapping, of course, for a presence here of law enforcement. There are local and state law enforcement here. Of course, other agencies all around as we take a live look at the actual arena that this event will be at. So at 3 o'clock will be the pre-program, as Bobby probably mentioned there in the studio. And of course, 5 o'clock, as you probably see on your screen as well, when President Trump takes the stage. Let's go walk in there a little bit. We see that sign there. It says Grand Rapids is Trump country. I know you can only really see a little bit of it. So that's pretty cool to see that. A nice looking arena from the outside. I did see some photos from the inside. It looks great. So we're going to walk across the street. While we do that, I want to thank the Birch Gold Group. Text Trump to 989898 for all of your gold, silver, and precious metal needs, because the BRICS nations, of course, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, they're trying to devalue the U.S. dollar using their local currency. But you know what? Forget about that. Let's make sure we make America great again, get some Maganomics going, but also have some peace of mind with Birch Gold Group. So text Trump to 989898. You'll get that info kit that I've showed you throughout the week there at the RNC coverage at our RSBN studios. So that info kit is awesome. You can get that in the mail, or you might get one right there digitally. So all you have to do is text Trump to 989898. They'll reply with a text, an automatic text, and then they'll line up a call with you so you can learn more about gold, silver, and precious metals. All right, so Matthew Alvarez live here in Grand Rapids. Again, thank you guys so much for tuning in all week for our RNC coverage. Some huge numbers there. Because, you know, at the end of the day, we're not really cutting to these long commercial breaks, or we're not putting on an analyst for so long to just, talk. We show the speeches, right? And that's what we saw there. And we show the crowds. And speaking of showing the crowds, and speaking of analysts, I'm not an analyst, but I'll move out of the way so you can see the crowd here in Grand Rapids as you have all of the people here live right now. They've been waiting for several hours. They'll be getting in soon. There's been a lot of excitement right now. Obviously, it's pretty sunny out. It's not too humid. It's actually a really nice day. There's a calm breeze at this point. But there was somebody that we were talking to a little bit earlier. We'll probably walk down and talk to her. She has some pretty cool socks that she wants to show us. But this guy right here, actually, getting interviewed, it says, thankful to be a legal American. He's speaking either Spanish or Portuguese right now. And what I know is that the crowd was chanting all sorts of things, including build the wall. Now, I did say something to them, let's chant build the wall. But hey, you know what? At the end of the day, I'm free to do that in a free country, right? So the chants of build the wall and other chants were done too. Again, thankful to be a legal American citizen. And if you remember earlier in the broadcast, I actually ran into somebody that just became a legal citizen. So if I was in another country, I'd be wanting to come to America as well. We did talk to somebody that was from Canada earlier. He said as soon as he can, he's trying to get down to the States. He has family in Florida. So obviously we welcome people through the legal process. Now those that go across illegally, of course, we know you don't need me to say anything. I mean, it's number one for the 20 promises for the GOP platform now under President Trump's new administration. If he wins, which, let's be real, the amount of people across this land are in high favor of President Trump. The polls prove it. The people on the ground prove it. The amount of people just coming out of the woodworks from all walks of life. If you remember in the Bronx, there were so many people there from all walks of life wearing MAGA gear. So we see that he is leading, and also 15 electoral votes. 15 electoral votes are at stake here in the great state of Michigan as we continue to move on here. Let's
watch you all the time.
Thank you, sir. What's your name?
Steve Lissick.
Where do you watch us from?
Owasso, Michigan.
In Michigan, you too.
Me too.
So you've heard of Right Side Broadcasting, of course.
We've been watching you for years. We were at other rallies that you broadcasted from.
Do you appreciate having the live speeches and seeing the crowds and all that?
Oh, we sure do. We appreciate that you guys show the whole scene inside the event.
Yeah.
You show the whole crowds. We enjoy that you come here hours early before the event and show the people lining up. It's fantastic.
Because this is about we the people.
It is. This is about we the people, taking back our country.
And also, how about, ma'am, did you watch any of the RNC coverage at all, or any RNC speeches?
Watched it all.
Okay.
100%.
Did you see the part where President Trump and the campaign basically said, you know what, the everyday Americans are going to take the spotlight? How awesome is that?
Yeah, I love that. I loved everything about Trump. I've loved him since The Apprentice, and where he always was there helping people, just normal people, and he got all the stars and stuff to actually help, pitch in and help, and, you know, do things that they wouldn't have thought of doing before. So
your thoughts about Hulk Hogan and others?
I loved Hulk Hogan. We were big fans back when we lived in Marquette, Michigan, in the Upper Peninsula with our older son. He's 48 in August, so they used to do all the Hulk Hogan moves.
So we enjoyed.
Ripped the T-shirt off.
Trumpites, right? Trumpites.
We enjoyed the upbeat atmosphere of the whole RNC event. We enjoyed the rockin' band they had there. We enjoyed everything about it. I mean, we watched it beginning to end, every minute of it. It was fantastic.
Thank you guys for talking with us. Have fun inside.
Thank you. We love RSBN.
Thank you. Thank you. So I just want to say one thing. Earlier, I was reading some quotes from President Trump, you know, on Truth Social for his Thursday night epic speech, going through the events of just 7 days ago. And then, of course, super strong as usual through the rest of that speech there. And he was strong at the beginning, of course. But Nikki Stanzione, who should be here with me right now, that whole global IT, outage canceled her American Airlines flight. So she was unable to make it, but she did text me and said one of her favorite quotes from President Trump. So what I'm going to do is, while we walk a little bit closer to the entrance, I'm going to read the quote that Nikki sent me right now as we walk closer and with the crowd here. Okay, she says, my favorite quote from Trump on Thursday was this. Quote from Donald Trump: "The discord and division in our society must be healed. As Americans, we are bound together by a single fate and a shared destiny. We rise together or we fall apart." President Trump said here on Truth Social and on that speech, he said, "I am running to be president for all of America, not half of America, because there's no victory in winning for half of America." So, as we know, end quote there, as we know, more than 100 million people, because are supporters of, I believe, of President Trump. And when I say more than, I mean, I won't get into guesstimations. Do I know the exact number? No, but we do know this. Every event that we go to is like this. Every poll that we see is in favor of President Trump, except for some of the fake polls out there. And we've seen what's happened to our country for so long, for 4 years, that you really don't need any of us or even the people here to tell you. We just know. The gas prices, the economy, the airfare, the housing, all of you that work in construction industries, media, law enforcement, and others. We just know that it's been very terrible under Joe Biden. It just has been. If it's been great, as you know, President Trump said that with the oh yeah, he's doing the Hulk Hogan imitation there. You know, even President Trump during that debate said something like, you know, actually, Joe, I wish you did do well. And President Trump said he'd be out, you know, enjoying his life. But the reason why he's running is obviously to finish the job that he started in 2016. And so we see what we've had under Joe Biden. But let's get to this interview with the lady. Where's she at? She's over here. I was walking by earlier, and she showed me her socks. So let's go look at the socks real quick. And she also has a brush. So go ahead and brush us hair.
All right. Here.
There you go.
There you go.
Very nice. You don't like Donald Trump, do you?
No, not at all. Yes.
Of course you do. I mean, and same here. So let's talk about spirituality. I see that cross that you're wearing there a little bit. I mean, you're hearing President Trump say things like God was with him. Now, he did say that quote in a speech that was recorded at the RNC in front of a smaller group. It was out on the Citizen Free Press. At the end of the day, he is admitting, hey, thank God for basically being with him during this time. I believe he's been with him, God's been with him for all the time.
The whole time.
Exactly.
Yes,
so
he has.
What are your thoughts about our country and needing spirituality?
I think we need more of it. It's important. It's good values and morals, and I think Donald Trump, with this experience, will be the man to bring it to us.
So tell us a little bit about yourself, where you're from, and what kind of work, or what do you do? I'm
a stay-at-home homeschool mom of twin boys, and I live right here in Grand Rapids.
Awesome. Very cool. My wife was homeschooled, a great family there, and we'll probably raise our children as well, homeschooled, because of the woke ideology that's in schools. Now, not every school is like that, but a lot are.
Yes, most of them are. So I won't have any part of that. I don't want my kids anywhere near that. I want to give them a good chance in this world and not to be
negative.
Yeah.
Right. So when did you decide that for your kids? You're like, hey, I'm going to homeschool.
During COVID, they started kindergarten during COVID, and we had to do it online at home, and it didn't work. And then everything started coming to light, and I was like, you know what? No, I'm going to do this myself. So, yeah.
Congrats on that. That's awesome. Anything else you'd like to say to people watching live right now when it comes to 3 months from now and 16 days is the general election in our country?
Yes. Go Trump. Hi, Dad. I love you. Hi, Mom. And hi, Connor, Carter, my babies. I love them. And that's about it.
Awesome. Thank you so much. One more time. Go ahead and comb the hair. There you go. And this guy said it was getting a little messy. Thank you so much. Good to talk to you. So as you see here, all the people, they're waiting. We were here actually, if you remember, if you watched at the beginning of the broadcast, we're talking 10 a.m. Eastern. We were here with the crowd. They were chanting, and now they're just eager, of course, to get in. Some of us even have to still get our credentials to get in. But more importantly, talking to the people and seeing the people is great, of course, as we move around this corner a little bit and kind of set the scene a little bit for you. This is Fulton Street up here on the corner of Fulton and Ottawa here in Grand Rapids. So a little bit of information about Grand Rapids, Michigan. I know that there are about 200,000 people that live in Western Michigan here, at least in the Grand Rapids DMA. We're 30 miles east of Lake Michigan. I'm hoping that the crew and I in the morning are able to check out Lake Michigan. I've never seen it in person before. We're 2 hours west of Detroit. We're an hour and 45 minutes north of South Bend, Indiana. And we're 2 hours and 45 minutes northeast of Chicago. So that's some of the information there. Of course, Michigan has electoral votes, 15 electoral votes at stake. 2016 went to Donald Trump. 2020, we know what happened in that year. And then hopefully 2024, as you see with a number of the polls and the boots on the ground here, a ton of support in Michigan. So the RSBN countdown clock, we are exactly 3 months and 16 days from the election. The DNC is in Chicago in August, and the nominee there will debate President Trump on September 10th at 9 p.m. on Fake News ABC. That location remains to be announced. So we were mentioning before that this is a country that is of the people, by the people, and for the people. And sometimes we're losing that a little bit here, according to the people here, and of course that's what we see happening. So trying to just get it back to the way it's supposed to be here in the United States. Now, I just want to give a shout out to a number of states. As we walk here, it's about 80-something degrees. It's not very humid. It's just a nice sunny day. But I can tell the people want to get inside. So do we. We look forward to getting in there and showing you the 3 p.m. pre-program. Some great speakers lined up. President Trump slated to take the stage, as you might be seeing there on the screen, at 5 p.m. So I want to give the following states a shout out. Alabama, Georgia, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, and Michigan. A shout out because those are all of the states my photographer and I had to travel through to get here. Some 850 miles. We got to town around 3 this morning. That so-called global IT outage canceled our flight, so we drove. Got to do what you got to do as you're taking a live look right now here at the Grand Rapids Police Department, and also you can see the county Sheriff's Department as well. On Fulton Street and Ottawa here in Grand Rapids. Almost tripped there, but he's good. So 850 miles traveled from the south all the way up to the northern part of this country. Our other photographers, so when we were inside, right, and when Bobby is talking there at the studio, when I'm sharing some commentary or stats or just getting the feel of the audience, you're going to see two camera angles. The other camera angle is from someone that was in Butler, Pennsylvania 7 days ago. He had to stay for a while there because the equipment wasn't being allowed to be released because of the investigation. So he had to drive 7 hours to get here. So a lot of driving, who cares? We're glad to be here. We're glad to be here bringing you live pictures. If you haven't seen any interviews, if you just joined us right this second, there are some great interviews from the people. Sometimes it's less is more as a reporter, right, or an anchor or host. Just say a couple things. Just ask why and let them talk. And they do. And it's pretty powerful stuff when you hear the heart and the mind of the American people right now here in Grand Rapids, Michigan, some 7 days after such an atrocious and terrible event took place. But President Trump on Thursday night, in front of hundreds of millions of people, speaking powerfully there. We want to thank the Tax Network USA for sponsoring with us here. The Tax Network USA, if you have any issues with filing or missed the April 15th deadline, just go ahead and reach out to Tax Network USA. You can see that phone number on your screen. Give them a call. They'll help you along the way to get things lined up with your finances, especially with the taxes. So Tax Network USA, another great sponsor here. As I mentioned, 15 electoral votes in Michigan. You know, if you're a political kind of or news nerd like myself and others, remember Bobby and I were talking about that in the studio this week. What's going on, man? If we look at the electoral map, back in 1984, Ronald Reagan versus Walter Mondale, the entire map was red except for where Mondale's from, Minnesota, and then D.C., the swamp. Reagan won 500-something to 13 electoral votes. I believe that would be the same way it would happen in this country if there's a full-on free and fair election. With all of the lawfare that has been thrown at President Trump, if all of the verbal attacks, and then, of course, the attempted assassination 7 days ago. Our country loves God and the Constitution and the Bible, and I know there are other faiths out there, of course. But at the end of the day, we are working as a unit together to get someone in office that will save America. And there's so many people that are already on board that are well-known people. And I name these people a lot, but I'll continue to do so. Let's go with Arizona. There are 3 rock stars there: Andy Biggs, Carrie Lake, Eli Crane. Let's go to Florida: Byron Donalds, Marco Rubio, and others. MTG. You know, there's a lot of people that are out there that are just raw Americans that are doing their best to represent us, the people. So let's go to Montana: Matt Rosendale. So we're hoping for this to all come together to get our country back to the way it was supposed to be since the beginning of time, of 1776, the beginning of our nation's founding. And I've mentioned this before, and then I'll stop sharing this with you, and we'll get on to more of the people here. But Independence Hall in Philadelphia, to go in there and know that that's where our nation was founded in the sense of the Constitution and Declaration of Independence, and the ultimate rock stars of Thomas Jefferson and Benjamin Franklin and George Washington and others, to set a nation that would be of the people and by the people and for the people. And then you fast forward to Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, where I used to live, 30 minutes from Gettysburg. And I'll be very transparent with you. You know, growing up, it was about sports and playing football or just being a teen or, you know, in the 20s, right? Going to college. And then 9/11 happens. And then you have other incidents that have happened since then. And I haven't always been into the history of our country. I knew what the history was, but it wasn't, my heart and mind wasn't so engaged in it. Obviously 2016, because I've been working in the news since 2001 in my college, all the way through to a bunch of markets around the country. And then from there, when President Trump took office, called out the fake news, we've seen what's happened. You become awake, right? You have your own journey of how you wake up to what's going on, whether that's through faith and enlightenment or through President Trump's true words. I'll close by saying this, and we'll continue with the crowd here, but I went to where the Gettysburg Address was spoken by Abraham Lincoln. There's the memorial in Gettysburg Military National Park. And I did this on my own. I didn't even post about it on Truth Social or anything like that. I just went because I wanted to see where he spoke this. And at the memorial, it shows the entire speech. And then over by a graveyard, I believe it's called the Evergreen Graveyard. I might be incorrect about that, but it's very close to a graveyard. And it shows a sign and it shows a photo. And if you are the history buffs out there, you know that there's this one photo that shows Abraham Lincoln. And at the end of his speech, well, before I get to that, I wanted to go as close as I could to where come on guys, Abraham Lincoln, to stand near where he spoke these powerful words after so much bloodshed that happened. At the end of it, he said, talking about having our men that wouldn't have died in vain, he said, a government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth. Shall not perish from the earth. This is what this election is about. This is what we're facing right now. I know you all are, most of you are agreeing with that. I'm just sharing with my heart with you guys because that was just a powerful moment to stand there by myself where Abraham Lincoln spoke those words and that entire Gettysburg Address. I actually listened to it the other day. Johnny Cash actually has a kind of a musical interlude and reads the entire Gettysburg Address. How powerful is that? So when I interview people here, I'm with them, right? I'm with you guys. And so is Right Side Broadcasting Network. So is Vanessa Broussard, Nikki Stanzione, Bobby McNeely, who you've been hearing from in the studio today, Paul Ingrassia, and everybody that works at this network, and conservative media as a whole. The fake news days are done. You guys know that the fake news is about lying and propaganda. They've been trying to be the voice of the Democrat Party. But as Nikki said on her favorite quote from President Trump, the discord and division in our society must be healed. This on Truth Social from President Trump, this during his speech. The quote continues, "As Americans, we are bound together by a single fate and a shared destiny. We rise together or we fall apart." President Trump says here, "I am running to be president for all of America, not half of America, because there is no victory in winning for half of America." 2020, Joe Biden, 81 million votes. You know what? We know that a lot of people are in favor of President Trump in this country because he stands for the greatness of our Constitution. And so do so many great politicians, as the ones I named, from Eli Crane and on. Great people. Let's take a live look together here as we show you the crowd. These are the people right here. These are the people right here. These are our brothers and sisters right here. Look at the smiles on the faces. This is what I'm talking about. You know, when you go to hockey games and football games, and I can't wait to go to some SEC games. I've never been to one. I'm going to go to a few this year. Something about a crowd, something about everybody coming together, something about cheering that is just awesome. And it reminds me of one of the nights a pastor was praying at the end of the RNC the other night, and there was a church service up in there. It was awesome. It was a great time. You saw people with their eyes shut, seeking God together, as a unit, as a family. And I'm not saying this isn't coming just from me. This is what we've seen. Even President Trump, when he's on stage, he talks about as one nation under God, you know, moving forward, right? So today's going to be awesome, as you guys know. Every one of you watching right now, thank you so much for tuning in. If you'd like to follow Right Side Broadcasting Network on Truth Social, it's at RSBN. Also, if you love RSBN, go ahead and text RSBN to 801-801. RSBN to 801-801. That is a place to donate if you'd like. As we continue to take a live look right now here at the crowd. There's somebody waving over there. Let's go say hi to them real quick. About 80 degrees here in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Yeah, well, hey, man, you guys have any water? We'll rock and roll with some water here. All right, so I saw you waving. Yes. How's everything?
It's great.
Yeah.
Very excited.
How glad are you to be here with all these amazing humans here?
I couldn't be more proud. Fabulous group of people.
Yeah.
Couldn't be in a safer place.
Right. And you've got a lot of security around here. You got I believe the protection of God as well. I know sometimes, you know, we keep saying, at the end of the day, you prepare for the worst, you hope for the best, you pray, you stay strong, and that's what our country's doing. Am I not right about that?
You're absolutely right. Trump's alive right now because of God. It was a miracle that he's here today.
Right.
And without him, our world would be in a world of hurt right now. So we're very thankful.
Anybody else want to share anything? You know, it's funny. Watch this. So hold on. Thanks, man. So every time I say anybody want to share something, nobody ever does it. But watch this. Watch this. No, seriously. I'm going to go over there, and I'm just going to start asking somebody a question, and they're going to talk. So I'm not going to ask any. I'm not asking anymore, guys, because I'm like, does anybody want to say something? And it's like crickets, crickets, crickets. Go ahead with that chant. Go ahead with that chant. Come here.
Trump, Trump, fight, fight, fight.
Yeah, y'all betcha, fight. We're gonna fight hard.
Thank you. Where are you from?
We are from Pearson, Michigan.
Awesome. How far is that from here?
About 40 miles.
Any recommendations on where to go Lake Michigan tomorrow? I want to check it out. Just drive over to and see it?
Holland or Grand Haven if you want to see Lake Michigan. Okay, cool. Yep.
All right. Well, now that you said that publicly, maybe I won't go that spot. No, I'm kidding. Who cares, right? No.
Like to kayak, go up to Wolverine.
Wolverine?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so we got Michigan Wolverine fans here, too, yeah?
That's right. Yeah? You betcha.
What about Michigan State, no?
Nah, not as much.
Okay. Well, we can all agree on one thing, Detroit Lions, yeah?
You bet. You got it.
Good stuff. All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you.
And those of you guys watching from all around the country, I know you're not all Lions fans. We got a lot of great teams out there. What's up, man?
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you? What's your name?
Clay.
Clay. Those glasses are cool, man.
Hey, thanks a lot.
What are your thoughts and feelings right now, man?
As you can see, a lot of people came out here to see Trump for one reason and one reason only, and that's to make America great again. Borders, I mean, all of it. It's all going together. It's all going to happen in November.
Tell us about your shirt there. What does it say?
This is my pride flag. I believe everybody has a choice on what they believe, whether it's a rainbow flag, American flag. Everybody gets to choose what they want to do, and this is my pride flag.
And I think that is 100% correct, because we are in a nation that is about freedom.
Right, exactly. You don't need to be told what to do, mandates, all that stuff that happened in 2020. It's America. That's why we're here for Trump.
Now, within that framework, let's go a little deeper on that, because somebody could say, well, it's freedom, I can do whatever I want. But at the end of the day, our moral compass, needs to be centered.
No, I agree with you. I mean, when it comes to just everyday freedoms, God-given rights, God-given freedoms.
Exactly.
We don't want to turn into, a country that, opposite of you.
Socialist and communist. That kind
Exactly.
of thing. Yeah.
Right.
So tell us where you're from.
From Jenison, Michigan, over here.
Awesome.
Local.
Cool, man.
So, yeah, it's my buddy Skip.
Well, before I talk to Skip real quick, I want to show you. I want to show this guy here. Can you do that again, sir? Hulk Hogan. Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead. Do it again.
I don't know what. Do my hands. I don't know.
No. You know what's funny? This guy did a Hulk Hogan thing. Can you at least pretend to?
That's fake news. That's fake news.
Okay. Well.
It's never happened.
Dude, you know what? How about this? Make comedy great again. Amen.
Yeah, that sounds great, man. Yeah.
Because I mean, everybody's like, you're so uptight all the time. I know I'm wearing a tie and all that, whatever. But
oh, you're right. Yeah, everyone should be able to say what they want to say, man.
Bit, huh?
Yep, exactly.
I mean, Greg Gutfeld. Shout out to him.
Yeah. Hey, Greg. What's up, man?
Yeah. If he's watching, hey, Greg.
Hey, man.
So actually, I got to see Gutfeld in person a couple times. It was great. With my wife in Reading, he did a whole comedy show, so it was pretty cool.
Great.
Tell us your thoughts about that. How laughter and feeling freaking good is a good thing to do.
It's amazing. It's one of our gifts to us from God, that we can laugh, that we can talk to each other, that we can communicate. This is such a positive attitude. Everyone here has been great. Everyone's really together, and it's a beautiful thing. I think we should keep this going beyond just today. And I was talking to some people over there. If we can continue this feeling throughout our life all the time, the world would be a much better place.
Okay, now please do what you did before.
I can't. I don't know what you're talking about. It's never happened.
Okay, well, then I'll imitate it. Ready?
Yeah.
Trump. What do you say? Trumpites or whatever?
Yes. Yeah. Trumpomaniacs.
Trumpomaniacs.
Yeah.
That was cool stuff. Huh?
It was awesome. It was great to see Hulk Hogan. I'm a big fan, and that was probably one of the best things that he's ever done. I think, aside from lifting Andre the Giant over his head. But yeah, that was great.
How bad a was it when UFC CEO Dana White went out there and spoke so passionately and left the whole vacation thing for President Trump?
Dana White is one of the greatest guys as far as leading an organization, a sports organization. You know what you're going to get with him, and he's just a fantastic guy. Speaks his mind and doesn't worry about what anybody thinks or says. He's going to do his own thing. He's going to do what's right, and he lets his fighters do that as well. He lets them speak out whatever they believe in, whether they're right or left. He's really in support for all of his fighters, and I appreciate him very much.
What's it like when you see President Trump walk into one of the arenas when there's a UFC fight and the place goes wild?
You see it there. You see it at football games. These are things you don't see on the other side. People don't go crazy. It's not genuine. When Trump does it, you know the feeling is real. You know what he's doing, and everybody just loves him. You can not have a great feeling about how he acts, but we need a strong leader, and not everyone today wants to have someone that strong and speak so passionately. They see it as a negative, but in these United States, that's what we need. That's what we need in the world right now, is someone to be strong.
100%. Would you want to share your name? First name, last name?
Yeah, Ted Nugent.
Love it. Ted Nugent. A shout out to him. A great patriot, of course, as well. People like that, they speak from the heart and the mind. And it's not easy always, of course, to go on camera and to do that on the spot. But that guy there, I didn't know where it was going at the beginning of that. He didn't really. I was interviewing somebody else, and he did the whole Hulk Hogan thing, and I'm like, oh, I'm going to get that on camera. And then, of course, he still had fun with it. So a good interview with Ted Nugent there.
Let me tell you something, brother. Uh-oh.
See? All right, so we're going to keep walking here. We hear some USA chants going on. Just saying hi to everybody here, hanging tight, waiting to go in the arena. What's that? All right, so this guy says viral interviews, conservative answers right here. Who wants to say hello?
Nick Bertuca.
All right. Well, first of all, you got a New York Yankee hat on here up in Michigan. We're talking Detroit Tiger country.
You're talking Detroit Tigers. I'm not a dummy. Okay, not a dummy Democrat, not a dummy Tiger fan. I'm a New York Yankee winner.
Come on now.
Living in Granville.
Okay.
And I'm a Trump supporter.
That's awesome. I love that hat, by the way.
Thank you.
That's really cool. My mom's from Brooklyn, by the way.
Brooklyn, there you go.
So yeah, I've definitely been to some Yankee games. So is this your first time seeing Donald Trump?
This is not. I was at the Deltaplex, I was at the airport, and I was at the, what's up the street here, the DeVos. Yeah. So we came this morning, show him some support. Man is blessed by God.
What's it going to be like when you walk in there and then when he walks on the stage 7 days after Butler, Pennsylvania?
I'm not sure. Could be emotional, but it'll be fun because all of these things are just, well, did you see the convention the other night with Kid Rock?
Of course.
That's what it's like. It's a party.
It is.
It is.
I mean, this leads me to the point, I don't think anybody's ever heard of this point before. You ready? It leads to make America great again.
Oh my God! Think of that. And that's a bad thing, right?
No, right?
Yeah, I mean, even Trump said they're against MAGA. Oh wait, that's just making America great again.
Oh, it is.
Figure it out, people.
Whoa, so bad, right?
Figure it out. You know, it's doesn't take a brain surgeon to figure out we could have a better country.
America's been great. The problem is the legacy media, and you need people like Right Side Broadcasting who's going to get the truth out and let it be known that America has always been great, it's still great, and we got to let the media be taken down so everybody who's crazy and brainwashed knows that America is great.
So I agree with everything you said there, except for you said take down the media. What do you mean by that? Just in the sense of maybe turn off the fake news and turn on the conservative media.
You need to go on alternative news sources, Right Side Broadcasting, Newsmax, Rumble, Dan Bongino, the Bongino Army. You're seeing the turn. You're seeing the people wake up. This last week, between the assassination attempt, they got people to tune into the Republican National Convention. They're seeing that Trump people aren't crazy, racist,
Fake,
let's be real. If Donald Trump was racist, why would so many people, white, black, Asian, Hispanic, Middle Eastern, I saw them all in the Bronx, why would they all support him?
Why would they work for him?
Exactly.
I mean, you see what he hires?
Yeah.
Everything.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what color. He doesn't care who you are.
Right.
Okay, we just got to get the media, not necessarily to bring them down, and just tell the truth.
Right.
They're starting to tell the truth now because they see Biden tripping upstairs and falling down.
Yeah.
And he's been doing that for 2 and 3 years.
Exactly.
Just tell the truth.
His right side's been at every rally, right? You guys have been doing his rally since the get.
Yeah.
Why last Saturday was it the first time that CNN did it live?
Yeah. Exactly. I don't know.
I don't know either. That's a question I'd like answered.
Well, I hear you, and I don't want to speak for fake news CNN.
Amen.
Communist News Network.
Let's be real about that. This is a fun conversation right here. You guys happen to be watching. No,
See these guys up on the roof over here? That's about how far away that kid was, right?
Let's take. I mean, I don't know if we want to show that. No, we don't.
Well, but that's about how far away that kid was.
Right. Obviously, nobody that up there is law enforcement up there. But
right. Oh yeah, that's our good.
Like, how is that possible?
I know. Oh, trust me.
You're not in a major metropolitan area. You're out in a farm field, and there's one building.
I know.
One building.
It has a slope like this.
Right.
I could even walk up that slope on my hands or on my feet. On my feet, not even like a crab walk.
Yeah.
This guy could walk up and he does roofs all the time.
Know a little bit about slopes.
Some of the names, though, I love when President Trump calls like Jake Tapper, fake Tapper. I'm sorry, it's just funny.
I know.
He's just picking fun. He's not, you know what I mean?
How about Grandma Vodka? Oh wait, that's Jesse Kelly talks about Grandma Vodka. Nancy, that ought to go back to Whatever.
Are you sure you're not from New York, man? I'm not. You got that New York vibe with that hat right now.
I've umpired in New York before. Yes, been to both the old and the new Yankee stadiums. So it's a great place. It's fun.
It's been a real pleasure talking with you guys.
All right.
We'll see you inside. Let's be loud in there, yeah?
Keep doing good work.
Thank you. You too, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
And you didn't get to say anything, so any thoughts that you have in general?
Let's go America. Yep.
Yeah, let's do it.
Turn the camera on the crowd.
Let's do it. Let's turn the camera on the crowd right now. Good call. See you guys. Take care. Good to talk to you. So there you see the people. Thank you. So, you hear this, people just say, we love Trump, or let's go Brandon, or we love you right side. The reason why, obviously, is because since 2015, Right Side Broadcasting Network has been there every step of the way, covering every event or rally. And it's been quite awesome, right? So Right Side just celebrated 9 years, a 9-year anniversary. And let's stop here before we go to the commercial break, is talk about grassroots. I think that's why Right Side is so successful and is going to continue to be successful into the future, is because it is a grassroots organization. It is of the people, by the people, and for the people. It's the people's network. There are other conservative media networks. We're right there with them in the sense of the same mission. The mission is to make America great again. I mean, what else can you say? Why don't we go to a commercial break? Let's take a breath. We'll see you on the other side of this commercial break. Bobby McNeely's in the studio in Auburn, Alabama. I'm Matthew Alvarez. We love you guys so much. Today is going to be quite awesome. We're live in Grand Rapids, Michigan. We'll see you in a second.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I'm the host of the Let It Be Heard show here on RSBN channel. I would love for you guys to check me out. I'm on Spotify, Apple Music, Apple Podcasts, Rumble, YouTube. We release episodes every single week regarding culture, Bible, social issues, politics, current events, anything. So if you're into any of that stuff, I highly recommend you check me out. God bless you guys, and stay safe out there.
I'm excited to announce my all-new mattress topper. In the times we're in, I wanted to bring you the best affordable mattress topper ever. So I took my two best technologies and combined them to make the ultimate mattress topper. And now you can get it for as low as $69.98. Queen size, only $99.98. It all starts with my famous MyPillow foam that provides you that overall full body support. Second is the individual comfort supports that give you an amazing custom sleep experience. It's like it's made specifically for you. The queen size alone has over 14,000 comfort supports. This is the perfect mattress topper to improve any bed. New bed, old bed, your guest beds. Get them for every bedroom in your house. Go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get the all-new My Mattress Topper for as low as $69.98. Queen size, only $99.98. Don't delay. Order today.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
And Bobby McNeely back in Auburn, Alabama. Thank you for joining us. Right Side Broadcasting Network's live coverage of MAGA in Michigan, the first joint rally with President Trump and his running mate, Senator JD Vance. We have the magnificent Matthew Alvarez in the field, getting all the information you need to know and interviewing the wonderful people who are attending the rally, some for the first time. We have people from throughout the Midwest, it looks like. It's fun because you have folks, we even saw some people from my neck of the woods back in Shorewood and Joliet, Illinois, driving nearly 3 hours to get to Grand Rapids, Michigan for the MAGA rally today. Just shy of 4 hours now until President Trump and Senator JD Vance will be taking the stage. And speaking of traveling, we had some issues yesterday with the global tech outage, 965 cancellations of flights and 1,252 delays. We hope that you weren't affected by that. We do know that many delegates coming home from the RNC were affected by that, but making the most of it. Matthew and our production team drove through Alabama, Georgia, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, and finally Michigan, about 850 miles. They arrived around 3 in the morning today. I don't know, Matthew looks like he slept for a number of hours, looks well rested and enjoying his time in the field. And we are road warriors, say that 10 times fast, here at RSBN. We, just as Matthew mentioned, passing 9 years, bringing you Trump rallies and bringing you coverage that the mainstream media seems to ignore. It was interesting. You had Congressman Dean Phillips, when he was running for president in the primary against Joe Biden, actually mentioning he had his own campaign event and went over to see the MAGA rally attendees. And actually, I believe it was a CBS interview, had told the viewers that, gosh, I was told that it's going to be mean, it's going to be hateful, it's going to be intolerable. He started talking to people and actually said his party, the Democrat Party, were ignoring these folks in the Midwest. They're ignoring the Rust Belt. Also, why you're seeing probably a pick like Senator JD Vance, again, almost 40 years old, a millennial on the ticket with President Donald Trump, former Marine, a veteran who was inspired to serve the country after the horrible events of 9/11, also a Yale Law School graduate where he met the love of his life, Usha, and we're learning more about his family. One of the most touching moments, I think, from pre-RNC was the phone call where President Trump gave Senator JD Vance the nod to be his running mate, and Senator Vance said that President Trump spoke to his 7-year-old son for a number of minutes. And those were so interesting to hear those stories throughout the convention. Just the personal phone calls. Alina Habba, President Trump's attorney, speaking regarding a gentleman who wanted just to say hello to the president, and he instructed her to hand her cell phone over and spent a few minutes with the supporter via cell phone. This is the people's president, and we're going to see this joint rally indoors a week after the horrible events of what took place in Butler, Pennsylvania, but a newfound hope, a newfound optimism, courageously people chanting this morning, fight, 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 and USA, USA, USA. It's always an exciting time at a MAGA rally, and we are so happy to have Matthew in the field covering it. I'm Bobby McNeely here in studio from Auburn, Alabama. Very interesting development. Speaker Johnson is calling the actions of what took place last Saturday inexcusable. He's now calling on the resignation of the Secret Service Director, Kimberly Cheadle. Of course, she will be appearing on Monday before the House Oversight Committee. I'm sure many questions will be asked. I'm sure people are seeking to get to the bottom of this regarding specific answers. Even Matthew's last interview with the gentleman, they had poignant questions. The American people have questions as to why this shooter was able to get so close to the President of the United States. We do know now, even though it's a developing investigation, that there was a scope on him, that local police were notified. Secret Service knew of this prior to when it took place. So I'm sure those questions will be answered on Monday, and we'll have full coverage coming to you regarding that on Monday as well. One of my favorite parts of the last week was Hulk Hogan, and a personal confession. I was a big fan of the WWF growing up, now the WWE. And of course we have that's owned by Vince McMahon, his lovely wife Linda, doing incredible work at America First Priorities Institute, AFPI, that has been on the forefront, which helped craft a strong MAGA Republican platform, something the president was so involved with. And historically, we've seen lobbyists, we've seen lawyers get involved in this process and just create these huge platforms that takes you so much time to sift through, to read through. It's not very clear. And basically, these lobbyists want you to say, look, you're running on this, so we're going to write the platform, you go and do this. No, President Trump wrote this platform, and I'm looking at it right now, 16 or so pages of great 20 promises that I'm actually highlighting here through, and we did last week. Matthew and Vanessa did an extraordinary job doing that as well. But it's nice to just see these reminders, because you're hearing these themes as Matthew is interviewing those wonderful folks at the rally. And now we see some inside of the stadium. Looks like a beautiful stadium there in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Some people coming through, and it's an interesting process if you haven't been to one of these. A lot of security normally. I think it will even be enhanced given what took place in Butler, Pennsylvania last week, and that takes time. And we thank our local county sheriffs who is out there, local police, the men and women in blue, many of them on bikes today. It's a beautiful day in Grand Rapids in the low 80s. But we thank them for all that they do. They have to step out in front of harm's way to make sure the Republic continues, to make sure that there is safety at these rallies, and talk about the courage of not only the Trump family, but of all these folks coming out here just saying, it continues. Be not afraid. Dr. Ben Carson highlighting that during his RNC speech. But going back to Hulk Hogan at the moment, I mean, what a great speech was that, Hulkamania runs wild on you, brother. That's what he would say, doing his character sketch and entertainment when he was a pro wrestler. But now saying Trumpamania will run wild on you, brother, coming out there with an American flag. And what an interesting what a group of people in a coalition, whether it be Franklin Graham or Kid Rock, Amber Rose to Hulk Hogan, and then Dana White eating into his family vacation time, making that long trip to Milwaukee, Wisconsin to introduce the President of the United States at President Trump's request. What a friendship there. And again, we are watching as people are coming into the hall, just short of 4 hours until President Trump and Senator JD Vance address the stage, addressing MAGAnomics, I'm sure will be a large topic of today's MAGA rally. Number 12 on the platform, strengthen and modernize our military, making it without question the strongest and most powerful in the world. Number 13, keeping the U.S. dollar as the world's reserve currency. We talk about that when we talk about birch gold, the petrodollars. The Saudi Arabians are trading with the BRICS nations. Other nations are preparing to not use the United States dollar as its global currency. This has already been a practice within the Biden administration, and a far cry from what's been American foreign policy for the last 50 years. So something that must be focused on as we look to secure our personal financial security in these trying times with Biden inflation hitting every American very hard. Number 14, fight for and protect Social Security and Medicare with no cuts, including no changes to the retirement age. And of course, we saw a lot of unity at the Republican National Convention, but this was actually a highlight of the disagreement on policy between Governor DeSantis when he was running for president and President Trump about whether or not to raise the retirement age. President Trump has kept it very clear he wants to keep seniors in their homes. And this has been a large debate within these Midwestern states, not only making sure that there is a livable wage and good income coming into hard-working blue-collar Rust Belt residents, but also those citizens who choose to where they raise their families, where they had lived, making a living. If they do want to stay in those upper Midwest states, they'll have that option, especially because they're dealing with governors like Gretchen Whitmer in Michigan, JB Pritzker in Illinois. That is just something to watch. That gentleman, he wants to make Illinois the most progressive Midwest state, and it hits home for me, being someone who fled Illinois for a better life, better opportunities, came down south just to build a better life. So you see these governors who will push back at a President Trump administration, at a common sense approach to governance, and along with that, those are two governors who want to mandate what President Biden's trying to do at a federal level with the electric vehicles, forcing you to choose to go more expensive. And just how ridiculous is that? Number 15 on the platform: cancel the electric vehicle mandate and cut costly and burdensome regulations. You know, Matthew and I were talking in the studio last week during the RNC, specifically on Monday. The theme was Make America Wealthy Again. He's going to Sam's Club. I'm going to Costco for gasoline. These lines anytime during the day could be 20 to 30 minutes just to get a little bit cheaper gas, just to get that relief off our backs. And Bidenflation is clearly affecting everyone in the country right now. But I did enjoy Matthew's coverage regarding what's taking place there in Michigan and the deep bench that the Republican Party has. Off the heels of a very successful, probably the most exciting RNC in recent memory, you have Sean O'Brien, who was or is the International Teamsters president. He's giving a speech. He presented a speech at the RNC, the first time a Teamster has been there in 121 years, a historical moment. And these different politicians, different public servants who are responding to that, bringing in the Rust Belt, the blue-collar vote, whether it's Senator Marco Rubio, you do have Tulsi Gabbard, really a convert from the Democrat Party. I need to double check if she's a full-on Republican, but she has really embraced these MAGA policies, left, and this was someone who was a Bernie Sanders delegate at one point, and a Bernie Sanders super delegate who has come into the Republican fold. You have people like Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders of Arkansas mentioning that not even an assassin's bullet can stop President Trump. So the somber, serious week that has turned into, really celebration, and of course remembering the victims and their families of last week. And I'm sure that law enforcement very vigilant. What we're seeing on the ground in Grand Rapids, not deterring anyone from coming and enjoying what is a beautiful day in Grand Rapids, Michigan for MAGA in Michigan, a wonderful rally about to take place in, 3 hours and 45 minutes, just shy of that. And what's interesting here about Right Side Broadcasting, we're going to give it to you plain and simple. You're going to see the people on the ground. And I hope it's special for you at home, especially if you haven't been to a MAGA rally or whether you've been there on a couple of occasions. Some people, we met in Philadelphia, the gentleman who was there nearly 60 plus times and had a wonderful interview. Lots to say about the MAGA platform. Or whether it's Mr. Steve Lissick, who Matthew interviewed just in the last segment. He watches all the time. He says he loves the live shots, and no other news network is bringing that to you in real time. And thank you, Mr. Producer. Okay, I guess we're going to keep going. You're stuck with me for a while. They're going inside already, so we're going quick. We are moving along just as anticipated. We weren't really sure how things would go, being that it's not only inside, but of course, perhaps more security measures taking place that does affect our on-air talent, which is the magnificent Matthew Alvarez today, and our producers in the field. All the equipment has to go through security systems, Secret Service. We see a gentleman there with a Joe Burrow jersey. We have some Oh, it's going to be interesting with the sports world because we have Michigan Wolverines that will be supporting an Ohio State Buckeye, the Ohio State University, the alma mater for his bachelor's degree, Senator JD Vance of Ohio. So it's interesting to watch a reconciliation, if you will, between two great states, Michigan and Ohio. Being a Big Ten graduate myself, you have to love those two schools and their rivalry. It's reminiscent of what takes place here in SEC country as we're live from Auburn, Alabama. War Eagle to all my friends in Bible study who are graduates of a wonderful, wonderful university. But we're seeing interesting developments here. It looks like more MAGA rally goers coming into the stadium. And if you haven't been there before to any of these events, these places get packed. It's really incredible to watch. Just the enthusiasm, how loud it gets when you actually are on the inside of the stadium. But a gentleman, Steve Lissick, who Matthew interviewed, says he enjoys watching our live shots. And it's really a great sacrifice on a number of people's parts, and we thank Matthew, we thank our production crew because they went through Alabama, Georgia, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, and finally Michigan, getting in at 3 in the morning to arrive for this MAGA rally, which is going to be just a really entertaining time. I'm excited to see what President Trump and Senator Vance have to say to the American people tonight and today, and they're ramping up for what is going to be quite a grueling but exciting time on the campaign trail. Something that was really amazing about President Trump's speech, his acceptance speech as the RNC, was that he told the crowd, "I'm not supposed to be here." An extraordinarily somber moment, and the crowd and delegates responding, "Yes, you are. Yes, you are." A beautiful moment showing that, as Matthew has commented, as President Trump has commented, it's not about a single candidate. It's about we the people. It's about our collective mission as residents and citizens of the greatest nation that's ever lived. 248 years of this constitutional republic dedicated to life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. And Trump responded, "I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God." And what a beautiful thing. I was actually caught on Facebook, someone talking about the story of Leviticus in the Bible and the correlation between the injury in the right ear and Scripture. And I'd like to read that to the audience now. I'm just pulling it up here on my phone. And right before I do that, I just want to highlight one of our beautiful sponsors, the Wellness Company. They are, let's just be honest here, folks. The healthcare system in America is run by bureaucrats for the most part. We don't have a healthcare system in America. We have a sick care system. And pharmaceutical companies make billions, that's a B, billions of dollars just to keep you sick. And it's a really sad situation. But you have great doctors like Dr. Peter McCullough, Dr. Drew Pinsky, who have dedicated their lives to this mission of keeping you safe. And we just saw a global tech outage yesterday. It's important to have medications like ivermectin, Z-Pak, and much more very easily accessible. Our co-anchor Vanessa Broussard mentioned that she has purchased this pack. I intend to myself. Go to makecaregreatagain.com, saving 15% with code RSBN. An easy code to remember if you're watching us here at Right Side Broadcasting. Makecaregreatagain.net and a code of 15% off. It is RSBN. It's good to have this emergency kit containing 8 life-saving medications: ivermectin, amoxicillin, Z-Pak, plus a guidebook to aid you in the safe use of life-saving medications. Easy to store at home, easy to take on the road. That is the Wellness Company. Thank you for sponsoring us so we could bring this great coverage to you here from Auburn, Alabama, looking into Grand Rapids, Michigan. MAGA in Michigan today is our topic. You have Matthew Alvarez on the ground with a great production team. Just going back to the moment of when President Trump was shot in the face. And what a moment it was just a week ago. I've been able to sleep again. I know it was just a gut reaction of a sickness happening, and the response of the American people with hope, with faith, passion, and unity, as you saw at the RNC. But it was Tammy Lynn on Facebook that I've started following, wrote a beautiful correlation and reflection on Leviticus. It says, in the Bible, the concept of blood on the right ear, this is Leviticus 8:22 through 24 and 14:28, serves as a visible mark of consecration, signifying that the person is dedicated to God's service. This act represents, apart from a specific service, a preparation for a sacred role. And it gives me goosebumps just as a believer reflecting on this. And the right ear specifically talks about obedience. In ancient times, the right ear was considered the most important ear, as it was the ear that heard the words of God. Blood representing life, sacraments, and atonement. In this context, the blood is a symbol of purification and consecration. And then going into that consecration, it's making someone dedicated to God for that public service, that this person, this male or female, will then go outward into the world, serving the Lord and sharing the gospel. This person is set apart for a sacred task. And then there is, with this in Leviticus, the Levitical priesthood, a priestly consecration. And again, that right ear signifying the blood of the atonement. This blood was actually applied to the right ear of Aaron and his sons as they went out in the Levitical priesthood, beginning that tradition to then spread the word of God. And finally, purification. In Leviticus 14, the blood is applied to the right ear of the person being cleansed, symbolizing their purification and restoration to the community. So I just want to thank Tammy Lynn for writing that, reflecting on that. It's special to be with an organization, Right Side Broadcasting, that will openly talk about these things. Many of the people we saw this week, whether or not folks agree with the MAGA agenda, it's clearly a group of people who are believers and who are open about their faith. We saw Catholic bishops from Milwaukee. We saw Greek Orthodox priests, one doing a great impression of President Trump on stage for a moment and then giving the benediction. Harmeet Dillon, one of the brave, very brave RNC delegates from California, who actually ran for the chairman position against Ronna McDaniel last year. She's of the Sikh tradition and shared a beautiful prayer singing earlier on in the week, and then also wearing a veil, very reminiscent of obedience and respect to the Almighty. So this was, shared throughout the convention, and many people clearly turning their lives back to God, or that focus back to God. Just a short week after what sadly happened, you never think it will happen, but then something like this comes into focus, and thank God that President Trump turned his head just at the right time. Actually, looking at that board, mentioning during his speech, I never got to look at the sign. I was showing the immigration numbers, or intending to, and he said if it wasn't just for that moment, he would not be here with us today. And, it's sad. I don't want to glorify this by any way or means, but I really, Matthew and I, as he mentioned, Matthew Alvarez, out in the field in Grand Rapids, Michigan, he is a news junkie just as I am, and we like to see what's happening on other networks. MSDNC was in full function of the ridiculousness that they are, quite frankly. The lamestream media, not fair at all to the President Trump's family in light of what had just taken place. Even Morning Joe Scarborough, being pulled off the air on Monday. We assume that producer, we don't like to make assumptions here, but someone who just can't control his Trump derangement syndrome, clearly being pulled off Monday morning and not even commenting. Then you have Joy Reid, and I have some of her comments here, saying that the Trump rally that was planned and staged on the part of the president to be shot in the ear. I don't know how you come to a conclusion quite like that, especially with all the information that we continue to receive from the federal government, from the interviews, from the House hearing that will take place on Monday, with the Secret Service Director, Kimberly Cheadle. She was initially supposed to go to the Aspen Security Council meeting. That did not take place. She went right to the RNC, had a private meeting with President Trump, and then senators like Marsha Blackburn of Tennessee demanding answers as to what took place, why this happened, 150 yards, the president being so close to a young would-be assassin, and then Secret Service bravely taking out the enemy, the assassin who would want to bring so much harm. But just going back here to Joy Reid's comments, MSDNC saying the convention speech on President Trump's part was a Fidel Castro moment. Wow, he's doing a pretty bad job being a socialist, given what I'm looking through here with this freedom-loving populist agenda on the part of the Republican National Convention delegates supporting it wholeheartely. Michael Steele, the former RNC chairman, a deep stater in his own right, agreeing that, or actually stating, he stated this, that Corey Campetor's jacket was simply a prop. There was speculation on MSDNC that Corey's jacket was fake, that it actually was not his. You know, it's just remarkable to me that there is so much Trump derangement syndrome out there in the lamestream media. They don't want to give a fair hearing, and that's why, quite frankly, I think they're afraid to do what Matthew is doing right now, going out into a MAGA rally. They're going inside the stadium right now just to talk to the folks about what's going on the ground in each and every one of our glorious communities, and Grand Rapids truly being one of the most beautiful that there is out there. And we saw that today, a beautiful 80-degree day in Grand Rapids, Michigan. That's number 11 on the GOP platform. Rebuild our cities, including Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. And we want that to happen because what we're seeing in blue cities by Democrat-run ideologues is that carjacking is up, violent rape is up, murder is up. And you just think about those. A lot of it's driven by illegal aliens. And for us in Georgia, we're still reeling from the loss of Laken Riley, a 22-year-old UGA, University of Georgia student who was brutally murdered just out for a jog in a place that's very popular just off campus, murdered by an illegal alien who should not have been in this country, and was released by New York prosecutors after a rap sheet that was long as 20 different counts. I mean, how ridiculous is it with the lawfare that's taken place against President Trump for that to turn into victimizing and harming everyday American citizens, them giving their testimony not only today at the Grand Rapids MAGA rally, but also at the RNC, an RNC highlighted by everyday Americans making their views known, making their message known of peace, prosperity, prayer, passion, unity. We've seen all that in the last few days, and perhaps an engagement by folks that weren't necessarily involved in the political process in the past. They are now coming together under this umbrella, this big tent. I mean, people like Franklin Graham up there giving benediction, to Hulk Hogan, as I mentioned, an American icon, Speaker Johnson, even meeting him in the halls of the RNC, saying, "Oh boy, I'm so excited, genuinely excited to meet you," and the Hulkamaniac himself saying, "Whoa, you know, I'm excited to meet you, Mr. Speaker." What a moment for the United States. Kid Rock, Amber Rose, entertainers, rappers, and rock stars. Then Dana White, of course, taking time out of his family vacation to introduce President Donald Trump, and many of them mentioning, "I'm not coming here as an entertainer, as a successful person," in Dana White's case, the leader of the UFC, the CEO, but as an American patriot who's known President Donald Trump before he was president, when he was the businessman, when he helped build the New York skyline, when he helped, and we saw this in the RNC videos, build the the ice skating rink. Mayor Ed Koch saying in 1983 that Donald Trump is a great public servant. So there's a history of this. And if you haven't picked it up yet, too, I thank you to my my beautiful mother back home, she gives me a stocking stuffer of different Donald Trump items for Christmas, or even one for my birthday. And there was one about making our journey together, of course, and the picture book of what was achieved in the first term. But then also Letters to Trump is a great read. Very interesting to see certain celebrities, certain people who were very enthusiastic, including Oprah Winfrey over the years. If you remember that 1987 interview, President Trump at the time speaking to what Japan was doing, manipulating its currency. And President Ronald Reagan at the time, the great free market capitalist, not many people know that President Reagan at the time slapped a 100% tariff on the Japanese. This is in the 1980s, in order to bring them to the table, to get them to stop manipulating their currency, as you're seeing with the BRICS nations, as you're seeing with China right now. And you know what? It brought the Japanese to the table, made the US dollar strong again, and a lot of correlations between President Donald Trump and President Ronald Reagan. And just going back to that interview with Oprah Winfrey, asking, why wouldn't you do this? You know, it doesn't pay as well, to quote Oprah Winfrey. And he said, you know, if ever got as bad as it was, you know, as it is now, Oprah, I might never rule it out, because, like President Trump said, it's a very mean life. We have gone from a political persecution. We have gone from impeachments to lawfare, the weaponization of the justice system. The United States Supreme Court did not rule the way it did. President Trump could have been in jail on July 11th before the RNC, but then go July 11th to just last week, July 13th, just dodging 8 or so of the assassin's bullets hitting him in the ear. Me reading to you the significance of what took place in Leviticus with Aaron and his sons, the Levitical priesthood. It just gives you goosebumps to see that President Trump, in his own words, protected by the grace of Almighty God, I should not be here with you tonight, when he accepted the Republican National Conventions, the committee's nomination to be the 47th President of the United States. Along with that, him choosing Senator JD Vance of Ohio, a Buckeye, getting ready to make their first joint appearance in the Wolverine state of Michigan, the lower peninsula, the lower half. I'm excited for Matthew to get to see Lake Michigan and to get the coverage on the inside. Big security details for this, as we're seeing some clips that come side screen for you, to see people going in, getting ready for what in about 3.5 hours will be, I'm sure, an exciting speech. And wow, does President Trump, his courageousness to the inspiration to get right back out on the road and bring the message to the people. You know, we're seeing here too, jotted down some notes regarding how important some of these states are. I mean, if you're looking at Michigan, Ohio, North Carolina, my new home state of Georgia, all the way out to Arizona, and the great work that Carrie Lake is doing, running for the United States Senate out in Arizona. These states, and Wisconsin especially, the way they go will shape who will be the next president of the United States. There is no question that these Midwest states, the Mid-Atlantic states, are exciting, and even recent polling showing that President Trump is ahead of President Biden in Virginia. He is polling now in favorable numbers in Minnesota and New Hampshire. And I think what you follow where the candidates go, where it's most crucial in these coming days, these months, these weeks, as they're shortening and shortening to the November 5th election, an election that is truly the most important of our time. I have the privilege of speaking with a number of Georgia politicians. Some are dear friends of mine on both sides of the aisle, and many of them have said, I've been guilty in the past of saying, this is the most important election of my lifetime. This is the moment. Well, they're now saying, forgive me for that, because this is an American moment. This is not your traditional Republican versus Democrat. This is liberty versus tyranny. Even Megyn Kelly on her podcast mentioned, this isn't your grandfather's Republican Party. Heck, I'm going to say right now, this is not your grandfather's Democrat Party. And I enjoyed Matthew sharing his personal account of, We the People. He had covered local news incredibly well in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, a beautiful part of the country, and so significant. If you remember Remember the Titans, Denzel Washington's character, Coach Boone, brings his students out there, his football players, and said, look at what happens when a nation divided itself against itself cannot stand, invoking the immortal words of Abraham Lincoln, our 16th president. I take my brother's life in malice. And it opened up the eyes of the Caucasian and African American students. It's a profound moment in cinema history. And then, our very own magnificent Matthew Alvarez got to cover local news there. It hits home for me to a certain extent between the history of what's changed with the Republican Party, with what's changed with the Democrat Party, and there was some mention out there of Walter Mondale. Well, my wonderful stepdad, his side of the family was involved in American politics for years. And actually his father, I never had a chance to meet him, but was the Attorney General of Illinois, my home state, in the 60s. An Irish Catholic gentleman who actually served with Walter Mondale. They were attorneys general together and would go fishing on the same lake up in Michigan. So to be able to cover this today, to have a wonderful colleague Matthew Alvarez in the field talking about these stories, it hits home for me. The Midwest is the story of America, the story of broad shoulders, Chicagoland being where I called home for most of my life. And thanks to people like J.B. Pritzker, I moved down south to just have a better life, to pursue the American dream for my own self. And it's such a pleasure to be here with you on RSBN to cover what is a real glimpse into America. And I recommend go out there and go to these MAGA rallies, go talk to these folks. Congressman Dean Phillips of Minnesota, a Democrat who challenged President Obama, said, you know what, I'm going to go see it for myself because my party has gone away from the working class values of the Rust Belt, of these blue collar workers that Sean O'Brien spoke of, the first international Teamsters president, the first Teamster to address the RNC in 121 years. I mean, it's just extraordinary to see this coalition of the populist movement that not necessarily Republican. And as Sean O'Brien mentioned, the hard right and the hard left are, or if you're looking at me, hard right, hard left, did not want him there. How interesting is that? But we're going to go back out live to, thank you, Mr. Producer. We're going to stick in studio and continue to cover what's happening in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Thank you for being with us. This is a period of time where the rally goers are then going in, being screened by the United States Secret Service and local authorities, making sure that everything's safe. We know how important that is, considering the sad events that took place last week, and our prayers and thoughts are still with the Kemphator family and everything Corey did. I mean, talk about a masculine man, that true masculinity, shielding his daughter, shielding his wife from an oncoming onslaught from someone driven to lunacy, to a homicidal act. And that's not what we're about in America. We settle differences through the voting booth, through dialogue and discussion. And that's why it's such an honor to be here at Right Side Broadcasting Network to bring you this coverage, to show you. Not every network's going to show you what's happening here on the ground. And we thank our sponsors and we thank our owners for giving us that opportunity to talk about our biblical foundation, to talk about Judeo-Christian matters that are clearly in this policy platform, this MAGA policy platform of the Republican National Committee, the first time in a long time where a former president and the nominee of the party has really seemed to get 100% of what he wanted into that, to unify people and to talk about what is going to make America great again. I actually had this beautiful poem I came across from painter John McNaughton. You may have purchased his beautiful paintings. He talks about different events in American history and even brings it into the current. So this specific painting is George Washington with a lantern overlooking the swamp. And you see the Capitol building in the background, of course, built before George Washington's time, the father of our country. But before we go back into the field, I'd like to read through this Light of Liberty, just an excerpt of this beautiful poem by John McNaughton. In the misty shallows of the National Mall, a figure of solitude riding tall and sure. For a time as this, there is the clarion call to remember from whence we came. For a country divided against itself cannot endure the pains of reproach. It requires more than enough marching, and more than our votes can procure. Many of us feel alone, battling against an enemy of darkness, a system of lies and deceit that leaves no room for hope. But I remember the stories of this nation. In a war of impossible odds, the founders stood against tyranny, and freedom was their legacy. And where we will go from here, as the vermin descend upon us, will we give up so soon? Will we bend to their lying words? America, rise up. And I'll read that again later on, but we are going live in just a few seconds here to the magnificent Matthew Alvarez in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Exciting to see him break bread with the wonderful people attending the MAGA in Michigan rally for President Trump and Senator JD Vance in Grand Rapids, Michigan. We are ready to send it back to them right now.
Bobby, thank you so much. Yeah, we are live here in Grand Rapids, Michigan. As you guys saw from the top of the broadcast, a lot of people outside. It's a gorgeous day here in Grand Rapids. About 200,000 people live in this area. Western Michigan, not too far from Detroit, Chicago, South Bend, Indiana. We're going to take a look here at the scene in just a second. We do want to thank Tax Network USA for being a great sponsor here at the network. If you have any back taxes or you're missing anything with filing and you need a little bit of assistance on that, you see the information right there on your screen, Tax Network USA. A great group of people right there. That phone number you can call, as you see on your screen right there. So we've got a lot of great sponsors here for this awesome broadcast that will bring you, of course, everything from the people to the president. So it's kind of like that halftime moment, right, where you heard from the people early on, starting at 10 Eastern, and then all the way until this point. We saw so many people from a lot of different places out there. If you missed any of those interviews or any of the speeches from last night, as I know Bobby has been showing some of the speeches from the RNC as well, all you have to do is scrub back on Rumble, on YouTube, and just rewatch. I mean, it's been a great day here. The crowd, the moments, just getting primed for just a great, warm, good vibe here at this arena. So this arena is a gorgeous place. Let's take a live look at it right now as I step off for you. We can see, obviously, the stage right there. And I'm not sure if we have our second vantage point yet with our other camera, but if you guys can let me know once that's up. But, you know, everybody's getting the floor seating right now, and then this arena on the lower bowl, at least, will be packed. I'm not sure if the upper bowl is going to have seating or not at this point, but we can definitely tell you there are a ton of people outside. We're right here on the floor. This is where the Grand Rapids, the local hockey team plays. That's a very, very nice arena. So it's going to be quite loud, of course, when President Trump takes the stage. This 7 days after the events that unfolded before our eyes in Butler, Pennsylvania. Once again, I'm Matthew Alvarez. Thank you so much for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Of course, a great day here outside. Again, beautiful weather, a lot of good vibes. The people are really excited to be able to get inside here, get some air conditioning. And the moment when President Trump takes the stage is going to be quite awesome, as you know. So many people already watching this broadcast all around the country. There are places in France that are watching. There are other countries that I've seen on Rumble that have said hello at past rallies. So we know that a lot of people will be watching President Trump take the stage. Now, literally, we are only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 rows from where President Trump will take the stage here in this Van Andel Arena in Grand Rapids. Once again, about 200,000 people live in the Western Michigan, Grand Rapids area, not too far from Chicago, Detroit, and South Bend. So we met people from Illinois here, obviously people from Michigan, a lot of people. I've actually met somebody from Texas as well. So people travel. You know how in sports, right? Sometimes we see so many people just follow their favorite team. You know, I remember working in Tennessee, and the crowds would show up for the visiting team when they would play the Titans. But you see that happen all around the country, too. It's just people travel to see their favorite team. Well, this is now Team USA, not a woke Team USA, but a Team USA that is hopefully going to do awesome coming up in Paris for the Summer Olympics. But the Team USA that will be hopefully united on a united front, a nice refresh in a nice positive way, as we, of course, are dealing with so many things on both sides of the aisle. But we'll get to some quotes from President Trump as well, highlighting some of those quotes and those speeches that he has said in the past, including at the RNC. He posted probably 4 or 5 on Truth Social pretty recently. So it's pretty awesome to see all of the camaraderie here in the state of Michigan. Let's talk about some of the polls right now with the swing states. Of course, Michigan being a huge swing state. And then in Pennsylvania as well. You're looking at Arizona, North Carolina, Georgia, Nevada, Wisconsin. As we know, Milwaukee was rocking the other night with a great moments all week, Monday through Thursday. If you watched our Right Side Broadcasting Network coverage, that was awesome, wasn't it? I think it was awesome because we kind of stayed quiet, right? And we just let the event and the moment breathe. We saw the people dancing, enjoying themselves. We saw President Trump and others smiling, and then, of course, a great speech on Thursday night by President Trump. I'm thinking about Eric Trump as well. What a great speech. Don Jr., Ben Carson, Peter Navarro, MTG, so many people that took the stage there. A great delivery. Carrie Lake. The list goes on, obviously. It was a number of rock stars in the conservative movement, but I think the biggest rock star, of course, is Donald J. Trump, but it's also the everyday Americans. How awesome was that, right? Everyday Americans, all of us. President Trump took the time with his campaign, and this is how the GOP is moving forward, putting the emphasis on the everyday Americans. The Gold Star families, you know, the people that have lost loved ones to fentanyl. I mean, very real, raw emotion there all week in Milwaukee. Well, here we are, a few days later, in Grand Rapids, Michigan, 15 electoral votes up for grabs. Michigan has President Trump ahead in the polls. In 2016, of course, President Trump won here against Hillary Clinton. We won't get into 2020, if you catch my drift. 2024, here we are, just 3 months and 16 days from the U.S. general election. That's right around the corner, right? About 100 some odd days until it's time for us to go to the polls. Some are also early voting and the sort. President Trump talks about each of the ways to vote, but to basically vote, vote, vote. Too big to rig is the campaign motto, one of the campaign mottos, and we'll see what happens on the left. But today's not the day, and I don't think any more days is worth giving any headlines with that whole public opinion, right? The court of public opinion or the narrative. We don't need to hear, wow, what's going to happen at the DNC in August. I mean, obviously, in the news, we care to see what, who the debate will be against on September 10th, President Trump versus Joe Biden, or whatever happens there, right? When it comes to if it's Biden or someone else. But let's not go for the bait. The bait by the left-wing media and a lot of the left right now is to make our attention as soon as possible go away from all of the things that are wrong with our country and away from Donald Trump and over to who all the media is going to really highlight the left wing and the DNC. Let's just not fall for it. We're saying it right now. Let's just not fall for that. I know you guys won't, because obviously you're watching Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not beholden to what the left wing is reporting. Back in the day, Walter Cronkite and Peter Jennings and Tom Brokaw and all of these people, Brian Williams, all these anchors that sounded so great, they looked the part, whatever. That's just maybe part of it, but who cares? It doesn't matter about the appearance. What it matters about is the content and the information that's being shared. Is it the true narrative or is it the false narrative? Anyway, so obviously you saw outside a lot of good times with the people. I mean, we were just laughing. Some of us were joking. We just really kicked it out there, which was really refreshing for me personally. I mean, think about it. We're dealing with such a terrible thing that happened 7 days ago, but did you see how President Trump was able to share his heart about what happened and then was able to shift into the gear of, he's Teflon Don regardless, but he was able to deliver a speech and even have some comedic moments there at the Pfizer Forum. So we go from the Pfizer Forum in Milwaukee to this Van Andel Arena here in Grand Rapids, Michigan. So from Wisconsin to Michigan, two huge swing states. Tonight, of course, will be an amazing moment when he takes the stage. And usually, and Vanessa and Nikki and Paul and Bobby and I and others can attest to this. I can personally right now because I'm so close to the actual stage. Let's take a live look once again here at how close this really is. If we look in front of us, it's usually about 50 rows. Right now, it's literally less than 10 rows. And right there will be the leader of the free world. Right there will be the most famous person on earth, without a doubt. It will be right there. So, it's going to be a fabulous moment here in Grand Rapids, Michigan. So, let's get to some more of the statistics about the area. Once again, 200,000 residents located here. We're about 30 miles east of Lake Michigan. 3 months, 16 days from the election. The DNC is in Chicago in August. So we'll see how that goes. And then, of course, September 10th with the fake news ABC will be hosting the debate between Donald Trump and the Democratic nominee, possibly the incumbent Joe Biden. So we do want to thank American Financing as well, one of our sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. If you're looking to save about $854 a month, you can do so through American Finance. You can see the information right there on your screen. Another awesome company that we have partnered with, and they partnered with us, of course. So if you're looking to figure out how you can save that kind of money, go ahead and reach out to them. You see that information right there on your screen. Now, some of the quotes that I'll get to in a little bit from President Trump that he posted on Truth Social were excerpts from his speech on Thursday night. Let's just rewind real quick. How about Dana White with the UFC? How about Hulk Hogan, right? Just real guys that say, you know what, I'm supporting DJT. You see every time President Trump walks into those arenas, too, with the UFC, or if it's a football game. I remember at an Iowa State game back in the primary. He just gets that kind of that support, right? Every time he deplanes from Trump Force One or boards, there are always these photos with law enforcement on both flanks, to the right and left of President Trump. We see him there with photos of these people from law enforcement. Or if he's down in Texas with the Texas State Guard and others when Greg Abbott endorsed President Trump last year. So not only law enforcement, but we the people and so many industries across the board voting for President Donald Trump. All right, so we're preaching to the choir. We know that. What's next? What's next is he's going to deliver probably one of the greatest speeches here after 7 days of the rally from Pittsburgh, Butler, PA, to Grand Rapids, Michigan. The place is packed outside as they're coming inside to this arena, and it's going to be a loud environment, electric environment, a powerful environment, and people that are not afraid. People that are standing here for the country, standing here for the Constitution, standing here in support of Donald Trump. It did cross my mind. I was like, well, we know what happened 7 days ago. Will the people be, on edge here? Or how? None of that. Everybody's happy. Everybody's in strength. Everybody's in support. People are peaceful, patriotic, and prayerful. Peaceful, patriotic, and prayerful. So, meeting people from, again, all kinds of states outside, filling the arena here. And director, if you could let me know, do we have our second shot up yet where it comes to the angles for the camera? Please let me know when that is up so we can refer to that a little bit as well. But, so I'm hearing that we have that second shot. So what we're seeing is, obviously people arriving into the arena here. The floor is packed. People are going through security. Obviously that takes a minute. There will be people behind even the media riser. So maybe our other camera will be able to see that vantage point. There are some large American flags to our right and left, and also some real large scoreboards that say text join to 88022, and also Trump, Vance, that kind of thing. So now we know the ticket moving forward. So before we go to that commercial break, obviously today's going to be a great day. 3 o'clock is the pre-program, so those speakers will take the stage. We'll have all of those speakers and speeches. 5 o'clock, as you see on your screen, most likely right now, is when President Trump will take the stage. It's going to be a loud environment, of course, here. We're obviously excited to see that. If you'd like to follow RSBN on Truth Social, go to @RSBN on Truth Social. Once again, want to give a shout out to the following states: Alabama, Georgia, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, and Michigan. The reason why giving a shout out to the specific states is because a videographer and I drove all the way here. 3 a.m. we arrived because, the global IT outage yesterday. So many flights were canceled, so was ours. And then Nikki Stanzione, also, she was trying to get here as well. Her flight was canceled out of the Northeast. So our other photographer had to drive from Butler. So we got here to do one thing: bring you the crowd, bring you the president. We are the network, of course, so we go from the people to the president. I'm Matthew Alvarez. We'll be right back here from Grand Rapids, Michigan. We'll see you in a minute.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I'm the host of the Let It Be Heard show here on RSBN channel. I would love for you guys to check me out. I'm on Spotify, Apple Music, Apple Podcasts, Rumble, YouTube. We release episodes every single week regarding culture, Bible, social issues, politics, current events, anything. So if you're into any of that stuff, I highly recommend you check me out. God bless you guys, and stay safe out there.
I'm excited to announce my all-new mattress topper. In the times we're in, I wanted to bring you the best affordable mattress topper ever. So I took my two best technologies and combined them to make the ultimate mattress topper. And now you can get it for as low as $69.98. Queen size, only $99.98. It all starts with my famous MyPillow foam that provides you that overall full body support. Second is the individual comfort supports that give you an amazing custom sleep experience. It's like it's made specifically for you. The queen size alone has over 14,000 comfort supports. This is the perfect mattress topper to improve any bed. New bed, old bed, your guest beds. Get them for every bedroom in your house. Go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get the all-new My Mattress Topper for as low as $69.98. Queen size, only $99.98. Don't delay. Order today.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
YouTube, our app, our website, on X, Facebook, wherever you're watching. Thank you so much for tuning in. We're going to have every moment here. Every time the crowd chants, every time a speaker is on, starting at 3 o'clock, 5 o'clock, President Trump taking the stage. And guess what? So is JD Vance, the vice presidential nominee. Senator JD Vance will be here with DJT. This is going to be a great event. I do want to thank you, Birch Gold Group, for being an awesome sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. All you have to do is text Trump to 989898. You'll get all of the information you need from an information kit, all about gold, silver, and precious metals. The BRICS nations, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and other nations are trying to devalue our dollar by using their local currencies. So while that's kind of fluctuating, and hopefully we'll get Maganomics in here soon, still, either way, Birch Gold Group. Text Trump to 989898. Just hearing from our RSBN newsroom that President Trump is over central Pennsylvania right now in Trump Force One. JD Vance, I believe, on that plane as well. So both possible leaders of the free world right there. We know President Trump's already the leader of the free world. He is the leader of this nation, as Tucker Carlson said as well the other day at the RNC. So I'm hearing that they're over central Pennsylvania. Isn't that interesting? Central PA, and I'm not talking about Butler here. I'm just talking about central and Altoona, Hollidaysburg, Tyrone State College, Lancaster, Harrisburg, York, Lebanon. Why do I know all of the towns so well? I was born in Camp Hill, PA, right near that Harrisburg market, that TV market there. Then you just fly a little east in Philadelphia, of course, the founding of our great country, in Independence Hall. And then Gettysburg, very tough, obviously, situation there where 51,000 people lost their lives in the Civil War there in Gettysburg. And of course, just 7 days ago, the failed assassination attempt, of course, in Butler. But moving forward, our nation keeps going. President Trump keeps going. The people keep going. And in strength, there are a lot of people that I believe are like Donald Trump now. A lot of we the people emulate or inspired by Donald Trump. Look at people that we know too. Eli Crane or Andy Biggs or Kerry Lake. Just to name a few in Arizona, of course. So named a few last hour as well. So there's a lot of the everyday Americans that are saying, you know what? President Trump showed everybody what's up and showed that an outsider can make a difference. And we'll get to that quote, obviously one of my favorite quotes from President Trump, which we'll read a little bit later. So again, President Trump in the air right now will be landing in Grand Rapids. and then he'll speak at 5 o'clock today. And then, of course, VP nominee JD Vance. Speaking of JD, he will be having a Middletown, Ohio rally, a hometown rally on Monday. So RSBN will have live coverage with that. Since we drove, we'll be headed down that way. So we'll have that on Monday. And also, topping some other news headlines, the United States Secret Service head will be talking. The director, Kimberly Cheadle, will testify before the House Oversight Committee on Monday on Capitol Hill. So right now it looks like the plan for RSBN is we'll have Bobby McNeely will be in the studio. We'll have coverage for that, and also for the 1:30 start time for Vice Presidential nominee JD Vance's Middletown, Ohio homecoming. And then we'll also have President Trump's event on Wednesday in North Carolina. So a lot ahead, a lot of headlines out there too. I'm going to step off camera real quick. Director, if you could please repeat what you just meant.
epitome of the abuse of the prosecutorial power to preempt political decisions.
I never thought anything like this could happen in America. The only crime that I have committed is to fearlessly defend our nation from those who seek to destroy it. The more that a broken system tells you that you're wrong, the more certain you should be that you must keep pushing ahead. They want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. They're not coming after me, they're coming after you, and I just happen to be standing in their way, and I will never be moving. On November 5th, 2024, justice will be done. We will take back our country, and we will make America great again. America will always rise to every challenge and overcome every danger.
Donald Trump seems to always get stronger when challenged. These types of things, I think, give him strength.
When I'm reelected, I will totally obliterate the deep state. As long as we have pride in our beliefs, courage in our convictions, and faith in our God, then we will not fail.
Well, obviously, you've been hearing from the music there as we are looking at the crowd, but you can hear the music in the background right now as well. And it's got that environment of like a big event going on. Well, obviously, we have President Donald J. Trump and the vice presidential nominee, JD Vance, will be in the arena here in Grand Rapids. And this place is getting packed, and we're going to have a lot of electricity in the sense of the crowd, a lot of passion here in Grand Rapids. If you watch at the top of our broadcast, we, of course, spoke with people from all walks of life out there. We spoke with somebody from Canada who said, I found out that there was a Trump event in Grand Rapids. He called a buddy of his, and he went right across that border, legally, of course. He had his passport and all that. But he wants to live in America, as do so many people. As long as it's legal, it's all good, right? It's sealing the border is the #1 GOP platform with President Trump and the MAGA 2024 platform. So, of course, we've heard that a lot. So many other great promises out of those 20. I mean, #7, one of my faves, because it has to do with the Constitution and defending the Constitution. There are only a few in the conservative media that are here covering President Trump. The rest are all the fake news, all of them. And yes, sometimes I might see somebody from the fake news, and we've seen each other before, and it'll be a polite hello, but if we ever talked about politics, we know that we would not be disagreeing. But in this day and age, right now, 7 days since the terrible incident that unfolded in Butler, Pennsylvania, we know now, more than ever, obviously the country has to heal and move forward. So I'm going to get to a number of quotes from President Trump, who posted on Truth Social recently. And on top of that, these are all from the speech on Thursday night in Milwaukee at the RNC. If you want drama or excitement, or if you don't, it's all happening here tonight at this arena in Grand Rapids. Fight, fight, fight. And that fight, 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 I want to talk to you about that real quick with Taylor Budowich, where he, with MAGA Inc., shared this quote. I'm going to step off camera. Let's take that live look. You got two cameras here, of course, giving you that live picture. First of all, thank you guys for sticking with us right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Amazing, amazing people here in this arena and before, outside for about 3 hours. We started at 10 a.m. 3 o'clock will be the pre-program. President Trump and JD Vance, the vice presidential nominee, will be on this stage, a very close stage comparatively to all of the other rallies that I have been covering personally since September of 2022, the first one in Wilkes-Barre, Scranton. This place is going to be so electric tonight in support, as they were outside as well. Obviously, a great time here. Let me get to that quote from Taylor Budowich. He said, "By the grace of God, President Trump survived a coward's bullet, and before leaving the stage, he roared, 'Fight!' So we shall." The quote continues, "We'll fight by mobilizing the most epic political movement in history. We will fight by prosecuting the case against the worst president in American history, Joe Biden. And we will fight by delivering President Trump an electoral landslide to provide him the opportunity to unite our divided country and make America great again." President Trump on Truth Social recently said, quote, "Together we will save this country, we will restore the public, and we will usher in the rich and powerful tomorrows that our people truly deserve. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, brighter, happier, stronger, freer, greater, and more united than ever before." So many awesome quotes there by the president. The leader of the free world spoke on Thursday, of course. You don't need me to tell you that. So many people watched that speech there. So many people will watch tonight. For the first time on the campaign trail, JD Vance, Donald Trump, together on the ticket for the Republican Party. Then from there, September 10th, a debate between Donald Trump and most likely Joe Biden, but we'll see what happens there in August at the DNC. All right, we want to thank one of our great sponsors, Done With Debt. Done With Debt. All you got to do is take a look at your screen there. You see all the information. Obviously, under the Bidenomics and Bidenflation, we see what's going on there. We understand that it is not in a good position right now. That's why MAGAnomics will be so great. But until then, we know that Done With Debt, you can get more information to get everything organized right there, to get you back on track. I mean, a number of great sponsors here today. I'm thinking about Tax Network USA as well, Done With Debt, American Financing, Birch Gold, a number of them. Let's also talk about stickermule.com/RSBN. At the end of the day, if you love RSBN, there's a number of great pieces of swag and gear that you can get there with Right Side Broadcasting Network. So it's going to be obviously a wonderful night here. So again, 3 o'clock, we will have the pre-programmed speakers. Then 5 o'clock, President Trump will take the stage. Will he come out with JD Vance at that 5 o'clock hour? I believe he will. I believe the Lee Greenwood God Bless America song will echo through the walls of this great arena. As some people are clapping there, I'm not sure who it is from this distance, but maybe our other camera can get a video perspective of that. But again, the people here in Michigan are in full support of President Trump. Now, does that mean the entire state is? Most likely not. But my point is, the polling and the boots on the ground are electric for Donald Trump. I was speaking to somebody earlier. He said, you know, it's a genuine passion for this country and for Donald Trump. Not a fabricated, isn't it funny how fake news and fabricated cheers and applause that happens on the left when Biden or others step into an arena, like they would not even be able to have anybody cheering genuinely there. I mean, it sounds pretty bad, the way they say 4 more years, the chants. You could tell that they're just like, oh, 4 more years, you know. But tonight, it'll be so loud in this arena. It'll be wonderful to hear. So we know fight, fight, fight. I read that quote to you earlier. So we go from the Pfizer forum, where you heard from all of the delegates, and you heard them say the state of Iowa or New Hampshire or Oklahoma or Florida or Texas proudly put their delegates in a vote for Donald J. Trump. Ben Carson with an awesome speech. So many great moments there with the RNC. An encouraging time for our country, some 7 days since the terrible incident that occurred. And of course, we will always remember American hero Corey Compentori. He was 50 years old. He was from Sarver, Pennsylvania. I actually have a buddy of mine from college and his wife and their kids. They live somewhere in that area. My point is that Corey was obviously a volunteer firefighter. And that moment for President Trump was great on Thursday night. But you know, it's the things behind the scenes that don't have the cameras rolling that we heard all week from people about President Trump, about the personal side of President Trump. Wasn't that awesome to see his smile and to see him laughing and to see the peace of God on him all week long? Then he went up there and he said, I'm going to say this one time. And he shared the story about what happened in Butler. And then, of course, the strength of that speech, the ultimate grit by President Trump was pretty awesome to see. Teflon Don at it again. He'll be here again as well tonight in Grand Rapids. So a programming note, on Monday, July 22nd, so just 48 hours from now, about actually exactly 48 hours from now, JD Vance will have a homecoming rally in Middletown, Pennsylvania. I'm sorry, correct that, Middletown, Ohio. So Middletown, Ohio, where JD Vance is from, so it's not far from Dayton. That'll be at 1:30, the speech there for JD. So, Right Side Broadcasting Network, we will carry that live for you. Of course, on Wednesday in North Carolina, in Charlotte, President Trump will hold a rally there as well. I believe Senator Vance, the vice presidential nominee, will be in Charlotte, yet another huge swing state. So we've got all these swing states. We see all the polls. They're in favor of President Trump. Some of the fake news polls say other things. Who cares what they say? What the truth is what you guys are seeing in real time. You're seeing a lot of people here at the Van Andel Arena. So, Tax Network USA as well, a great sponsor here. If you've missed any of the filing with taxes, you missed the April 15th deadline, maybe you filed for an extension, maybe you just missed some years from the past as well. It's always good to have someone that's going to be right there for you to step alongside you to take care of any of the Tax Network situations. I'm going to step out of the way and see if we can zoom in on this video. I'm not sure if our other camera will be able to show us that at all right now. Director, please let me know if we've got a perspective of that right now.
These union workers who are here to talk to the president are paying the price of failed economic policies currently in the country.
And you heard in New York City chants of "We want Trump."
President Trump is leading Joe Biden 3-1 on my presidential poll out of my 9,000.
Okay, so as you're seeing, and that's RSBN footage they're showing right now. Right Side Broadcasting Network footage just was on the board there. And it's a pretty awesome video. I know we might not be getting a vantage point of that right now, but I could tell you, it was just an awesome campaign commercial there, a political ad that was seen right here at the arena. This is the Van Andel Arena here in Grand Rapids, Michigan. 15 electoral votes at stake. You know, I could talk about all these stats all day and all that, but I see some of the fake news behind me, but there is somebody named Doug Mills, a photographer with the New York Times, who has been around presidents for decades and is an absolutely great photographer. I believe one of the best in the world that has covered so many presidents. And you see all of the others here. And we know that this is being covered by so much press. I've seen foreign international press here. Obviously regional press, local press, and national here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We know the times that we're in right now, so we're only 3 months and 16 days away from the United States general election. A lot of work to be done. All of you that are working on those Zoom calls that I've heard with other groups that are all about election integrity. These are people that absolutely love our country. Committee men, committee women, poll watchers, clearing the voting rolls. I think of someone named Seth Keshel on Truth Social and others. This is all a movement for our country. This isn't just fake news reporting, or it's not just somebody that's on camera just to make a few bucks and be like, oh, look at me, I'm on TV. Who cares? That day is over. Those days are gone. What it is now is, do we want a free country? Do we want a country that is underneath and in line with two things, a document and a book? This whole thing comes down to keep it simple, right? The Constitution and the Holy Bible, Judeo-Christian principles and the Constitution. As I mentioned earlier, yes, there are other faiths. I'm not talking about all that right now. What I'm talking about is what this nation is founded on, but still, all of us coming together to vote for a freedom candidate, the people's president. If you missed any of these interviews earlier today, so many great people out there, so many wonderful, wonderful people. And I know, you know, being on camera, you should be eloquent and sound all a certain way. But what I like is I like to be able to kick it with somebody. I like to be able to hang out with somebody and talk to them, kind of a real, genuine, authentic conversation. And that's exactly what we see with President Trump. He's such an outsider that the swamp didn't know what to do when he won in 2016. They had no idea what to do. I'm going to read that quote. One of my favorite quotes from Donald Trump. Treat the word impossible as nothing more than motivation. Relish the opportunity to be an outsider, because it's the outsiders who change the world and make a real and lasting difference. You know, Nigel Farage, he's in Parliament now. He got out of the European Union. He said, let's do some Brexit, and he got it done, didn't he? You know, there's so many others that are outsiders. Those that are already, you know, we're in DC. There are a few, right? We can name all of those. I'm not going to name them again. I've named them a few times today, but we know who the people are that we resonate with for this country. Do you guys know how this is just for me personally, and for Bobby McNeely and Nikki Stanzione, Vanessa Broussard, who's been with the network for 2.5 years, Paul Ingrassia. But those of us that have worked in mainstream media, I feel safe saying this, we're just really happy to be on the right side of history, for freedom and for truth. So, stickermule.com/RSBN. Do you know 10% to about 15% of any of these purchases go to the network? If you want a RSBN coaster, if you want a bumper sticker, if you want some of the cool stickers that are out there, these are really cool, nice decals. There are also gray, black, white T-shirts that have RSBN's logo on them. I ordered, and it was like, I think it was $9. I got, I think 10 of them. I think it gives you like 10 stickers. The one that you'll see on there, again, so if you go right now, say you're watching this on the big screen or an iPad or a tablet or whatever, if you have an extra phone, just go to stickermule.com/RSBN. Go ahead and page through and see what kind of RSBN gear that you can sport at the rallies or out there. So I got one of them that just has the letters RSBN, and I believe the R and the S are in red, and the B and the N are in the blue. I don't know if the colors are right what I'm saying, but I know it's blue and red in there. They looked really cool. And then that old school microphone right here. I mean, radio is the way it all started, KDKA in Pittsburgh. It's just kind of cool how that all kind of comes together here. Having met a number of, people. I do want to say real quick, Peter Jennings. I met Peter Jennings. I was an intern at ABC in Pittsburgh. I got a chance to meet. He was a great anchor, right? But at the end of the day, what we want now and what we want for the future is anchors and reporters that share the truth. So that's what we're doing here at Right Side Broadcasting Network as you take a live look at the crowd right now. And producers, if there's anyone that we know of within the building that we could get an interview with, I know I could step down in that crowd, but I think right now they're keeping the press within the pen here, or the pin. So, of course, I'd love to get in there with the crowd because I do that a lot at different rallies. But I remember doing that one time with someone in Rapid City, South Dakota. It was a police officer and his wife, and we interviewed him and her, he and her, and he was saying how much he wanted President Trump in office for law and order, and he actually started to tear up. And I asked him, "Sir, why do you have tears in your eyes?" And he said, "Because I've been in law enforcement for 20 years and I've seen a lot." And he says, "We got to keep God first, and we have to have someone like President Trump in office. So let's get this law and order back." I mean, there's so many promises. Again, how about number 14 out of the 20 GOP platform promises? Fight for and protect Social Security and Medicare with no cuts, including no changes to the retirement age. There are so many wonderful promises. There are 20 promises that are all great, that are all grand slam, home run. And it takes a little bit of time to gather all of those. I mean, Agenda 47 obviously was announced last year, maybe even 2022, but the point is it's fused into this 20 promises, and it has it all covered. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and get some interviews with the people here. If you missed any of those, if you missed any of the interviews earlier, sometimes if I look off camera, I'm hearing something from the producers back home at the studio. But one thing I can say is amazing interview. So all you have to do is scrub back and listen to some of those interviews. So I'm going to step off camera here as we are live right now at Right Side Broadcasting Network.
then Republicans must win. And we must use every appropriate tool available to beat the Democrats. They are destroying our country. Whether you vote early, absentee, by mail, or in person, we are going to protect the vote. That's the most important thing we have to do, is protect the vote. Keep your eyes open, because these people want to cheat, and they do cheat. And frankly, it's the only thing they do well. We will make sure your ballot is secure and your voice is heard. Many Republicans like to vote on Election Day, and we must swamp the radical Democrats with massive turnout on Tuesday, November 5th. The way you win is to swamp them. If we swamp them, they can't cheat. It just doesn't work out. But if you can't make it, you need to make a plan, register, and vote any way possible. We got to get your vote. So with your vote, we will win a victory the likes of which no one has ever seen before. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back our country on November 5th, 2024, the most important day in the history of our country. That's what it's going to go down as. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Chairman of the Republican Party of Michigan, Pete Hoekstra.
Hey, thank you. Welcome. And thank you for joining us. You know, we left Milwaukee yesterday. We left as a party that is united. We left Milwaukee as a party that is having fun. And we left Milwaukee as a party that is committed to winning in November. We are going to win Michigan, and when we win Michigan, we will have elected Donald Trump as the next president of the United States of America. We invite you to join the Republican Party, a team that's committed to winning. You know, last week, Monday, we started our introduction of Michigan to America. We started it off on Monday afternoon during the roll call of the states, and we introduced Michigan as the home of the National College Football Championship team, the University of Michigan. Sadly, we also had to introduce Michigan to America as the home of the worst governor in the United States of America. We welcomed Perry Johnson to the stage in Milwaukee. We invited Dr. Ben Carson. We invited Benjamin Joseph, Rick Grinnell, all who call, or at one time called, Michigan home. On Thursday night, who else did we see? We saw Kid Rock from the great state of Michigan. And if you haven't seen it, take a look at the speech given by Pastor Lorenzo Sewell from Detroit. Awesome. What a great state. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being part of a winning team. Thank you for welcoming Donald Trump and JD Vance to this great state of Michigan in Grand Rapids. And thank you. Thank you for all the work that you are going to do between now and November 5. We've got 109 days to bring it home. Let's do it. Let's go, Michigan. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Congressman Tim Walberg to lead us in today's invocation.
I'm Tim Walberg. I have the privilege of representing Michigan's great 5th district that goes from sea to shining sea, Lake Erie to Lake Michigan. I also have the privilege of being the border wall from Buckeyes. except for JD Vance. We'll be glad to have him here today. Let me bring this to you as we consider prayer. Some people have asked me why I wear Trump 2020 here. Well, the job wasn't finished in 2020. And as a member who voted to object to electors subsequent to that election, I want it to be finished. Last week, almost this very time 1 week ago, we almost lost Donald J. Trump, the next president of the United States. If you don't believe that God intervenes in the affairs of men, then I'd like to ask you to reconsider. How many of you here believe in God? Raise your hand. How many of you believe that He listens to prayer? Raise your hand. It's close to 100%. I would hope that those that weren't able to raise their hands would at least give a chance to see what God can do through a people committed to His principles. And so, having said all of that, let's pray. And so today, we come before you, our Father God. I come in the name of my Savior, Jesus Christ, grateful for where we are today after a fabulous Republican National Convention. After graciously sparing President Trump last week, Lord, we pray for the family of Corey Copentor. I pray that you will give them peace, that the Copentor family will understand that your hand will be on them. We pray for the others who are recovering, and we're glad to hear that they indeed are recovering. Today we pray for Donald Trump and JD Vance. We pray for Melania Trump and Usha Vance and all the families. God, they've put themselves in the marketplace of ideas, but also a place at times of scorn and division and challenge, and yet, God, we thank you that they've stepped forward. God, I today pray as a representative here in the great state of Michigan for a great district that was the birthplace of the Republican Party. I pray for unity in our Republican Party, beginning right here in Michigan. God, I pray for wisdom and success in winning the hearts and minds of fellow Americans who may not have come on our side yet, but God, I pray they will. And God, I pray for healing of our land, leading truly to be a shining city on a hill and a beacon of hope to a broken, hurting world. And so, our Father who is above all, hallowed, exalted, revered among every other name, your rule and reign with ultimate authority come to us today. Your will be done right where we are and where Donald Trump and JD Vance are. As it is in your seat of authority, give us this day all we need for our strengthening and resolve, and forgive us our faults and errors and, yes, our sins, as only you can enable us to forgive others. Do not lead us into any enticement to deviate from your authority, but deliver us from evil and its forces, for yours is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Army veteran Bill Whitty to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please remove your hats and hand over heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Marine veteran Andrew Harbin to sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see him by the dawn's early light? What so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night, and that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage candidate for Michigan's 7th Congressional District, Tom Barrett.
Let freedom ring. Let the white dove sing. Let the whole world know that today is the day of a reckoning. Let the weak be strong. Let the right be wrong. Roll the stone away. Let the guilty pay. It's Independence Day.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. You know, I thought about ripping off my jacket up here, but I didn't want to make Hulk Hogan look bad. That was pretty incredible, though. But thank you so much, and good afternoon, everybody. It's a beautiful day to be here. My name's Tom Barrett. I joined the Army my senior year of high school, served 22 years, and it was the greatest adventure of my life. I'm an Iraq War veteran and running for Congress in Michigan's 7th Congressional District, just down the road from us here. But I'll tell you what I'm most proud of is that I'm a dad of 4 kids, 2 of whom are with me here today. And this district where I'm running is ranked as the most competitive and consequential congressional district in America, so no pressure on me, I guess. I'm proud to be endorsed by President Trump, and I am proud and thankful that he chose JD Vance as his running mate, a fellow post 9/11 veteran who will finally give our generation a voice in America's foreign policy. You all know just how bad Joe Biden has made it when the Army guy and the Marine are on the same page. In President Trump's remarks at the convention on Thursday night, he reminded us that we are one nation under God. Those words were first spoken by Abraham Lincoln in the Gettysburg Address, and in 1953, a congressman from here in Michigan, introduced the bill that added those words to our Pledge of Allegiance. And on President Trump's birthday in 1954, Flag Day, that bill was signed into law. And it was altogether fitting that President Trump chose those words to help unify our nation after we've all witnessed what happened to him. You know, the other amazing thing about that is the congressman that introduced that bill was my great-grandfather. And we are so proud in my family to be living on his legacy. You all know how important this election is. We do not have a lot of last chances left. We have to elect President Trump and Senator Vance, return them to the White House, elect a Republican majority in the House of Representatives and the United States Senate, secure our border, protect our neighborhoods, back our police, and finally put our foreign adversaries back in check where they belong. Again, my name is Tom Barrett. I'm running for Congress in Michigan's 7th Congressional District. I promise to stand up every day for you and your family. I hope to have your vote. Thank you so much for being here.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Congressman Jack Bergman.
Welcome, Michiganders. And if you're not a Michigander today, you're going to be a Michigander because we got one of the greatest states in the country. And we got plenty of room for you to move to. And we're going to have more jobs. Okay, if you're from the 1st Congressional District of Michigan, give a shout out. And if you're from the UP, give a shout out. All right. We had a term in the Pentagon called BLUF, B-L-U-F, bottom line up front. So let's start with that. We are all here today for the same reason, to fire, I repeat, fire Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. And that firing is going to occur because we all get out and vote for Donald Trump and JD Vance to send them to the White House. Let's talk a little bit about what's at stake this year. Our border is a crisis. And let me be clear, this is Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's disaster. The supposed border czar hasn't lifted a finger, and over the course of Biden's presidency, he has let in around 8 million illegals through our broken border. That's basically the entire population of Michigan minus Oakland County. This didn't happen by accident. They know that President Trump's border policies were working, but on day one, Biden ended every policy that was working. It's time to send President Trump back to Washington and secure our border once and for all. Globally, I am confident that President Trump will usher in brighter days for our nation and our allies. We will create peace through strength. We will stand with our allies. We will rebuild our military, take care of our veterans, and restore our role as the greatest military power the world has ever seen. The world will once again know that there is no greater ally and no fiercer enemy than the United States of America. And here's what I know for sure. When President Trump sets his mind on doing things, they get done. He promised us in Michigan that he'd build a new Sioux Lock. And following his aggressive prompting, the project is well underway. He promised to secure funding for the Great Lakes, and he made sure it happened. He promised us that we were going to provide real choice for our veterans, their families, and he stuck with it and got it done. President Trump has promised to secure our border, cut inflation, and usher in renewed American greatness, you can count on Donald J. Trump to make America great again. God bless you all. God bless America. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Congressman Bill Huizenga.
I kind of like a little Ted Nugent. Keep going. That's good stuff. Actually, okay, that's a good question. Let's start with this. Who was there on election eve of 2016? I had the honor of speaking at that. Who was there on election eve of 2020? You know, I had the honor of speaking at that one too. Ted Nugent and I have something in common. That's about it, I think. I can't play a guitar either. But I just want to say welcome to West Michigan. I'm Bill Huizenga. I'm the Trump-endorsed candidate for the 4th Congressional District, and I am thrilled to be here today with you. Now, I also have endorsed President Trump. We did that in June. Actually, Jack and Tim and all of the Republican Michigan delegation did that. Now, not just this past June, June of last year, so 13 months ago, we came on board because we knew Donald J. Trump was the right man, the right time, for the right job. Don't you agree? That's right. So you may be asking yourself, well, at least the media might be asking themselves, Grand Rapids, Michigan. Why are we in Grand Rapids, Michigan? Why are we in Michigan at all? Well, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. It's Trump country, that's right. But it's also a self-declared, quote, blue wall from Joe Biden's campaign. Well, guess what? Joe Biden, just like Hillary Clinton in 2016, is going to find out that that blue wall here in the Midwest, in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, that wall is crumbling for them like a cookie, and it's going in for Donald Trump. So Donald Trump knows that. That's why he's here. And in fact, he even took a guy from Ohio to come here. Okay, pause for boos from the Michigan fans. I know. But we're making progress, folks. We're making progress. JD Vance did admit he needs Michigan. Now, that might be the first time we've seen that from a person from Ohio. But we know that Michigan is part of this because guess what? The road to the White House runs through Michigan. And what happens when we deliver Donald Trump at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, we have to make sure there's two other allies there. A Senate majority, and that's why we need to get Trump-endorsed Senator Mike Rogers elected here from Michigan. And we need to have a House, a Republican majority in the House. And Michigan's got an amazing opportunity with people like Tom Barrett to be able to add seats to that majority. And here's why it's so important. In 2017, February 14 of 2017, the first bill that President Trump signed into law happened to be a bill that I authored, and it had to do with energy security. Now, guess what? That agenda of border security, energy security, economic security, that goes nowhere if Donald Trump doesn't have allies up from 1600 Pennsylvania at the Capitol. So that's why we need to make sure he has a Republican majority in the House and the Senate. And he needs one other vital thing. This movement, our movement, this Make America First movement, is a Michigan First movement. But guess what, folks? Donald Trump is making you the movement right there, and he's putting you first. It's not just make Michigan and make America first and great. It's make you great. So thank you, everybody, for being here. We're looking forward to this election. We're going to be working hard, and let's deliver Michigan.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Congressman Brian Mast.
Start of the climb, faced with an army of vipers and lions. I had to keep on reaching up, cause it was my time to tear down the kingdom, call out the lions. Got a jail on my heart from the pessimist, got those nails in my mouth for impressionists. Spent too much money on a therapist, couldn't fix me, I accepted it. Gladiator, gladiator, gladiator.
Good afternoon, Grand Rapids. How y'all doing today? I couldn't be more proud than that my roots are from right here. By only by the grace of God did I graduate South Christian High School back in 1999. But you have an amazing home. Love spending my summers everywhere from Grand Haven Beach to Holland Beach, from Glen Lake to Gun Lake, Tigers games, Whitecaps game. You have an amazing home here. I love this place. I got to start with this. We all have to start with this. A salute to every single one of our veterans. If you served in the Army, the Navy, the Marines, the Air Force, the Coast Guard, the Space Force, stand up and let this crowd give you a salute. USA, USA, USA. This is the simple fact of the matter. There is only one person in this race that is fighting to make America worth the sacrifice of each and every one of those veterans, and that's Donald J. Trump. It was my job to stand shoulder to shoulder with fighters each and every night on the battlefield, and I can tell you, I've never stood shoulder to shoulder with a tougher fighter than Donald J. Trump. For those of us that go out there night after night and risk our lives on the battlefield, the fact of the matter is, you can only do it for one reason and one reason alone, and that's because you believe that the cause that you are fighting for is more important than your own life. That's how you can do it. Donald Trump risks his life for you. And Donald Trump risks his life for America because he believes that America is more important than the breath in his lungs and the beat of his heart. That's our president. So to all of you, when you cast your vote for Donald J. Trump and JD Vance, you're not just going to make America great again. You are going to make Michigan and America greater than they have ever been. God bless.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next Vice President of the United States, Senator JD Vance.
Why don't we liberate these United States? We're the ones who need it worst. Let the rest of the world help us for change, and let's rebuild America first. Our highways and bridges are falling apart. Who's blessed and who has been cursed? There's things to be done all over the world, but let's rebuild America first.
Wow. Well, I got to come to Grand Rapids more often. Wow. Thank you all so much. It is wonderful to be here with you all, and I've got to say that this is just an incredible crowd, an incredible turnout. I find it hard to believe. I find it hard to believe that a week ago an assassin tried to take Donald Trump's life, and now we have got a hell of a crowd in Michigan to welcome him back on the campaign trail. Now, I love you too. Thank you, guys. Oh, I heard some OHs, but I'm going to respect Michigan and not respond here. To my Ohio brethren, guys, we got to win Michigan. That's the most important thing this election cycle. Now, I've had such an incredible, a blessed week. What a cool thing it was to be asked by President Trump to serve as his running mate and to get out there on the campaign trail. But there's some bad news, actually. The Vice President, Kamala Harris, she doesn't like me. Kamala Harris said something to the effect that I have no loyalty to this country. Well, I don't know, Kamala. I did serve in the United States Marine Corps and build a business. What the hell have you done other than collect a check? What? What has she done other than collect a check from her political offices? And we have to give her credit, my friends. She did serve as border czar during the biggest disaster open border that we've ever had in this country. Let's get President Trump back there, close down that border, and bring some common sense and security to this country. Now, I don't know if you all watched the RNC convention, but some of you may not know me. We had a good time. We had a good time. But some of you may not know me, and so I just thought I'd introduce myself a little bit to those who haven't. I am just blessed and so grateful to be up here. I was born and raised in Southern Ohio. I was born to a working class family, and my grandmother raised me. I called her Mamaw, and Mamaw raised me because my own mom struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life. I love Mamaw. Now, she was a tough old bird. She was a very devout Christian. She really was. And not just a devout Christian, but a thoughtful Christian. She put a lot of thought into what her faith required of us. She also loved the F word, ladies and gentlemen. She could make a sailor blush. But but she kept me on the straight and narrow and gave me a chance at the American dream. And what is this campaign about if not restoring the American dream for every child in this country? I want your kids to have the same blessed life that I did. And a big belief that I've had for a very long time is that politics, I hate to say it, on both sides, both parties were broken in very profound ways. Both parties, if you remember, signed up for shipping millions of good manufacturing jobs off to Mexico and China until President Trump came along and said, we got to make more of our own stuff, we got to make it with our own workers' hands, and we're going to do it for our own people right here in the United States of America, right here in Michigan. And the thing that is crazy about this is the media says that President Trump, they say this all the time, they're radicals, they're dangerous. I'm glad you all feel the same way about the media as I do. But what is radical about making more of our own stuff in Michigan, in Ohio, in Pennsylvania? Nothing. What is radical about telling the drug cartels and the violent gangs across the world, you're not welcome in this country? You know, there's nothing radical about having a strong national security, that when we go to war, we punch and we punch hard, but being cautious and not trying to get America involved in every far-flung corner and conflict of the world. Sometimes, my friends, it just is none of our business, and we ought to stay out of it. That's not radical, that's common sense. And there's nothing radical about stopping the poison and the gangs and the criminals from taking care of our country. We gotta shut down that border, shut down the fentanyl, and make America safe for American citizens again. I gotta be honest, it's still a little bit weird to see my name on those signs. We love you too, thank you. Such an honor, such an incredible honor. You think about how I grew up, and you think about, nobody in my immediate family had ever gone to college, and here I am, getting to represent this ticket in the great state of Michigan, getting an opportunity to earn your vote as the next Vice President of the United States. What a great country this is. Man, I can't get over it. Now, I want to close here in a second because I know the president wants to talk with you, and that's Semper Fi. God bless you, sir. And we're gonna fire this crowd up, and the president's going to do a great job. So I'm going to be out here, I think, in a second to introduce him. But I'm sure each of you had your own favorite moment from the convention. And of course, my most favorite moment, the moment that really brought me to tears, was watching my wife introduce me. And she is not a very political person. She thinks the whole thing's corrupt, and she's probably right about that, but that's why good people have to get in it and fight back. But she just did such a good job, and everybody was so welcoming. But there was one part of the convention that that really stood out to me and really broke my heart. I don't know if you watched it. I believe that it was on Tuesday night. And there was a young woman. She was probably about my age, about 40, and she was beautiful and had this very, very handsome son who had lost his life to a fentanyl overdose. And, can you believe it? Can you believe the heartache? So many of us could never, hopefully, never feel that pain and never know what it's like to lose a child, especially a child that young. But I watched her words, and they were so profound and powerful. And if you haven't seen it, you didn't get a chance to watch it, I'd encourage you to go and watch it, because what she said was really incredible. And You know, I heard that there were people who were being mean to her online saying, well, you know, your son shouldn't have taken something to begin with. And I thought, how unbelievably despicable that is. But more importantly, I thought about this as the father of 3 young children. We've got 3 kids, a 7-year-old, a 4-year-old, and a 2-year-old. And by the way, they're out enjoying Grand Rapids right now. My wife took them out on the town, and they're going to have a good day today. But if you have kids, whatever their ages, you know, kids make mistakes. They just do. And one of the things that President Trump wants to do is build the kind of country where kids can make mistakes and learn from them instead of those mistakes taking their life. Isn't that just common sense? President Trump wants to make our streets safe enough that your kids can make a mistake without it ruining their life. He wants to make our economy strong enough so that you can maybe start a business or start another job where doing and getting a second chance is not something that only happens to the lucky or to the privileged few, but happens to everybody who works hard and plays by the rules. President Trump, in other words, wants to build a country that actually works for the citizens of this country once again. He did it for 4 years. He did it so successfully for 4 years. We've never, think about this, my friends, we have never had an election where you have 4 years of one guy and 4 years of the other guy. And who could possibly reject the idea that 4 years of President Trump has been a hell of a lot better than 4 years of Joe Biden, right? That's right. And we've got an opportunity to do it. We've got an opportunity to win a lot of races up and down the ballot, to re-establish American dominance in energy, to drill, baby, drill, and kick out the drug cartels of our country. Man, what are they putting the water in Grand Rapids here? You guys are a lot of fun. But I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for giving me such a warm welcome, for giving me and President Trump the opportunity to win your vote, for working so hard over the next 4 months, because we want an America that works for Americans, and the only way to do it is to re-elect Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. I'm going to do everything I can. I know you will too. God bless you, and thank you, each and every one of you, from the bottom of my heart. I'm so grateful, and I won't forget it.
Why don't we liberate these United States? We're the ones who need it worst. Let the rest of the world help us for change, and let's rebuild America first. Our highways and bridges are falling apart. Who's blessed and who has been cursed? There's things to be done all over the world, but let's rebuild America first.
I thought JD Vance would be coming out much later. That was to the surprise of a lot of people here. An awesome, awesome moment there. The decibels are upwards of 100 at least. Just downloaded the Decibel app, and I wanted to see what it's going to be like when President Trump walks out. So I'll definitely post that on Truth Social a little bit later. When President Trump takes the stage here, in Grand Rapids, Michigan. I'm Matthew Alvarez. Thank you so much for joining us here in Grand Rapids. Obviously a great day, a packed house, a lot of people behind us as well, behind the media risers. A few on the top there, that's getting more crowded as well. But the back of the arena here, if we can get Director, I'm not sure if we can talk to our other auxiliary cam, if they could see behind here on the second deck. It looks amazing behind us here. So, in the meantime, Senator JD Vance taking to the stage, of course, taking the stage. He will have his rally on Monday, July 22nd, so just a day from now, in Middletown, Ohio. So, 1:30 Eastern, we'll have that live coverage. And we'll also be live earlier in the day with the Secret Service, the director who's going to be in Washington on Capitol Hill, being questioned by the House Oversight Committee on Capitol Hill. So, a lot of news going on, of course, this 7 days since Butler, Pennsylvania. Now, what I can say is the passion and the electricity of the environment here is at a whole different level. I haven't experienced that as much, obviously, covering a lot of Trump rallies, but considering what happened 7 days ago, these people are here. They're showing up in full support. They're all in for Donald Trump, the Republican candidate who officially accepted that nomination on Monday. Of course, again, thank you guys so much for tuning in. If you remember, we were live throughout the week there, Monday through Thursday. Yesterday was quite the travel day for a number of us because that global IT outage that affected some 2,000 aircraft throughout the country. And I heard it was also obviously global situation. So, yeah, a lot of flights canceled. Our flight was canceled, so we drove up from the deep south, and we're now here in Michigan. And it's just awesome to be here with you. We got in at like 3 a.m. yesterday at the hotel. But you know what? The passion, the energy, and the electricity from the American people outside earlier was more than a cup of coffee, if you know what I mean. The courage and love and passion is contagious. Obviously, us mixing in with we the people, we already feel the same way as you guys do. So that's what's awesome about today's event. Again, if I believe we might be having that video perspective right now of behind the media riser and maybe above on the second level there. If we haven't gotten that yet, if we could please try and get that, that'd be awesome. But it's obviously a very loud crowd, a very, very electric crowd. So again, I will post this decibel count. We're already at 100 decibels just with the vice presidential nominee, JD Vance, who came out there. And you heard him kind of say, hey, maybe I need to come to Grand Rapids a little bit more because of how loud the crowd is. And the reason why, as you guys know, is because of fight, fight, fight. Is because of that fist in the air from President Trump. It's all because of the strength of our nation as we move forward. As we heal up and as we move forward in hopefully united strength. So obviously what we have the power to do is vote like our country depends on it, because obviously it does. And it's all about the Constitution. That's what we're doing this for our country. The question on all of our minds right now is, what will happen in November? What will happen on January 20th, 2025? What will the outcome be? We know with all of the people that we see at all of the rallies, with all of the social media, and conservative media, like right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, you see all of the support, no matter if it's in the deep blue city of New York, in the Bronx or Harlem, no matter if it's in Chicago or Detroit or Atlanta or Philadelphia, and of course here in Grand Rapids, Michigan, from the Pfizer Forum in Milwaukee all week. Now we're here at the Van Andel Arena in Grand Rapids. Some 200,000 people live in this area. 15 electoral votes up for grabs. Obviously a huge, huge swing state from Wisconsin to Michigan to North Carolina on Wednesday for President Trump as he tours the country, as JD Vance joins him. Pretty exciting announcement as well. We've got Trump Force 1, of course, but we've also have the introduction of Trump Force 2. That's for Vice Presidential nominee JD Vance, who will be flying out of the Dayton International Airport on Monday. So we will be live with coverage for JD Vance's homecoming event in Middletown, Ohio on Monday. Awesome to see that event happen and see that hometown crowd. Speaking of airplanes, I've traveled to Dayton on I think it was actually March 16th. I remember because it's on my Truth Social, a video perspective of President Trump outside of Trump Force 1, and the flags waving in the wind, and the crowd, and President Trump with his hat on and pumping his fist like he does. And in that trip that morning, there's the Air Force Museum, the Air Force National Museum. There are 4 hangars of every Air Force plane you can think of, including Air Force One, that carried 8 presidents. It's housed at that facility. So since we were driving up, I thought maybe one of these days on the way back, we'll see which day we want to go, but it'd be kind of cool to show the rest of the crew the Air Force Museum. I mean, you're talking stealth bombers, all of the older planes and everything. For those of you that love aviation, as do I. So Trump Force 2 making an appearance on Monday at around 3:30. And then we'll be live, of course, in Middletown, Ohio. RSBN will have that live coverage. Also, earlier in the day, we'll have coverage about the director of the Secret Service being questioned by the Oversight Committee in the House Oversight Committee on Capitol Hill about the investigation on what the heck happened 7 days ago in Butler, Pennsylvania. We know that we saw the video, and the video shows clearly this guy, Thomas Crooks, on the roof, and people trying to call out to law enforcement and others what happened there. So we'll see how that investigation pans out. We'll have all the latest news here, of course, at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Follow us on Truth Social, Telegram. You can download the app if you'd like as well. The more you let other people know, your friends and your family. If you're just joining us now, if you've never watched us before, go ahead and send this to as many people as you know, as our network continues to grow and grow. And as many people across the United States and other countries around the world that do watch this program, including some people from France, Australia, England, and other areas. More importantly, obviously, it's our country in the sense of America first, but we love the free world, right? So the point of all that is sharing the fact that the fake news, turning off the fake news channels, and you know who they are, and coming over to conservative media. So this is an interesting and a great time to be alive. The music's pretty cool right now too. Let's take a live look right now here in Grand Rapids, Michigan, as the people were very loud earlier as Senator JD Vance, the vice presidential nominee, took the stage here. Again, I mentioned this at the top of the broadcast, or at least when we got into this venue here. The stage is extremely close to us here on the Media Riser. This is the closest I've been to President Trump from the Media Riser. There are about 9 rows, obviously full of security, full of all of that. But the stage is really close, and it's going to be great. So right now, to your left, you see President Trump walk out. The crowd will be so loud. We'll get that decibel count for you. I'll post it on Truth Social at Matthew Alvarez as soon as I get it. It'll be pretty awesome to hear the reaction here in Grand Rapids. what an awesome sight it is to see all these patriots and lovely American people here. Again, outside earlier, so awesome to connect with people while on camera. That's basically what we're doing at Right Side, right? Whether it's Vanessa, Bobby, Paul, Nikki, myself, anybody. Well, that's what we do. We want to connect with you, the viewer. We want you guys to feel at home with us, because we're not trying to, you know how people, they front? We're not fronting with you. We're just saying, hey, we're on your team, you're on our team. We are about we the people. So we as a network join every one of you watching in standing for our country, standing for Donald Trump, standing for the Constitution, and for those of you that are believers and are Christian, standing for Jesus Christ of Nazareth, as our country built, of course, on Judeo-Christian principles, the Old Testament and the New Testament. Those of you that might not be a believer in the Bible, this is not the program that I'm going to share my personal beliefs, because those are mine, and I would still love to talk to anybody. But the point is, as a network, we want the country to vote for the right candidate. So we kind of report, and then you guys decide. And at the end of the day, it's all of us Americans, regardless of what background you are. We love you, we're with you, it's we the people. And so this place is looking great. I mean, everybody on their feet right here in the front rows too. I mean, this is going to be a different level. This is a historic night in Grand Rapids, Michigan. We say things are historic a lot. Sometimes I say it, and maybe I use the word historic too much. I'm going to save the word historic moving forward for things that truly are. This is historic because President Trump, 7 days ago, you saw what happened, and then he pumped his fist and said, fight, fight, fight. And this crowd is here in full support. It's going to be quite the scene here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Matthew Alvarez joining you live with the crowd here. And we saw, of course, Bobby McNeely in the studio in Alabama. It was really great working with Bobby together, meeting Bobby for the first time as he was in the studio with me on Monday and Tuesday. And then Vanessa, of course, working on Wednesday and Thursday, covering the RNC. I mean, the amount of people watching all of the speakers as we take that live look behind the media riser here on this main camera. Let's listen to President Trump right now.
I believe that we're going to have one of the greatest years in the history of our country. I will once and for all secure our elections. We're going to go to paper ballots. We're going to have same-day voting, voter ID. We're going to do it properly. We're going to have good, secure, beautiful elections. We never want what happened in 2020 to happen again. But until then, Republicans must win. And we must use every appropriate tool available to beat the Democrats. They are destroying our country. Whether you vote early, absentee, by mail, or in person, we are going to protect the vote. That's the most important thing we have to do, is protect the vote. Keep your eyes open, because these people want to cheat, and they do cheat. And frankly, it's the only thing they do well. We will make sure your ballot is secure and your voice is heard. Many Republicans like to vote on Election Day, and we must swamp the radical Democrats with massive turnout on Tuesday, November 5th. The way you win is to swamp them. If we swamp them, they can't cheat. It just doesn't work out. But if you can't make it, you need to make a plan, register, and vote any way possible. We got to get your vote. So with your vote, we will win a victory the likes of which no one has ever seen before. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back our country on November 5th, 2024, the most important day in the history of our country. That's what it's going to go down as. Thank you.
There, President Trump talking about making a plan to vote. So you can see the video right now. There's Mount Rushmore, awesome, awesome sight in Rapid City, South Dakota. President Trump, this is one of the most powerful political ads that I've ever seen, showing the fake news. And of course, right there with all of the soldiers, with President Trump walking out. Awesome, awesome, powerful video. Obviously, looking at the border there, build the wall. We heard that chant earlier today outside of this arena.
We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So with American pride swelling in our hearts and American courage stirring in our souls, I say these words to you tonight. We will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again.
What an awesome, awesome moment. You cannot help but have the electric crowd just go through your veins here. This is pretty awesome, and we're thankful that you guys are watching right now here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. You know, I've been to so many huge sporting events, Stanley Cup Finals, college football games. Remember seeing Penn State versus Auburn up in State College. Been to the Shoe in Ohio. You know, gonna see some games in the South. It's all great. I love sports, right? But when it comes to all of that culminating with this moment in time in political history for our country, it brings it to a very real core level. So, obviously, you know what's really cool about this? To be in this moment with you guys, because we're showing you exactly what the fake news press doesn't want to show you, ever. Of course, now they'll show you a couple clips here and there. Of course, they'll show you a couple speeches, but they all obviously only started doing that because they were like, oh, wow, the people are still on board with Trump. Well, duh. We've been on board with him since 2015. We didn't know that we needed a leader at the caliber of Donald Trump. And then I remember covering it in local news when President Trump won in 2016, and the tears of joy and the cheering and the chants of USA. Tonight, you want to know the most, what I'm looking forward to the most, is when Lee Greenwood's God Bless America song plays, number one. Parlay that with, to your left and my right, when President Trump walks outside of that tunnel, for me to be quiet, and for you and us together to watch and feel this moment in political history. It's going to be awesome. He stands for freedom. You know that. He stands for all of us. So it's pretty cool. So we're going to go to some music right now. I'll let you listen to some music, and then we'll be back on as we await President Donald Trump, and I'm sure JD Vance, the VP nominee, will come back out too. So thank you guys so much for watching. We'll see you in a second here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. coverage, of course, watching live right there. The crowd obviously waiting for President Trump to take the stage. That happens at 5 o'clock Eastern. So it is 4:15 here on the East Coast, or on the East time zone. So President Trump just posted something on Truth Social. Some of the cheers that you're hearing right now is some of the campaign is handing out some of the Trump Vance signs to hold. Also, the campaign has sent out a message. President Trump has sent out a message on Truth Social. I'm going to read it here for you. This is the update on the health of President Donald J. Trump. It's a memorandum for concerned citizens of the United States, and it's from Ronnie L. Jackson, the former physician to the president. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to step off here. It's a long, read. So what I'm going to do is step off, but these words are from the former physician to the president, an update on President Trump. So I'm going to step off here, and I'll let you know what it says. It says, quote, as the former appointed physician to the president for President Donald J. Trump, I was naturally very concerned, as was the entire world, about his well-being after the assassination attempt on his life. As such, I met him in Bedminster, New Jersey, late that evening to personally check on him and offer my assistance in any way possible. This is from Ronnie Jackson. He says, I have been with President Trump since that time, and I have evaluated and treated his wound daily. He is doing well. As reported and witnessed by the entire world, he sustained a gunshot wound to the right ear from a high-powered rifle used by the would-be assassin. The bullet passed coming less than a quarter of an inch from entering his head and struck the top of his right ear. The bullet track produced a it says, I think, centimeter here wide wound that extended down to a I don't know how to pronounce that. I know it's a surface of the ear there. There was initially significant bleeding, followed by marked swelling of the entire upper ear. The swelling has since resolved, and the wound is beginning to heal properly. Based on the highly vascular nature of the ear, there is still intermittent bleeding requiring dressing to be in place. Given the broad and blunt nature of the wound itself, no sutures were required. Now, again, this is from Ronnie Jackson. This is an update sent out to the media that I'm reading here word for word. I didn't get a chance to read through it, obviously, but I'm just sharing with you what I just received. The president was initially treated by the medical staff at Butler Memorial Hospital in Butler, Pennsylvania, who did an excellent job of evaluating him and treating his wound. I want to thank them for their outstanding care. They provided a thorough evaluation for additional injuries that included a CT of his head, and he will have further evaluations, including a comprehensive hearing exam as needed. He will follow up with his primary care physician as directed by the doctors that initially evaluated him. In summary, former President Trump is doing well, and he is recovering as expected from the gunshot wound sustained last Saturday afternoon. I'm extremely thankful his life was spared. It is an absolute miracle he wasn't killed. This, according to, and I believe, I agree here with my personal opinion, that it was an absolute miracle that he wasn't killed. This from, again, Ronnie Jackson, the former physician to the president. The final paragraph reads, I am heading to the rally in Grand Rapids, Michigan with President Trump now and will remain at his side throughout the weekend to provide any medical assistance he needs. I plan to return to Washington, D.C. on Monday, and then I'll return home to Amarillo, Texas at the conclusion of the week. Respectfully, Ronnie Jackson, the former physician to the president. So, I know that was a long read there, but, at the end of the day, the crowd loving this song, of course, that made some serious waves months ago. So, we know that the place is just enjoying this music and enjoying waiting on President Trump. Again, we'll go with the decibel count. I will have that here, and we'll share that on Truth Social. So for now, this is the latest here in Grand Rapids. We will be back in just a bit. But for now, let's send it to Bobby McNeely, who's live in our studio in Alabama at the Right Side Broadcasting Network studio.
Matthew, thank you so much. That was just outstanding reporting, and what an exciting letter from Congressman Ronnie Jackson, the former medical doctor for President Trump, now in Congress serving well, and detailing all of that on True Social. I just sent that, or retweeted that on my personal True Social at Robert B. McNeely. Please feel free to share and look after that. Glad to hear President Trump is doing so well, and excited for him to come out, of course. Now, I think that Simone Sanders, Joy Reid, and Michael Steele, clearly of MSDNC, owe the president an apology, because during the RNC, they made comments saying that President Trump was planning for what was supposed to happen in Butler, Pennsylvania. Utterly ridiculous statements, saying that it was his Fidel Castro moment for his hour-and-a-half speech, which laid out a clear populist MAGA agenda, 20 promise points for the American people, and like President Trump said, not half of the American people, for all of the American people. They also are saying that the firefighter jacket of Corey Campitor was just a prop. So MSDNC obviously needing to apologize quickly. They probably won't, but Simone Sanders, Joy Reid, Michael Steele, it's time to actually do some real journalism for once in your lives. But really enjoying all of the coverage, that huge stadium, really enjoying Matthew being out there. And like he said, too, that press pen is just a great vantage point to enjoy. It's the best seat in the house, quite frankly. And you can see on the side screen, wow, what a crowd. Just 1 week after the near assassination attempt on President Donald Trump. Be not afraid, as Dr. Ben Carson said, fear not. Fight, 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 as President Trump said right after being wounded by that bullet. Wounded, but safe and sound, healed. A changed man, a somber President Trump, but a more resilient, more courageous, if that's even possible. Again, this man goes through 2 impeachments, lawfare of these DAs and these blue counties, these mayors and district attorneys trying to take down President Trump, more courageous than ever. An assassination attempt, of course, Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders from Arkansas saying even an assassin's bullet cannot take President Trump down. What great comments coming out from Vice Presidential candidate Senator JD Vance. His common sense comment wanting to return our federal government to common sense priorities and public policy. I really enjoyed how he took a comedic jab at Vice President Kamala Harris, who claimed he had no loyalty to the United States. And as Senator Vance said, he started a business in the United States, Silicon Valley. He's moved back to Ohio to serve his home state, his community, and also, oh yes, a Marine. He enlisted to serve our country after the horrible events of September 11th. A wonderful pick for President Trump, and a compliment to the national ticket, having a millennial on the ticket. Senator JD Vance, his birthday coming up on August 2nd. Just wanted to share a Facebook post from a Georgia delegate, Susie Voiles. Of course, we're keeping in touch with everyone. There was that global tech hazard yesterday, grounded so many flights, roughly 965 cancellations of U.S. flights, 1,252 delays. So some people have been driving. Matthew and our crew actually drove hours and hours and ended up in Grand Rapids, Michigan at 3 in the morning. And they're just doing outstanding live coverage, just as energetic, if not more energetic than ever. But Susie Voiles' comment, a Georgia delegate for the RNC, here I am standing in the Milwaukee airport yesterday with 48,000 of my closest friends. And it's a packed photo of the Milwaukee airport, as you can imagine. Even and amongst all the chaos, with all the botched logistics, 4.5 hours waiting, missed flights, and some had canceled flights, she has seen such remarkable attitudes of the people waiting. It seems as though it brought out the very best of everyone. People caring for other people, the elderly people they had never met, did not know, and having just stood there for hours and hours. So, make a long story short, they're waiting to get back to Atlanta, but she closed saying, being kind to one another is tenderhearted and forgiving, even as Christ Jesus forgave us while we are still sinners. it was a good end to a very long 2 weeks away from home. So Susie Voiles out of Georgia sharing that on Facebook. It really just affirms what's been taking place in the last few days. Peaceful, patriotic, prayerful Republican National Convention from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and now to the MAGA rally in Michigan. MAGA in Michigan, only a couple of days later, President Trump and Senator JD Vance, their first joint MAGA rally, and it's in the great state of Michigan, the Mitten State, the Wolverine State, a beautiful backdrop with Grand Rapids. Of course, number 11 on the promise list from the platform Rebuild Our Cities include Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. I'm assuming we're going to have a lot of talk on that today, probably some talk on illegal immigration, where that stands. That was the number one promise here. Seal the border and stop the migrant invasion. This was the promise when President Donald Trump came down the golden escalator at the Trump Towers in 2015 in New York City. And political pundits from the right and the left saying, don't take this on. This is a stupid issue. It's non-existent. There were historically team members of the Republican Party, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, for example, wanting the open borders, wanting cheaper labor. President Trump came with an approach that he knew the American people would be for this because, quite frankly, people are breaking the law. We want legal immigration in America. We want to bring your tired, your poor, your humbled masses to our golden shores. That's why our Statue of Liberty is standing so proudly to welcome the asylum seeker. But what we have now is an open border that we can't even know what's going on down there. You see reporters who are doing a good job and remarkably staying safe at a very dangerous border, and you're getting people from the BRICS nations. Many, the FBI has reported that several are potential terrorists or do have a terrorist record, and Joe Biden has opened this border along with Mayorkas and his cabinet. Just a really poor job, probably the worst thing they have done after President Trump showed them away. President Trump said, literally, if they did not even touch the issue, if they continued finishing the wall, this wouldn't even be a problem. And you really have to look in the face of family members who have just been lost. I mean, you think about Laken Riley, University of Georgia student in Athens. She's jogging just after 2 o'clock in a very popular, well-populated area in right off the campus, and an illegal alien who was in New York somehow got down to Georgia with a rap sheet as long as any criminal, should not have been in this country. The amount of preventable death that has occurred due to the Biden administration is just terrible. And I think that will be a highlight here in clearly a packed stadium in Grand Rapids, Michigan. And we'd like to thank our sponsors. Without them, this would not be possible to bring you this great patriotic coverage, to really show you what happens at the MAGA rallies, and to talk to everyday Americans like you, something highlighted at the Republican National Convention. But the Wellness Company is a wonderful organization. We don't have a healthcare system in America. We have a keep you sick system, and Big Pharma is making billions. I said a B right there, billions of dollars trying to keep you sick. So great doctors like Peter McCullough, Dr. Drew Pinsky have come up with a great pack with ivermectin, Z-Pak, amoxicillin, 8 medications all in this one that you could take on the road, you could keep just in your pantry, keep it nice and safe. We had that global tech crisis yesterday. Anything can happen with this current grid, and you need to stay safe and keep your family as healthy as possible and very safe. So go to makecaregreatagain.com. You can see that on the screen. Code RSBN for 15% off. MakeCareGreatAgain.com, RSBN for 15% off. This kit is prescription only, so you can't find it just in any store, any pharmacy, and every American should have at least one of them. Just take care of your family in these very trying times. I want to thank the Wellness Company and Dr. Peter McCullough and Dr. Drew Pinsky for standing up for Americans. I remember Dr. Peter McCullough testifying before the Texas Senate when everything was still very nerve-wracking with COVID. And he told the truth. And these gentlemen have been canceled. They've been threatened by Big Pharma. And they have not backed down in defense of just common sense. And that's what's been so exciting about these last few years, especially the last several weeks, is that non-political people have come to the arena. I had the great fortune of working for Turning Point USA for a number of years. And my friend, the owner, the founder, Charlie Kirk, would always talk about that politics is simply a downstream of culture, and that's just so true. It's what brought me to, realizing how I needed to be involved, how I needed to, care for my community and just be involved not only at church, but in different organizations, whatever you can do, whether that's the Lions Club or Kiwanis, Rotary, and nothing better than the other necessarily, but get out there, be involved in your community. People will ask me, how do I protect my community? Well, especially if you have small children, run for city councils, get on school boards. Those who do that is so brave, that's so courageous to go up there and make sure that good content is there for our children, but also making sure that they know the greatness of America. 248 years ago, this constitutional republic was bestowed upon us in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and that's something I really reflected on when I got to cover one of the last MAGA rallies with Nikki Stanzione, and what a moment that was to be in that city. And a gentleman had asked Dr. Benjamin Franklin, "Sir, what kind of government did you give us?" This is after the Constitutional Convention. And Dr. Franklin said, "Well, sir, a republic, if you can keep it." And we are born for times such as this. And look at that screen there. You can see the press pen there, and I think I see Matthew in there, and a lot of local news. Usually the local news will cover this very closely, and I'm telling you, it's the best seat in the house. And look at that stadium in Grand Rapids, Michigan. It is fully packed. Just 1 week after the terrible events, I think they're doing the wave. I'm enjoying the variety of signs as well ever since the Republican National Convention wrapped up on Thursday. Definitely an exciting time. Let's close out here with some of the other policy points from the platform that we did not cover earlier. We're down to number 16, and of course a refresher from this week. We were analyzing that with Matthew and Vanessa in studio as well. Cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, racial gender ideology, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content on our children. And I'll call out my home school district. I actually ran for the Wheaton City Council 7 years ago, and that was in the Chicago area. The school board there, District 200, there have been major, major fights, and God bless all the patriots back home who are taking on this school board who has allowed child pornography for minors within that school board. And it's happening throughout the country. Look at Virginia. The DOJ released agents on parents who simply cared about what was actually happening in the child's library. No child should be subjected to pornography, especially minors, period. The parents are the driving force in building their families. They should be having these conversations with children, not exposed to, and who would want to expose children to that? I mean, and the interesting thing is, too, when you talk to these hard left people who are running these school boards, isn't it interesting how they turn it into, oh, you're book burning, when they're actually getting rid of classics like The Great Gatsby. They don't want people to talk about the Chronicles of Narnia or C.S. Lewis. How interesting is that when you're dealing with these people? So keep the fight going. Keep it community by community, state by state. This is a 50-state solution to what is happening in the United States. And we're going to go back to Matthew very soon, who is in the crowd in Grand Rapids, Michigan. And I'm just going to close out with these policy positions. Number 17, keep men out of women's sports. Deport the pro-Hamas radicals and make our college campuses safe and patriotic again. Of course, you saw the University of North Carolina gentlemen, as I call them, because they saved that American flag and the Israeli flag on their college campus. Secure our elections, including same-day voting, voter ID, paper ballots, and proof of citizenship, and unite our country by bringing it to new and record levels of success. I'm sure President Trump and Senator JD Vance will highlight together their amazing plans for this great nation and this platform that was just adopted this past week at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. So we are proudly bringing it back to you, Grand Rapids, Michigan, the first MAGA in Michigan rally with Matthew Alvarez. And I'm going back to you right now, good sir.
Thank you so much for that. We are here in Grand Rapids. The crowd was just doing the wave. I mean, the atmosphere here is just, all I can say is positive and also an overall good vibe. So, I mean, obviously everybody's listening to music right now, but the wave just went around. And as I was watching everyone put up the Trump Vance signs, it was pretty awesome. I just thought there, sometimes you have to take in the moment. So I definitely took in the moment just a couple minutes ago. My name's Matthew Alvarez. We're live here in Grand Rapids. You know, there are 15 electoral votes at stake for Michigan, one of the big swing states, as we know. President Trump just in Wisconsin, now in Michigan, then on Wednesday in North Carolina. So, obviously a lot to get to yet as we await President Trump to take the stage. It is 4:36 East Coast time here in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Before I move on to the next topic, I want to thank our friends at the American Financing. You'll see a lot of information right there on your screen. How in the world can you save $854 a month? You can talk to them. They're going to let you know how they can work their magic on a great way with American Financing. They'll use things like the equity of your house and that kind of thing, but they'll talk to you about all this. So American Financing, another great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. I want to welcome a lot of people watching right now on Rumble, on YouTube, on X, Facebook, on the app, on the website. As you're seeing, this is historic here in Grand Rapids, Michigan, because of what happened just 7 days ago. The rally is continuing, the movement is continuing, and that's what's great about President Trump and the American people, is that we don't give up and we don't quit. And I'm not just talking about Republicans. I'm talking about liberals and Democrats too, and let me explain. All of us have to get a job, right? Or we have to work, or we have to raise our family. I'm talking right wing, middle, left wing. We all have that in common, right? So, in this case, we have Donald Trump, who wants to make that better for all of us, every last one of us. Obviously, at the top in some of the areas on the left, there's a lot of things going on that you've seen. You know, I know a lot of you, whether you really like Donald Trump or you really don't, I believe we're all in this thing together in this country. Don't we want to have a great nation? Don't we want to have freedom? Make America great again doesn't mean we're going to do anything bad. If Trump was going to do something bad, he didn't do anything bad in 2016 to 2020 in the sense of all of the left-wing name calling and that kind of thing. These people here, to you liberals that are watching, are just like you. We're humans. We're here together, you know? So let's see if we can have this nation continue on and do great things for the future. So obviously President Trump, you know, leading in the polls throughout all of the swing states, depending on which poll you look at. Of course, we are exactly 3 months and 16 days from the United States general election. And as soon as we see anything going on here in the sense of the crowd just enjoying themselves and cheering and all that, I'll be stepping off camera, because that's what we do here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're all about we the people. We're all about the people to the president. I believe personally that President Trump is the leader of the free world. And I believe a lot of you do too. And I know a lot of people, maybe not a lot, but a few people don't see eye to eye with stuff, but we have to obviously heal as a nation and move forward. I do believe in what Taylor Budowich with MAGA Inc. said soon after the terrible incident some 7 days ago. It's 4:39 right now. It was 6:11 p.m. when I was in studio and hurrying up to get behind the desk to talk about an incident that I couldn't believe was unfolding before our eyes. I want to read this quote from Taylor right here. It has to do with when President Trump said, fight, fight, fight. What does that really mean? Fight, fight, fight. I'm going to, in context, share with you what he said, who is connected with the president and the campaign. Quote, by the grace of God, President Trump survived a coward's bullet, and before leaving the stage, he roared, fight. So we shall. If I stopped right there, sometimes the left wing might take that and continue on, and that's all that. But here's the context. We will fight by mobilizing the most epic political movement in history. We will fight by prosecuting the case against the worst president in American history, Joe Biden. This is Taylor Budowich with MAGA Inc. He also says, and we will fight by delivering President Trump an electoral landslide to provide him the opportunity to unite our divided country and make America great again. All you got to do is look at the electoral map in 1984. Ronald Reagan, Walter Mondale. 500-something votes in the sense of the Electoral College went for Ronald Reagan. Minnesota, 10 votes, and 3 in D.C. went to Walter Mondale. I believe Walter is from Minnesota, so maybe that's why that happened. Minnesota is also Trump country. So if we have what we hope we have is a free and fair election, that's literally all a lot of us are asking for. Let's have a free and fair election. Let's let this go back to the roots of this country in the sense of the Constitution, not run by the government in the sense of too much overreach or any overreach, but a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. As Abraham Lincoln said at the end of the Gettysburg Address, shall not perish from the land. What a powerful statement he said in the 1800s. So that's what we're looking for, is simple, is a free and fair election, letting the people vote, letting us be free to do how we want to vote, in the sense of if you want to vote early, if you want to vote on day one, in the sense of the election. President Trump has spoken about all of these ways, but obviously, vote, vote, vote. And that's what we are looking to do some 3 months, 16 days from now, for the next leader of our country. September 10th, on Fake News ABC, there will be a debate between President Trump and whoever the DNC has in August go against him. Will it be Joe Biden? Will it be another nominee? We'll see. That time will tell. But the headlines... All right, so the loud noises you're hearing is, I believe, it's a concert at Wembley Stadium when Queen's saying, we'll see what song he says. This one they're going to have here. So that's what you're hearing there. So obviously a very lively event. I have the decibels ready to go here in the sense of the app to listen to the loudness of the crowd when President Trump takes the stage here. It'll be to your left, my right at home, where he will walk out on the stage. I can already imagine how loud this place will be. I'll post it on Truth Social at Matthew Alvarez, where you'll see the decibels. I'm going to screen record it, so you're going to see the, it'll go all the way to way past 100. President Trump has so many quotes from his speech that he posted on Truth Social. So what I'm going to do is step off camera, let you take in the live moment here with me and Right Side Broadcasting Network, and read you a few quotes from President Trump. Before I do that, I just heard from the station that we want to thank our friends at Done With Debt. So Done With Debt. Obviously, a lot of debt going on because it's hard right now with the Bidenomics and Biden inflation. I mean, gas prices alone between 2016 and 2020, at one point the low was $1.87 per gallon. Times have changed, but hopefully times can be put back to the right way for our country to go on track. So, Done With Debt is a great group. They're going to help you get out of debt, at least give you some pointers, right, and work with you. So you see that information there on the screen. Yet another great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Matthew Alvarez. Those of you that love RSBN, love the conservative movement, love the freedom movement, and those of you on the left that love freedom, we're with you, and we love you. Let's take a live look right now as I read some quotes from the 45th President of the United States, and possibly, and many say hopefully, including myself, the 47th President. He says, quote, "To all of the forgotten men and women who have been neglected, abandoned, and left behind, you will be forgotten no longer. We will press forward, and together we will win, win, win. Nothing will sway us, nothing will slow us, and no one." Okay, that was a commercial there. Joe Biden on the screen right now, as you might see. Last time I heard a boo that loud was at a playoff NHL hockey game, if you know what I mean, those of you sports fans out there. So the quote continues, "Nothing will slow us and no one will stop us. No matter what dangers come our way, no matter what obstacles lie in our path, we will keep striving forward and toward our shared and glorious destiny, and we will not fail." So many quotes here by President Trump from the excerpts from his speech on Thursday night. Now, topping some of the news headlines and events coming up on Sunday, on Monday, Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle will testify before the House Oversight Committee on Capitol Hill. On Monday, we'll also have live coverage of Vice Presidential nominee JD Vance's hometown rally in Middletown, Ohio. And then fast forward to Wednesday, the 24th, President Trump will have a rally in Charlotte, North Carolina, yet another great state that is a huge swing state. So, a lot of news going on, of course. The 24/7 news cycle, as you guys know, is in hyperdrive. Every second, with the amount of news coming from all directions, sometimes it's really difficult to listen, to see, to read, and see what's going on out there. But the thing that's great about this movement is common sense. What's great is there are many people that love freedom and love this country. There are some great people in Washington, and I'm going to keep harping on Arizona in a good way. Eli Crane, Andy Biggs, Kerry Lake for U.S. Senate in Arizona. The 6th largest state in our union, dealing with the border issue every day, the fentanyl problem, the crime. Not only that, the SAVE Act has to somehow pass because that will make it illegal for an illegal immigrant to vote in our elections. So a non-citizen voting would be obviously terrible. We also want to thank a great group, stickermule.com. So you see this on your screen, stickermule.com. If you go to /RSBN, all these logos are there, whether it's a coaster or stickers, that kind of thing. It's pretty awesome. So if you want some RSBN gear, 10 to 20% of it will go back to the network. So get some swag. You know, we're talking about the black, white, and gray t-shirts. A lot of cool stuff. I'm going to step out of the way as the crowd is getting a little bit more excited and also ready as they await President Trump to take the stage. Obviously, we're looking at, as you see on your screen, most likely their 5 o'clock start time. So we're about 11 minutes from that time. Will that be exactly at 5 p.m. Eastern? Who knows? But you're at the right place to see everything from the people to the president here in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Now, I can tell you that when we started this earlier, as we take a live look right now at the entire arena, I'll stay off camera as we look at the crowd. There was, in the lower bowl, and on the floor, there were no seats available. Then I saw on the upper bowl, I was like, well, is it gonna be a packed house? Totally packed house. There was nobody sitting upstairs. Well, guys, both of our cam ops, if we could please take a look right now at the second level, the upper bowl of this arena here in Grand Rapids, Michigan. There are literally thousands and thousands of people here for this event live in Grand Rapids. Some 200,000 people live in West Michigan in this area. 200,000 is the population in Grand Rapids and surrounding areas. We are not too far from some huge cities, including Chicago, Detroit, and some small cities like South Bend, Indiana. We're 30 miles east of Lake Michigan, 2 hours west of Detroit, an hour 45 minutes north of South Bend, Indiana, and 2 hours 45 minutes northeast of Chi-Town there in Illinois. So obviously a great moment here on Right Side Broadcasting Network as we bring you these live pictures. Now, there are a couple sponsors we would like to thank on camera here for gold, silver, and precious metals. So obviously the BRICS nations, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and other countries are trying to devalue the United States dollar by using their own currency, their own local currency, right? So Birch Gold Group has an info kit that will inform you on everything gold, silver, and precious metals, tax-sheltered IRAs, 401ks, all of that. Always good to have some peace of mind with physical gold, silver, or precious metals. So you see the number there on your screen. Text Trump to 989898. You'll get an info kit, either digitally right there on your phone or in the mailbox. As you hear, that sounds like some Kid Rock to me right now in the background. But the crowd is on their feet as you see these vantage points, as we have 2 cameras right now here in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Now again, a lot of you had to deal with that lovely global IT outage yesterday. Wasn't that fun? A lot of canceled flights yesterday. A lot of canceled flights, including ours, but thank God there are things called vehicles. So we drove up, and one of our photographers had to drive 7 hours. Others of us drove 11 hours. So I'm going to step off camera here, let you take a look at the crowd as we go to some music with Right Side Broadcasting Network. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, because soon Donald Trump and possibly JD Vance, we'll see him again here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We'll see you in a second. we are live here in Grand Rapids as we await President Trump. Matthew Alvarez, thank you guys so much for sticking with us. We are waiting just as more than 10,000 people are here. Now, the Done With Debt phone number, we do want to share that with you. It's 888-322-1054. So, obviously, if there's any debt situation in your life right now, Done With Debt will help you. That number, once again, 888-322-1054. Obviously, a lot of people here standing on their feet awaiting President Trump. I was getting into position as well to get a good video perspective with my phone. And also, we'll be screen recording with the decibel level. Before with the vice presidential nominee, JD Vance, there was about 100, read to 100 for the decibel as well. Director, if you could also share that again. So, so we are live here in Grand Rapids, Michigan, where, of course, 15 electoral votes are at stake here in this state as President Trump gearing up to come out on stage. And, of course, I believe JD Vance, maybe he'll walk out a little bit later. He'll be at least called up to the stage as the Republican ticket is now signed, sealed, and delivered. The people have spoken. The Republican Party has its ticket. The DNC, we'll see what happens. A lot of talk there on the left, but here we are in Grand Rapids once again. Let's take a live look right now at the crowd here in Michigan as we get ready for President Trump to take the stage. You know, it's been quite an awesome event. The fact that people are here not only on the floor, but they're also in the lower bowl and on the upper bowl as well. I mean, every seat, I'm looking around right now, every seat is filled. This, some 7 days since the situation that unfolded in Butler, Pennsylvania. President Trump continues to keep on going, and he won't stop, and neither will the American people. We are all in this together, hoping for a great outcome as the music gets lower right now. So let's see what happens. Well, nope, that's some more live good time party music here in Grand Rapids. So if you watched earlier, so many great patriots we spoke with just sharing their heart and their mind with us. You know, it's interesting. We were kind of talking about how, you know, sometimes you need a script or you need a teleprompter and all that. Well, not really. If you really are heartfelt about an issue or you've thought it through, a lot of great people were speaking just from off the cuff. And to be honest, even out here in the field, you'll see myself, Matthew Alvarez, along with Bobby McNeely and Vanessa Broussard, Nikki Stanzione, and Paul Ingrassia. You know, we don't look at teleprompters or scripts. We just roll with it because it's the same thing that you guys are thinking and saying, and we're kind of repeating what you're saying because we're reporting on what's going on. But again, also the polling right now in all of the swing states, President Trump, when it comes to interactive polls or Rasmussen or Polymarket, he has the lead in those 7 swing states. As you know, everything from North Carolina to Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, Pennsylvania. So to start again, Georgia, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada, Arizona, and North Carolina, where President Trump will be on Wednesday. So we're all in this together right now, watching together as everyone's standing to their feet. And this place is going to be so loud. If when JD Vance was out here has anything to give like a sneak peek of what it's about to be like, it'll be an awesome moment right here. This is Right Side Broadcasting Network. You can follow us on Truth Social at RSBN. The president here will be stepping out, walking through the tunnel there, out on this long stage, all the way to the front of the crowd here. Now, we are only about 9 rows back. The media riser usually is a lot further back. Today, it is just about 9 or 10 rows from where President Trump will be speaking. Obviously, this time in our country, we're hurting. Obviously, there's division. But Romans 8:28, all things work out for the good to those that love God and are called according to his purposes. So as we move together as a country, hopefully we can put all of this rhetoric aside, even though it's been very terrible. But we're looking for a united front, that according to the president as well, but also an electoral landslide for Donald Trump to win the presidency come 3 months and 16 days from now. Can you believe it? Just north of about 100 days until it is time for the U.S. general election. The DNC in Chicago is in August. The nominee there will debate President Trump on September 10th at 9 p.m. on Fake News ABC. That location remains to be announced. Now, I do want to say to those that have said some very kind words on Truth Social, I hear you and I see you. You know, we're here to not be the fake news. We're here for the conservative movement, for the freedom movement. And that's why since 2015, Right Side Broadcasting Network has covered rally after rally. You remember, guys, back in even 2020, I mean, there were so many rallies. There were 4 or 5, maybe 6 a day, all across the United States. And speaking of traveling, once again, Trump Force One in Grand Rapids. Also, there's now Trump Force 2 with JD Vance. The Republican ticket signed, sealed, and delivered, as many of you saw on Right Side Broadcasting Network on the RNC from Milwaukee. Some powerful speeches, everything from Dana White with the UFC, to Dr. Ben Carson, to Eric Trump, to Kari Lake. So many people, and that list goes on. As we await.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next Vice President of the United States, Senator JD Vance.
Why don't we liberate these United States? We're the ones who need it worst. Let the rest of the world help us for change, and let's rebuild America first. Our highways and bridges are falling apart. Who's blessed and who has been cursed? There's things to be done all over the world, but let's rebuild America first.
Well, I have the distinct honor of getting to talk with you again, but for this time, to introduce the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. But before I do, let me just say, sorry. I had to screw with you a little bit, right? Let me... How do you introduce the guy? You know, pretty much everybody knows everything about him. They know he was a great president, and we want to make him president again. But you know, what I thought I'd say is, you know, what are the qualifications you need to be a good president? Well, number one, you need to love this country, right? We got a lot of leaders who don't love this country, but there are, frankly, if we're being honest, a lot of people who love this country you wouldn't want to make president just because they love the country. You need something else. And when I wrote my convention speech, and I wrote it mostly myself, had some help from some friends, but I was looking at the history of President Trump's engagement with his country, and One of the things that jumped out at me is if you think about the biggest mistakes we've made as a country, the things that have hurt my home state of Ohio, this state, Michigan, the most, you kind of run through the list of things. I'd start with obviously Gretchen Whitmer's a problem. I'm talking about even further back than that. NAFTA. Giving China the sweetheart trade deal and letting them into the World Trade Organization. The Iraq War in 2003. On every single one of those issues, Joe Biden was wrong and President Donald J. Trump was right. Even though he was a real estate developer in New York, he knew instinctively what this country needed and how to put the interests of the citizens of this country first. Now, we had a hell of a 4 years with President Donald J. Trump, didn't we? In 4 years, he undid, I believe, 30 years of damage, of terrible leadership. Are we ready to give him 4 more years? Are we ready to hear from the next president of the United States, President Donald J. Trump? Come on out, sir.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Well, thank you very much. This is like a Michigan football game over here. This is pretty good. This is pretty good. I want to thank you, JD, for the introduction. You're going to be a fantastic Vice President of the United States. And you know, I chose him because he's for the worker. He's for the people that work so hard and perhaps weren't treated like they should have been, but they were treated that way 4 years ago, I can tell you that. But we're going to get it back bigger, better, stronger than ever before. Thank you very much. This is some crap. I'm thrilled to be back in the great state of Michigan with thousands and thousands, and I mean lots of thousands up here. This is a hell of an arena. This is a hell of an arena. But you are the hardworking patriots that we love. You know, they have crowds of people outside. You're not even going to believe it. They go blocks and blocks. But let's forget about them, right? Let's forget about them. Let me begin this evening with a very special thanks to Americans nationwide, including all of you here today, for your extraordinary outpouring of love and support in the wake of the horrific last Saturday event. And when you think of it, it was exactly 1 week ago today, almost to the hour, even to the minute. Yeah. Incredible. What a day it was. As I said earlier this week, I stand before you only by the grace of Almighty God. That's true. I shouldn't be here. I shouldn't be here. Maybe JD or somebody else would be here, but I shouldn't be here right now. But something very special happened. Let's face it, something happened. I want to thank Butler Memorial Hospital in Pennsylvania for the incredible job they did and service they gave, and all of the great citizens of Butler, Pennsylvania, and the surrounding area, and everyone else for the job they did and the love that they showed us all. It was incredible, actually. What a time that was. What a time that was. Nobody's seen anything like it, and hopefully they never will again. And they had cameras blazing. I guess it was different in that way, too, because we were right in the middle. All those, see, look at all the news back there, and they were all blazing. They were going. No, they covered it fairly. They couldn't believe what they were seeing either. So you did cover it fairly. Let me also thank Congressman Ronnie Jackson from Texas. You know Congressman Ronnie Jackson, for the care and treatment he gave me as an outstanding doctor, which he is. He's really an amazing guy. Where's Ronnie? Doc Ronnie's here someplace. Thank you, Ronnie. Thank you very much. Great doctor. He was a great admiral, a great doctor. He's a White House doctor for Bush, Obama, and a guy named Trump. And they said, who was the healthiest of the three? He said, not even a question, Trump. And I said, I love that guy. I love that guy. When he said that, that was my doctor. Even if he's a congressman, that was my doctor. But he's been a great congressman. Thank you very much, Ronnie, for everything. We appreciate it. Ronnie Jackson. We continue to pray for the recovery of the two citizens who were wounded in that evil attack, David Dutch and James Copenhaver, two really incredible people. We remain in contact and send our deepest respect to the families. Corey, as you know, Corey Comparator was a brave firefighter who died, funeral yesterday, shielding his wife and daughters from bullets. He shielded them from the bullets of this horrendous person. Corey was a hero, and we will carry his memory in our hearts for all time. Great hero. That's great. And he was a big trumper, and we will never forget him, right? We're all together. We're all together. There's never been anything like what you witnessed the other day with the convention. I don't think there's ever been a convention where there was such unity and love, and even now I'll say just for a second, the fake news even said it that way. I want to be nice, but the fake news reported it correctly. There's never been such unity, and everybody did a great job, and the speeches and everything. It was just an incredible event. And I'll tell you what, Milwaukee was a fantastic place. This was a beautiful arena. They did a really great job. And Wisconsin is going to vote for us because we spent $250 million. And when they go into the voting booth, they're going to say, we love this guy Trump. He gave us $250 million with jobs, and they're going to vote. Wisconsin's a very important state, as we know. But they really did. Wisconsin did a great job. Milwaukee, they did a great job. And the arena was fantastic. And it was just love. It was like a big, beautiful 4-day love fest. There was no fight. You know, there was no fight, no screams, no shouting. No, get that guy off the platform. And in case there was, we had the Hulkster with us, right? How good was he? How good was the Hulkster? And Kid Rock called, he said, I want to get, you know, Kid Rock is big, and he wanted to get down, and he did an unbelievable job. He was great. But all of them, everybody. We had so many great people there. It was really an amazing thing to see, and it was really something I don't think there's ever been. A lot of people report. I think it was either party. There's never been anything like it. And now we have something coming up where they're going to go for the convention, and they have a couple of problems. Number one, they have no idea who their candidate is, and neither do we. That's a problem. But we'll see. Hopefully they get it worked out. Sort of interesting, this guy goes and he gets the votes, and now they want to take it away. That's democracy. They talk about democracy. Let's take it away from them. But now we go forward as one movement, and really we have a very special group of people, like the people here. You people built this country. It's one movement, and we're more united, determined than ever before. We've never been so determined. Bad things happened last time. We're not going to let them happen this time. Bad things happened. We will never stop working to deliver a magnificent future for our people, and together we will fight, right? And we will win. All right. Thank you. I like this place. You ever walk in to a place and you say, I sort of like this place? Less than 4 months from now, we are going to win Michigan. We are going to take back the White House in a monumental landslide. And with your help, we are going to make America great again. Right? At our convention on just a little while ago in Milwaukee on Thursday, it was my tremendous honor to officially accept the Republican nomination for President of the United States. And I used to say it in 2016, and I meant it 100%, but I mean it even more now because this country has gone wrong. We're a failing nation. We're really a left-at failing nation right now. This will be the most important election in the history of our country. This is going to be the most important election. We cannot let it slip by. We cannot let people cheat. We cannot let this slip by, or we're not going to have a country. Because I do have other things I could be doing. It would be a lot easier. Although I'd rather be with you than sitting on some gorgeous beach watching boring waves coming in. No, I would rather be. Actually, I would. You know that. I think that's one of the reasons we've been so successful together. You know I mean that, too. But we're going to make our country more successful than ever before. Yet even as we gather this evening, we will, and take a look, still, the Democratic nominee, we're going to find out shortly, maybe, I don't know. Let's do this. Let's do a poll. You know, I love doing polls, right? Like I do a poll, I do lots of polls, like, do you like Make America Great Again, or do you like America First, or do you like them both? I like them both, right? But let's do a poll on candidates, ready? So I'll go, we're going to do a poll on a few candidates. The press will like this because they won't have to pay for the poll. You know, You do these crazy polls and they charge you $250. Look, there's Mr. Wall. This guy is the greatest guy. This guy. He must have a lot of money because he's at so many different rallies. And he was at the one, that was a tough one, wasn't he? That was something. You were right up in the front there. You saw that. That was something. We're going to do a poll, and it's going to be a very nice poll. And right? Who's your favorite candidate? Who would you like? Let's do it. Who would you most like to run against? Because, you know, you could say, who's the best candidate? We're saying, who would you like to? We'll start with Kamala Harris, and then we'll go to crooked Joe Biden, and then we could possibly discuss a few others. So who would you like to most run against if you're us, if we want to win? Ready? Kamala Harris, crooked Joe Biden. All right. I don't think we have to go too much further. Well, you have a terrible governor here who did a terrible job. Whitman. I'd like to run against her, actually. I'd like to run against her. No, she's one of the 20 that I mentioned. She's the one that gave her husband full right, title, and interest to everything, but nobody else could do anything but her husband. Her husband was sailing in the middle of your lake, your beautiful lake. He's out there sailing, and everybody else had to be locked up, right? Her husband. No, but things like that are mentioned during a campaign, little things like that. No, she's done a terrible job, but I hope I'd be very happy with her. At this very moment, Democrat Party bosses are frantically trying to overthrow the results of their own party's primaries to dump crooked Joe Biden from the ballot. Couldn't happen to a nicer guy. And as you're seeing, the Democrat Party is not the party of democracy. They're really the enemies of democracy. The parties of corrupt insiders like Whitmer, special interests, and the failed political class. That's what they are. Under our leadership, the Republican Party is now the party of the people. We're the party of hardworking Americans of every race, religion, color, and creed. We've become a very big party. We've become, right, fellas? You know what I'm talking about. I love you guys. We love you guys. No, we become a very big party. We have increased in size. Nobody's ever, honestly, in history, there's never been anything like this movement. And that may be in the history of the world, but let's keep it down to the country for right now, because that's the thing. But there's never been anything like MAGA. When Biden says, we have to stop MAGA, we will stop MAGA. I said, he doesn't know what MAGA stands for. It stands for Make America Great Again. How can you be against that? How can you be against that? And you know, the other side's going around trying to make me sound extreme, like I'm an extremist. I'm not. I'm a person with great common sense. I'm not an extremist at all. Like some on the right, severe right, came up with this Project 25, and I don't even know. I mean, some of them I know who they are, but they're very, very conservative, just like you have. They're sort of the opposite of the radical left, okay? You have the radical left and you have the radical right, and they come up with this, I don't know what the hell it is, it's Project 25. He's involved in Project, and then they read some of the things, and they are extreme. I mean, they're seriously extreme. But I don't know anything about it. I don't want to know anything about it. But what they do is misinformation and disinformation, and they keep saying, he's a threat to democracy. I'm saying, what the hell did I do for democracy? Last week, I took a bullet for democracy. What did I do against democracy? Crazy. Hello, Chris. Here's our great campaign man. Chris, are you having a good time? Look at him. He's back there, cool as a cucumber. You know, so far, they're giving us great credit for the best run campaign they've seen in years. Isn't that nice? Thank you, Susie. Thank you, Chris. Look how cool he is. Just sits there. Thanks, Ed. Try doing it with another candidate sometime. That gets tough, right? Anyway, thank you very much. Great job, Chris, Susie, the whole group. We have a great group of people. They love this country. They want to save the country. That's what we're doing. With your vote in this election, the Trump-Vance administration, by the way, I made the right pick. He's so great. They were all good. They were all good, but he's really stepped up. But the Trump-Vance administration will begin rapidly reversing every single Biden-Harris disaster starting on day one. And when you vote for Biden, you're probably voting indirectly for Harris anyway, whether you like it or not. Just common sense, it's all common sense, right? We will end the inflation nightmare that you would have never had. We had no inflation. See, there's another thing. Biden always goes around, I inherited 9% inflation. And even the radical left reporters up there, look at all of them. Whoa, they have a lot. They have a lot of them. They have a lot of them. Look at those cameras. But they'll start turning off as soon as I start mentioning certain things. I'll say, the red light just went off. No, but actually the radical left reporters, of which there are quite a few, I can't believe it. I don't know why they'd have them. But the radical left reporters say, the guy's right. You know, wasn't it until 2 years in that we became destroyed with inflation? Inflation is a country buster. It's a class buster. It busts everything. Low income, middle income especially, and they get they're busted. The country gets busted. Look at Germany from centuries ago. Look at every country that's had inflation. And we had, I believe, the greatest inflation in the history of our country. They don't even report it properly because they leave the worst numbers out. They don't talk about interest rates that went to 10, 11, 12%, and you can't get the money. So what does that mean, 12%, if you can't get the money? It means it's higher from 2%. We will seal the border, and we will stop this terrible invasion that's destroying our country. We will crush migrant crime. We're going to crush migrant crime. Oh, we have a new form of crime now. It's called migrant crime. The only good thing about these migrants coming in is they make our gang members and criminals look like the nicest people you've ever met. These people are much tougher. They come from all over the world, not just from South America. We're going to return law and order to our streets and restore patriotism to our schools. We gave you already the largest tax cut in the history of our country, larger than the Reagan cuts, but now we will give you an additional tax cut, a number of tax cuts that will make it. We took in more money after the tax cuts than we did prior. We took in billions and billions of dollars more after the tax cuts than we did. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. Everyone knows that. We're going to slash regulations. That's what created all of those jobs and gave them bounce-back jobs. You know, they're called bounce-back jobs. After COVID, they bounce back. Everybody knows that. When you have something like COVID, which rarely happens, but when you have something like that, they're called bounce-back jobs. And we're going to bring down energy prices very rapidly. It was energy that caused the problem and their stupidity. And we're going to bring it down very quickly. Your energy bills will be cut in half, at least cut in half. Some sections, like in New England, I'll be able to cut their energy by 60, 70%. It's absolutely crazy what has happened with energy. We buy the oil from Venezuela. They used to be our enemy. I don't know. We buy from Venezuela. It's not really oil, it's tar. And you know, there's only one refinery in the world that can do it. It's very heavy, horrible stuff. It's garbage. It's tar. You lift it. I said, that's not oil. We want light, sweet, crude. We have the best oil. We have the best everything. We go to Venezuela. You know where they refine it? In Houston, Texas. It's the only plant in the world that can refine that stuff. So we go to Venezuela. We pay them a fortune. We take that dictatorship. We make the dictatorship wealthy. These people don't know what the hell they're doing. They're incompetent. They're grossly incompetent. The biggest threat is because we have incompetent. That's the threat to democracy. It's a threat to our country. We have incompetent people leading our country, grossly incompetent people. America's enemies will fear us. The United States will again command the respect that it deserves. Viktor Orban, the very powerful leader of Hungary, said, when asked what happened with the world that's falling to pieces, there are wars all over, he said, bring back Trump, it'll all end. It all ended. We had no problem in the world. And something beautiful is going to happen because we will bring back the American dream, and it'll be bigger, better, and bolder than ever before. Right? And most importantly, for the people of this great state, you know, years ago, they gave me in Michigan the Man of the Year. That was long before I was a politician. I was a business guy, I did well. I liked the state, but I don't know, I heard Man of the Year, Michigan. I said, that's cool, that's good. I'm going to make that trip. I didn't know why they were giving it to me, nothing, but they were giving it to me for, I guess, the fact that I employed a lot of people. I did real well. This is probably 14 years ago. And I came in and I said, why do you allow foreign countries like Mexico? You know, Mexico's, we think of them as friendly, but they haven't been too friendly lately. How about where they asked Biden to meet, just to meet? They want $2 billion to meet. They wouldn't ask that. See, they wouldn't even ask me that because I'd say, I will put 100% tariffs on everything you send into a country if you even think about asking. They want $2 billion to meet. In other words, we won't meet with you unless you pay us $2 billion. And this is every single year they want $2 billion. No, it works the opposite of that, the exact opposite. But you know, when you see the things that are happening to our country, and all you have to do is know how to speak. When I watched the way our border was handled, we had the best border, the safest border, the border that saved my life. You know, I was pointing to an immigration border sign when I made this turn, and that thing went that way instead of that way. So I owe immigration my life. It's true. It's true. Now, think about it. I'm talking thousands and thousands, much more than even this. I mean, we're restricted because you're in this giant arena. That's the one thing about outdoor that's good. You can have unlimited. Thousands and thousands as far as the eye can see. Nobody's over here or over here because there's nobody there. It starts like this, as far as the eye can see. And I said, look at the great results that we had on immigration. Just look at them. If I didn't say that, and it's because we had like a crane holding this massive sign, I call it the $1 million sign, they're expensive. But that sign was very good. I think I'm going to sleep with it tonight. I'm going to sleep with it tonight. I said, what was that? What was that? Ooh, then I looked, I said, that's not good. That's not good. So it was immigration, if you think about it, right? Immigration, I would have never been looking to the right, and I had to be. It was the only place that would have saved us. They do these reports in the New York Times and all over the place where they had, you know, the shape, you know, if he turns this way, this way, this way. If every shot was no good for me except for the one direct. It came whizzing by, and I hope we have to never go through that again, everybody, because it's so horrible. But most importantly, for the people of your state, this great state, I will rescue the U.S. auto industry from obliteration. They're going to obliterate your auto industry. And anybody that votes for the head of the United Auto Workers, this guy doesn't know what he's doing. He's approved all electric cars. And you know, Elon, I love Elon Musk. Do we love him? I love him. And I'm constantly talking about electric cars, but I don't mean I'm against, I'm totally for them, but whatever the market says, and if it's 10% of the market, 12%, 7%, 20%, whatever it is, it's okay. But you can't have 100% electric cars. And you know, so Elon endorsed me recently, the other day, actually. He's great. Elon Musk. He's a brilliant guy. Every time I call him, he's talking about, I got a new idea for a rocket. You have to hear this.
No, it's true. You know, the first time I ever saw this, I'm watching television like 3 years ago, and I see a rocket engine, motor engine, come down landing, straight up in, no wings, no nothing, and it's landing. I thought I was seeing things. What is that? And it's landing on a barge in the middle of the ocean. And then another one comes down, and another one. I guess 4 of them came down, 3 or 4, and they land upright. I said, what the hell was that? I've never seen that before. Now, if that were government, you wouldn't see that for another 50 to 100 years. But it was Elon. Now, think of that. And I called him, and I've always had a good relationship with him, but I called him, and I said, what was that? He said, well, we saved the engines. We saved the engines because it's very expensive to build. So, I mean, it didn't take me long to figure that if you save them, that's good, but who the hell thought you could do that? No wings, no nothing, just like these big, long, massive tubes, and they're landing gently right on the dot. I said, that's the coolest thing I've ever seen. And you say, how long would it take government to come up with that one? I don't think they ever heard of it. Perhaps they still haven't heard of it. But, you know, he's a very advanced person, and he's doing other things that are great, and so are others. We have to make life good for our smart people, you know? We have some smart people. We have to make life good for our smart people, and he's as smart as you get. But Elon endorsed me the other day, and I didn't even know this. He didn't even tell me about it. But he gives me $45 million a month. A month. Not 45 million. Gives me 45 million a month. And I talked to him just a little while ago to say I was coming here, how you doing? And he didn't even mention it. He didn't mention. I mean, other guys, they give you $2 and you got to take them to lunch. You got to wine them, dine them. No, he's a great guy, he really is. But, you know, he's never mentioned to me, why are you hitting the electric cars? Because he understands I'm not hitting it. I think it's incredible. I've had them. I've driven them. They're incredible. But they're not for everybody. Some people have to drive long distances. And they tend to be more expensive. And, you know, they'll probably be made in China because China has all of that material. Oh, there's the guy that I stood up here. Are you the same guy, the same muscles? Look at that guy. Are you the same guy? Yes? No kidding. It's pretty good memory, right? Unlike somebody else that I happen to be running against. You wouldn't. Come on up here. Get up here. I got to get this guy. This guy was Central Casting. Look at him. Look. Oh, I think he was standing on a box. That was the only thing. I said, come on up here. Don't hurt yourself. Can you get him up? I like this guy. He's a serious union guy, a United Auto Workers. You look at him get over there. It's okay. He does not carry guns. He's not. Come on up here. Look at him. Look at his shape he's in.
I'm glad to see you. I'm glad to see you. I'm glad to see this guy. I told you we're going to get 85 million of us out there to vote for him. So let's go home from this rally and do our part.
Look at the arms on him. I may have height, but his arms are definitely more powerful, huh? Look at that guy. No, last time I was here, I saw him, and he was so great, and he was agreeing with us on auto. We want to bring car manufacturing back, and what the deal with this thing with the all-electric cars in 6 years from now? It's ridiculous. You know, in the Midwest, they open up chargers. They opened up 8 chargers. You read about this. $9 billion they spent for 8 chargers. That's like a gas pump. I guess it would be like the equivalent of a gas pump for electric, right? They spent $9 billion in 8 chargers. This is 8 little chargers. $9 billion. How do you do that? It would cost at that rate $5 trillion to create enough chargers so it could run. It doesn't work. And it doesn't work the trucks either. I was with Swift, big Swift company. How many trucks are you on? 29,000, sir. 29,000? That's a lot of trucks. One of the biggest, I guess like the biggest I think he's the biggest, right? And he said, they want to destroy our business. They want us to go all electric. I said, so what's wrong with electric? I said, if you take a big, beautiful, like Peterbilt or one of the great manufacturers, how many times would you have to stop from New York to Los Angeles? None, sir. We go right there. We have some left over. Really? That's with diesel. I said, what about if it's electric? We have 6 to 7 stops, about 3 hours each. So immediately he's saying, that's not working too well. He said, but there are other problems. He said, the truck is so much heavier that you'd have to rebuild every bridge in the country. That doesn't sound too good, right? And then the third thing, he said that the battery is so much bigger than a tank, a big tank for the diesel or for the gasoline, but the diesel mostly. It's so much bigger that most of our payload would be holding batteries. In other words, we wouldn't have any room for the product. So let's say you hear those 3 minor details. Typically, you would end the conversation, would say, that doesn't work. These people said, we don't care. We want you to go all electric. Can you believe these people? They're crazy. They're crazy. No, they're crazy. And they want boats to do the same thing. I was with in South Carolina, one of the biggest boat manufacturers of, smaller fishing boats from, let's say, 16 to 35 feet. And he said, we have a problem. They keep pushing, the beautiful outboard engines. You have Mercury and Evinrude, I guess they used to have. I don't know if they have it anymore. But those big, beautiful outboard engines they have, they work great. Or just interior engines run by a thing called gasoline. So he said they want us to figure out how to go all electric in a boat, right? All electric. I said, well, what is the problem? He said, we'd have to take the entire lower cabin where we have bedrooms, and we'd have to make that into a battery. But the bigger problem is, sir, it won't float because it's so heavy. It won't float. It won't float. And I always tell the story with, well, what would you do? Because, my uncle was a great professor at MIT for 41 years, I think. He's the longest serving. Dr. John Trump, she knows. He was great, very smart. We have a very smart family, actually. But he was a great guy, and I always thought I was very interested in this, but the press kills me all the time. They say, he keeps talking about sharks and this. I don't. I tell an analogy. If I'm in a boat, it's all electric, and it starts to sink. I asked the guy, do you get electrocuted sitting over this? And then I say, and I don't think there's anything wrong with this, do you? Because it's an analogy. I say, and if there's a shark about 10 yards away, right where they are, right where all the congressmen are, right over there, look at us. Well, they're sharks. They're sharks. If there's a shark about 10 yards away, do I get electrocuted or do I go with the shark? I said, because I will take electrocution all day long. Despite the environmentalists that say how wonderful sharks are. You ever hear these people? We had 3 killings by a shark this weekend, ripped people apart, and then you have the environmentalists going, well, they didn't mean to do it. They mistook them for a seal. They didn't want to hurt the child. No, I don't want that. Common sense, right? I mean, how about they catch a shark, vicious that they've been after, and they take him to a little deeper water and they put him back in? I wouldn't do that. Would anybody do that here? Let me ask you, this is Michigan. These guys wouldn't do it. But they always get on me. They say, why is he talking about electricity and sharks? What do they have? Well, they know exactly. It's sort of a cute little story. Do I take electrocution or do I take death by a shark? And I'll always take electrocution. But isn't it ridiculous? Think of it. Isn't it ridiculous? They want to make a boat that's far too heavy, that can barely float, and they're driving people out of business. They're destroying this country. They're stupidly destroying this country. The Army tanks are the other one. They want to make all electric. We make the best tanks in the world. They want to have them. So that as we go into a country to bomb the hell out of it, we will do it in an environmentally friendly way. And with an Army tank, again, the battery's very big, very heavy, and doesn't last long. You know what it is? It's an Army tank, and it's like you're pulling a wagon behind the Army tank. You're pulling a wagon like a child pulls a wagon, and it's loaded up with a battery. So we got to get back to common sense. The aircrafts, too. They want to make our jet fighters a biofuel jet fighter that shows 18% less efficiency. That's the difference between winning and losing a fight. And you know what happens? I say, I'm not doing it. And we ended all of that stuff. They brought it back. We will end it on day one. We're not going to be doing that stuff. Okay? In 4 short years under my leadership, I did more for Michigan auto workers and manufacturers than any president in the history of our country. And just as I promised, I withdrew from the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which would have totally destroyed your auto industry. I ended the disaster known as NAFTA. That was the worst trade deal ever made. That was the worst trade deal considered by him. That was so unfair to us with Mexico and Canada, the worst trade deal ever made, and replaced it with what they call the best trade deal ever made, the USMCA, Mexico and Canada. And I know it's good because Mexico and Canada are right now, as we speak, working like hell to try and renegotiate the deal. Don't do it, Biden. Well, he doesn't know what's going on. Don't do it. He's watching us now. He'll say, what's that trade deal they're talking about? Well, sir, they've been negotiating with us for about 2 years. I never heard of that negotiation. Where is Mexico anyway? Where is it? See, now the fake news will take the statement I just say, where is Mexico? And they'll put it on television. Trump didn't know where Mexico is. Oh, they do. They do. It's very dangerous. The biggest threat I have to my administration is sarcasm because they play it against me. When I show that he can't walk off, he can never find the entrances off a stage. Look, one here, one there, 2 here. He could jump off the front, I guess. And whenever I imitate him, I called my wife. She's great. Our wife, she's great. Our great First Lady. I said, and she looked great the other night. She made that entrance. She made a lot of entrances. She was something. But she walked in, but I told her the other night, I said, how good was I? How good? This was at a rally a couple of weeks ago. How good was I? Well, you were really good, but not great. Why? Well, it showed that you didn't know how to get off the stage. Well, I was imitating Biden. So what they do is they show the imitation of Biden. They said Trump didn't know how to get off the stage. That's our fake news. So we have to be very careful. So I haven't done it in about 3 weeks. I'll do it again, but maybe not right now. It's too... Darling, you were great. I mean, I get these crowds, 50, 60, 70,000. In New Jersey, we're leading New Jersey by 4 points, by the way. We're leading Michigan by 6 points. Right. And a report just came out. Actually, we're leading everywhere and nationally, and we have to keep it that way. Got to make sure they don't cheat. Got to make sure they don't cheat. I took on China like no administration in history, bringing hundreds of billions of dollars pouring into our treasury when no other president had gotten 10 cents. You know, China never gave us 10 cents. I got hundreds of billions of dollars from China. And I got along very well with President Xi. He was a great guy. He wrote me a beautiful note the other day when he heard about what happened. And he wrote me a beautiful, most of the leaders do. You know, a lot of them didn't like what I was doing to them, but they also knew it was about time. The jig was up, right? It was about time. But they wrote me, almost all of them wrote me notes. It was nice. No, I have a good relationship with all of them. That's a good thing. You know, a lot of times the press would say, he gets along with Kim Jong-un, North Korea. He has a lot of nuclear weapons. I got along with him great. You were never in danger with me as your president. It's a good thing to get along, not a bad thing. I used to tell him, why don't you do something else? All he wants to do is buy nuclear weapons and make them. I said, just relax, chill. You got enough. You got so much nuclear weapons, so much. I said, just relax. Go to let's go to a baseball game. I'll show you what a baseball. We'll go watch the Yankees, or we'll come watch Michigan at its home opener. Okay, how about that?
Are you going to have a good team this year, I think, right? Pretty good. I heard good. I heard good, but who the hell knows, right? Guy drops a pass, that's the end of that season. It's a risky business. I proudly imposed a 27.5 tariff on all Chinese auto imports to keep China and Chinese cars, keep them out of America. You don't sell a lot of Chinese cars in here because of what, and if you did, it'd be fewer cars that you made. We're going to bring back the auto industry because of, we're going to bring it back. We're going to have them. If they want to come in and sell us cars, they can, but they have to build plants here, and they have to hire our workers, and that's fine, and nobody can say anything about it. Under the radical Democrat policies, the U.S. auto industry is being decimated. You know, we lost 64% of our industry over the years, 64%. We were a giant, and now they made, a lot of them made in Mexico. Mexico's taken 35% of the auto industry. And we did something very strong. We did something very strong with Mexico. But, you know, when I was building the wall, I said, you have to give us 28,000 soldiers. And they laughed at me. I hate when people laugh at me. I hate it. I hate it. No, it's so disrespectful. They laughed at me. We won't do that. Why would we do that? I said, because you have to. We're building the wall. People are flowing in through your country. We want 28,000 soldiers to protect us while we're building the wall. They said, no, no, no. And then they said, after I said, look, here's the story. If you don't do it, we're going to charge you a 25% tariff on every car that you send into America. And then it's going to 50% next month. Then it's going to 75%. And then it's going to 100%, and then I'll stop. And the gentleman representing the president's a great guy. He's no longer president, but he's a great guy. He was a great guy, still is. But he said, I'd like to discuss this with the president. I said, 5 minutes, I got to go. I have something much more important to do. And he came back. He said, Mr. President, we would love to give you soldiers to protect your wall, free of charge, of course. That's how I got those great numbers on that beautiful, beautiful graph that we talk about. They gave us everything I wanted. I got everything from Mexico, and then this stupid person, low IQ, he's a low IQ individual. Take his IQ. I guarantee you it's in the low 50s or 60s. And he's negotiating against Putin, President Xi of China, Macron of France, very smart guy. I told him he was going to do something very bad to our country. I said, that's okay, you can do it, but I'm going to put a 100% tariff on all wines and champagnes that come in from France. He said, no, 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 Donald, you cannot do that. I said, I'm doing it. Donald, you cannot do that. That's not fair. He was going to charge our companies, American companies, 25% for doing nothing, for being in France. Big deal, right? Big deal. So I said, okay, that's all right. I'm charging you 100% tariff. I gave it to all my people, Mnuchin, all smart guys. They came back, sir, they won't do it. They won't budge. I said, they'll budge. I called them up. And I talked to the president of France, Emmanuel Macron. He's a nice guy. I said, but he's, you know, he likes France. I like the USA. Does that make sense? I said, Emmanuel, it's so nice to talk to you. I understand you're going to charge our companies 25%, Emmanuel. Yes, 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 Donald. It was approved by whoever the hell approves the parliament. Whatever the hell they have over there, they were going to approve it. It's been fully approved. Yes, I'm so sorry. I said, well, that's okay. You can add approve, but here's the story. Starting tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock, every bottle of wine and every bottle of champagne that's shipped into the United States is going to have a 100% tariff on it. No, 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 you cannot do that. That is not fair. I said, not fair for you to charge our companies 25%. He said, you cannot do it. I said, I'm signing the papers now. I will call you right back. Calls me back. Donald, we would be delighted, Mr. President, to take that tax off. We have decided to take it off. It'll be off by tonight, sir. It'll be off by tonight. And it was off. And it was off. You think Joe Biden does that? He doesn't know what the hell he's doing. Their policies are no good. Remember, whether it's Biden or anybody else, they want open borders. They want all the same stuff. So it's like, you know, but he's in particular, he's pretty bad, I tell you. Can you imagine these killers, these are sharp. You know, the press gets angry. They said, is
President Xi of China, is he a smart man? I said, no, he's a brilliant man. He controls 1.4 billion people with an iron fist. He makes guys like Biden look like babies. They don't even know whether they're coming or going. Yes, he's the next day headline, Trump calls him brilliant. How dare? No, okay. Let's say he's not a smart man. Okay, whatever makes you happy. No matter what you do. No matter what you do. I say, he's a brilliant man. They went crazy because I called him brilliant. So I'm just going to have to say, he's okay. He's okay. No, he's very smart. But and you know what else? He's a fierce person. Do you understand that? Some of the people here know that, what this means. Especially some of the women, right? They know better than the men about fierce. I know the women. They know better than the men. They're more fierce than the men. Oh, her. But no, he's a fierce individual. He's a fierce man. Can you imagine when he meets this guy? He thinks Trump is playing a joke on him. He actually thinks there's some kind of that I'm playing a joke. He doesn't believe what happened. He doesn't believe the last election. He thinks I'm playing a joke on him. But can you imagine President Xi, Putin, all of them? They're all smart, tough. They love their country, or they want to do well with their country, whatever it is, all ideology. But we have to have somebody that can protect us. And Orban was right. We have to have somebody that can protect us. Right now, we have really low IQ people in there. And the president in particular, he has about a 70 IQ, and he's going against 210, and it never works out. It never works out. When I'm back in the White House, the way they will sell their product in America is to build it in America. They have to build it in America, and they have to use you people to build it. Thank you very much. It's very simple. We will build American, buy American. We're going to hire American. We're going to get it going. We're going to get the auto industry back. It's ridiculous. I will revoke China's most favored nations trade. You know, they have a most favored nations trade status. They've had it for years. We had it revoked, and then we had that stupid election, that ridiculous election that everybody knows was ridiculous. But I will revoke it. They have a trade where basically they're saying we're just beginning. They're not just beginning. They're teaching our people too much. I will pass the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act, meaning if China charges us a 100 or 200% tariff or tax, we will charge them a 200% tax. Very simple. It's called reciprocal. They charge, we charge. It sort of says, I shouldn't say this, because, you know, Franklin Graham, I told the story the other night, Franklin Graham, he's such a wonderful guy. Billy Graham was his father, the greatest. My father used to take me to Yankee Stadium to watch Billy Graham. The place was packed, and he would get up and he would rant and rave, and you left there and you believed that it was God, in fact, that helped me last week. You would believe it if you listened to Billy Graham. And Franklin Graham is right, probably, but he wrote me a beautiful letter. He says, President Trump, I watch your speeches and your rallies all the time. I love your storytelling. There's nobody that can do it like you, but please, you're hurting yourself very badly. Don't use foul language. It made me feel bad, actually, because I don't use much. And if it is foul, it's not really foul. You know, there's really foul, and then there's a little off. Like some people they don't like the word hell. That's a bad word. You know, I mean, that's not good. Or the word bullshit they don't like, so I won't use it. No, it's true, but it's more descriptive. There's just no word to sort of. But he said, so please, so I've been really good, and for the last 4 or 5 times I've really been good, but you know, you lose a little something. But reciprocal trade, it basically means you screw us and we'll screw you. It's very simple. And I can't describe it. And I don't think it's foul, but he's probably right. To further protect Michigan auto workers, I will end the Biden-Harris electric vehicle mandate on day one. It's going to end on day one. And I will immediately terminate the Green New scam, and we're going to use that money to build roads and highways and bridges. Under Biden and the radical left Democrats, inflation is wiping out our middle class. Groceries are up 57%. Gasoline is up 69%. Mortgage rates have quadrupled. They've gone up 3, 4, 5 times. And they never include that in their stats, you know. They never include those things. They never include mortgage rates. And you can't get the money anyway, so what really is the number? And since Democrats took over, total household costs have increased by an average of $28,000 per family. Think of that. Under my leadership, we will throw out Bidenomics and we will replace it very simply with Maganomics. Maganomics. You know, I have to just interject. If you would turn off those cameras, because I don't want this. See the screen up there of me? That's very severe, that comb over. That's a severe sucker. What's with that one? It looks okay from the other side. But that is very severe. I apologize. Man, I looked up there. I said, whoa. Look at that. Wow. That's like a work of art. Only look at that one. Don't look. That one looks. To bring down the prices of all goods, we will end the Biden-Harris war on American energy, and we will drill, baby, drill. We're going to start that day one. Under the Trump administration, we had energy independence, and soon we will have energy dominant. We will be more dominant than any country by far, and we were just 4 years ago. We started off at number 4, we got to number 3, and then we had to beat Russia. We beat them. Then we had to beat Saudi Arabia. We beat them, and we were like a rocket ship, and then we had this idiotic result. But we will be, and again, we have more. You know, Anwar in Alaska, it's probably the biggest find anywhere in the world. The size of Saudi Arabia, some people say, who knows what it is, but it's massive. Ronald Reagan tried to get it, couldn't get it, and that was easier in those days environmentally. They stopped it with the environment. You know, the environment is very important to me, and environmental is very important, but, you know, you can't use it to destroy a country. And they stopped it. They stopped it for years based on the environment. I got it approved. It was totally done. This is since Ronald Reagan, who worked so hard to get Anwar, he wanted to be able to drill in Alaska. Think of it as the size of Saudi Arabia, approximately, bigger than Texas, bigger than everything. We would have had something that nobody else even comes close to. And on the first week in office, his Department of the Interior person, who was just put in Department of Interior, she outlawed it. She said, we're not going to use it, stopped all work. They were ready to start drilling. It took them a while to get ready. They're ready to start drilling. The money would have been incredible. The prices were very high. We're the only country that stops drilling when the prices are at an all-time high. And we stopped drilling, but we'll get that back, and I'll get it back very fast. But Anwar, they cut it. Unbelievable. And I will cut taxes even further than we did before, and that includes no tax on tips, right? No tax on tips. All that government does is harass everybody over it anyway. It's like a big harassment operation. They hired 88,000 IRS people to go harass everybody. So if you work in a restaurant, if you drive a cab, or if you do anything having to do with tips, I hope you're going to remember, bartenders, let's see, hospitality workers, a caddy, a barber. Barbers get tips. I don't give mine a big tip because I don't think they do a very good job. If you're a mover, a driver, or anyone else who relies on tips, the money is going to be 100% yours. You better go vote. If that doesn't get you out, if that doesn't get you off your ass to go out and vote for Trump, nothing will. Got to do it. Right? Got to do it. And as we rescue our economy, I will also restore the sacred and sovereign borders of a place called the United States of America, right? United States of America. With Democrats in charge, the greatest invasion in history is taking place right now. This is an invasion of our country. You remember during the time I was trying to get the wall, and I was getting all sorts of assurances, and you couldn't get it from Congress. It was incredible. So I did get a lot of money for the military. So I put an extra $10 billion. I put a little fund, an extra $10 billion. I then called it an invasion of our country, and I took it out of the military, and I got it built. And now we're going to build it larger. We have to close up the areas that weren't built. We have certain areas where we needed to have them open for a little while for getting all of our stuff back. I don't like leaving brand new bulldozers and everything on the other side of the border, right? We want to close it up. But we had certain areas we had to close up. And when they took over, they said, we're not going to close it. I said, these guys actually do. I thought they were kidding. I thought they were not being serious. Who would want an open border? Who would want an open border where people come in from prisons and jails and mental institutions? Either people that don't love our country, stupid people. They're not stupid because anybody that can cheat that well in an election's not stupid. Or maybe a new thing is emerging where they want to get people to vote illegally, and they don't care. They have no shame. And we're watching that. Our chairman is here. The Republican chairman is here, the whole thing. See? The big boss is here in Michigan, so you're going to remember that. But we're working on that, but they do. They're trying to sign people up who just came in, who have no idea where they are, what they're doing. They came in. And in many cases, they're very rough people, but they came in. They're trying to sign them up to vote. This is what they'll do. Because think of it. If they have open borders, if they have men playing in women's sports, if they have a raise in, they're going to raise your taxes by four times. 4 times. Think of it. What you're paying now, you're going to pay 4 times more. With policy like this, nobody can get elected. The only way you can get elected is to cheat. And they are really good at it. That's the only thing they're good at. That's the only thing they focus on. They have no good policies. They don't do anything well. But they're using these people, and they're trying to sign up the people. And we've caught them, and we sue, and we do all the things that you have to do. But they have no shame whatsoever. So that's really one of the big reasons I think they're allowing it, because they're not stupid enough to allow prisoners and people from mental institutions, people from insane asylums, and it drives them crazy. Hannibal Lecter, the late, great Hannibal Lecter, would like to have you for dinner. He wants you for dinner. That's the end of you, by the way. But no, these people are being dumped into our country, and nothing good is going to happen from it. That's why we have to do a big deportation and get them the hell out, okay? We have no chance. Meanwhile, our crime rate is going up while crime statistics all over the world are plunging. We have become a dumping ground for the world, which is laughing at us. They can't believe how stupid we are, how stupid we are. We're destroying our country. They can't believe what they're getting away with, but they're getting away with it at levels that they never thought possible. In Venezuela, crime is down 72%. Caracas, Venezuela, was a very, very dangerous place. And now, because of the great job they've done in removing their criminals into the United States, next year we're going to have our Michigan rally in Caracas, Venezuela, because it's nice and safe. Okay? Does that sound like a good idea to you? Because we want safety. Now, the press is going to write that. They're going to say, Donald Trump proposed next year's Michigan rally in Caracas, Venezuela. They'll say, isn't that horrible? Isn't that unpatriotic? You understand. This is what I have to go with. I'm only kidding, press. I'm only kidding. Although maybe it's not a bad idea. So El Salvador is an interesting one because I know the president. He's a young guy, and he's been getting this great press that his crime rate's way down, and they're training their criminals. Well, you don't train criminals, okay? You know, maybe every once in a while you get lucky, but you don't. So in El Salvador, murders are down 70%. He's saying, yes, we're teaching. He's different. Most of them just say, well, the United States is stupid, so we're dumping all our criminals there. He does it differently, smart. He goes, we're working with our people that are causing problems and crime. And he's not working with them. He's dumping them in the United States. And their crime rate, their murder rate is down 72%, 73%, and going up. And I don't blame him, because if I was running one of those countries, and we're not just talking in South America, but if I were running one of those countries, I would have been doing it much more. They're also emptying their jails. The big thing is their jails. Those jails were packed. Now all of a sudden it's like, oh, isn't this wonderful? They're doing such a wonderful job. They're dumping their criminals into the United States of America, and we're not going to take it anymore. Stupid people. You're not going to teach a criminal not to be a criminal. Not going to happen. And you don't have the time, you don't have the energy, because you have to do other things. That is why, as soon as I take the oath of office, we will begin the largest deportation operation in the history of our country, even larger than that of President Dwight D. Eisenhower many years ago. He was a big deportation person. Under the radical left Democrats, Michigan communities are being overrun with migrant crime. You know that better than anybody, right? Does everybody agree? It's being unbelievable. In Oakland County, criminal squads of illegal alien gang members are hiding in the trees and breaking into Michigan homes after dark, looting them for jewelry, purses. They're taking the women's purses right out of their bedrooms. Electronics, cash, they're stealing, they're robbing the houses. Earlier this year in Kent County, does anybody live in Kent County here? Sounds good to me, but you're not going to like this. A sadistic illegal alien, of which there are many criminals, was sentenced for executing a 22-year-old Grand Rapids woman while she was in her car with her 1-year-old baby, shooting her at least 5 times with a rifle at point-blank range, while the killer was wanted on an outstanding warrant for attempted strangulation of another woman. When I return to the White House, we will stop the plunder, rape, slaughter, and destruction of our American suburbs, cities, and towns. We will shut down deadly sanctuary cities. We're not going to have them anymore. And we will shift massive portions of federal law enforcement to immigration enforcement. We're going to get the bad ones out. We're going to get them out immediately. It's not going to take long. We're going to rely on law enforcement, and we're going to give law enforcement back their dignity, respect, and power so they're allowed to protect you. It's no wonder Joe Biden and his thugs are so desperate to stop us. They know that we are the only ones who can stop them. We're the only ones. You know, we talk about Biden like he's a feeble old guy, and he is. He is. But it's the people that surround him. I mean, he's perfect for them. This is the fascists and communists and some bad people surround him. I know just about all of them. I can tell you about all of them. Did you hear about our big victory in Florida last week? Did you hear? We won the big case. We're going to take down Trump. We're going to take down Trump. No, when you have a great court system, when you have honorable judges, people that really love the country, good things can happen. But we won that case in its entirety. That was the one. That's going to take them down. They've been saying that for, 8 years now, right? And here we are leading in every poll. We got to get it close. You got it close. You got it close. We don't want to talk too much. I always say if we win, because I don't like saying when we win, because they cheat like hell. So if we win, but we got to get it close. We're close. 4 months, but you know what 4 months is in this racket? Like an eternity. 4 months is like an eternity, but we're leading by a lot, not just by a little. We're leading every state, every important swing state by a lot, and we're leading nationally by a lot, but we got to get it close. The radical left Democrats rigged the presidential election in 2020, and we're not going to allow them to rig the presidential election in 2024. We're not going to allow it. Every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, and fascists indict me, I consider it a great badge of honor. You know, I've been indicted more than the legendary Alphonse Capone, Scarface. He was a tough man. See that guy right there? Ultra MAGA. You're Ultra MAGA. He's tough as hell. But if Alphonse didn't like you, you would be in the foundation of a building rising someplace in your great state, right? He was not. He was a tough cookie, this guy. I got indicted more than Alphonse Capone. Think of it. My parents are looking down. I had wonderful parents. They never saw this for me. They never saw, let's see, I'm voting for, oh, I don't want to even read that one. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. But I'm being indicted for you. Don't worry about these fake indictments. These aren't indictments. These are Biden indictments. These are a sick, weak, pathetic man who can't run an election, so he indicts his opponent thinking that's going to win. And in many cases it would. You know, third world countries do this a lot. Banana republics do it a lot. We've never done it. And we're going to teach them why they can never do it again. Because it's actually hard to believe. It's actually driven our poll numbers way up. And then we had the debate. Did anybody watch the debate? Poll. Who won the debate? Biden or Trump? Poll, free poll. I just saved $300,000. Isn't it something, these pollsters, I have Tony Fabrizio and McLaughlin back there. I got to be careful. But I just saved $300,000 doing that poll. They interview 97 people have been interviewed. And Trump is leading by a little smidgen. I got 25,000 people here or something. They got so many people outside. I wish we could include them. I'd love to get them in. Would anybody like to leave now and let the other people come? That's not nice. Never forget, our enemies want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. And in the end, they're not after me, they're after you. I just happen to be standing in their way, and I always will. Right? I always will, fellas. So we have some exciting news today because we're pleased to be joined by many outstanding Michigan patriots. They are, I know every one of them, including your next U.S. Senator from Michigan, Mike Rogers. And Mike is just as adamant as me. He'll vote to stop the invasion, end inflation, halt the outsourcing of Michigan jobs, and bring back the auto industry. You are going to double or triple your auto industry within the next 3 years under Trump. Mark it down. Mark it down. Because we're not taking their cars. We want them to build the cars here, using you people to build them. Also with us is another good man who is running for Michigan's Senate seat, Sandy Pensler. Do you know Sandy? So I have a big announcement to make then. Sandy has just announced that he would like to do something very important tonight. So you have Mike, who's a total pro, Sandy, who's a total pro. I'd like to ask both of them to come on up, and I'd like to have Sandy make a statement first. Thank you. Come on up, fellas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was so inspired when President Trump kissed the empty uniform of Corey Compatore. I flashed back immediately to a couple days after 9/11 at the local firehouse where I hugged the lone remaining survivor and looked out at 12 empty uniforms. Thank you for honoring all of them as well. My campaign was always about making America better. The best way to do that is to enact President Trump's policies. Let's go, Trump! Let's go, Trump! To do that, we need control of the Senate. A divisive, continued primary effort hurts the chances of that, and that's not okay. So tonight, I'm doing the right thing and ceasing my Senate candidacy. No, it's not an aha. It's the right thing. President Trump endorsed Mike Rogers. Tonight, so am I. Mike's gonna make a heck of a senator. So I want you guys to look around the room tonight, because everything goes through Michigan. The presidency, the Senate, the House, and the State House. Look around, make a pledge to each other. We're gonna fight like hell to save America and elect Donald Trump, Mike Rogers, and the rest of the ticket on the Republican Party. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. I am honored to have you stand with us and all Republicans to win the state of Michigan. Thank you for your courage. Thank you for your leadership. You're going to be an important voice going forward in our party in Michigan. And Mr. President, I want to say this, as a former law enforcement guy, it wasn't that the bullet took you to the ground. It was the fact that you got back up for America. You bet. I have spent my career working to protect America as an Army officer, as an FBI agent working organized crime in Chicago, as the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee. I have never seen a more unsafe America because of the Democrats over the last 4 years. Here's the good news, Mr. President. You will have a partner in the United States Senate that will bring manufacturing back to Michigan. We are the arsenal of democracy. We will be again in this great state. And I'll pledge to you, I will get Department of Justice reoriented to actually going after criminals. We are going to dismantle fentanyl distribution from here to the steppes of China, and we're going to tell China, you sell in the United States, you'll have a price to pay. Mr. President, I'll guarantee you this as well. With your leadership, winning the state of Michigan, winning for the United States, putting America back in Washington, D.C. versus Washington, D.C. and the rest of America, we will make America respected again. We will bring back law and order again. We will make America safe again. Let's flip the Senate. Let's elect Donald J. Trump and Mike Rogers to the Senate, and let's get busy. Thanks, Mr. President.
We're unifying the party, and that was beautiful to watch. Thank you, Sandy and Mike. And Mike, good luck. You're running against somebody that's such a bad senator. You don't even, I was there for 4 years plus. I don't even remember meeting that particular person. This is not a senator for Michigan. Mike Rogers is going to be a great senator. He's got gravitas. He really knows his way, highly respected in Washington. And I think, I mean, it should be an easy race. Nothing's easy, but it should be an easy race. So good luck, good luck. And thank you very much, Sandy, Mike. We're also joined by members of Congress and great people, friends of mine, warriors. Jack Bergman. Jack? Thank you, Jack. Great job. A real friend of mine, somebody I was very much in favor of right at the beginning, John James. Thank you, John. A warrior, somebody who helped me through a lot of different things. He gets things done. Bill Heisinger. Bill, thank you, Bill. Thank you very much. And another one. These are all great people. Tim Wahlberg, thank you for everything you've done, Tim. You've been unbelievable. Always there for me, right? Always there. And a man from a slightly different location, a little bit down. You're not going to get there with an electric car, but unless you want to stop a few times. But he comes from a state known as Florida, a great place, and he's so respected. He's such an incredible man. Brian Mast. Brian. Thank you. Thank you, Brian. Brian. Thank you, Brian. What a guy he is. He's a warrior. He's a real warrior. Thank you, Brian. Michigan House Republican leader, Matt Hall. Thank you, Matt. Good job you're doing, Matt. Are we going to win, Matt? Will you please make sure? We need these local ones, right? That's right. Michigan Senate Republican leader, Eric Nesbitt. Thank you, Eric. Great. Thank you. Good job. A congressional candidate who I hear is doing very well, Tom Barrett. Tom, get in there and win. Good. A friend of mine who was really brave, ran a tough race. It's amazing, actually. Really did well. Her father was a very special guy who was in the steel industry, and he passed away. A battle with cancer, a long-time battle, but he was fantastic. And I got to know them both very well. She's a terrific woman. Tudor Dixon. Thank you, Tudor. Ambassador Joe Sella. Thank you, Joe. Good job you're doing, Joe. Very important person in this room, Michigan GOP Chairman. Where are you? Okay. Pete Hoekstra. Oh, there he is. I fought like hell for him to take that job, right, Pete? I said, Pete, you got to do it. How are we doing, Pete? How are we doing? Huh? We're doing good. If you're in charge, he's going to win. He was a congressman, a really good one, respected. He left. I made him ambassador. He was a great ambassador, and
I then said, Pete, you got to do it. He lives here. I said, you got to do it. And we appreciate you doing it. Both of you, thank you very much. We appreciate it very much. RNC chairman, he put on that show with a person named Lara Trump. How good is she? How good is she? She's unbelievable. She made a great speech. And her husband made a very good speech the other night, didn't he? Eric and Don. I don't want to talk about anyone else, only my kids, you know. But they all did well. Everybody did well, honestly. I do think Hulk Hogan, I thought he was incredible. I hadn't seen him in a while. And I'll tell you what, I'm not going to mess with him, right? We're not going to mess with the Hulkster. But he was fantastic the other night. All of them, every single one. My granddaughter did very well. Look, she's scarred. What about, who said that? Who said my granddaughter? Wow. Kai. Kai is great. Great golfer. She's a great golfer. But we have another man who's very important, and the RNC chairman, Michael Whatley, who's been incredible, wherever Michael is. Mike, thank you, Mike. Great job. I said, Michael, you have one job. We got so many votes, we don't know what to do with them. You got to guard the vote. When those votes get put in, they can't be missing. They can't throw them out. They can't stuff ballot boxes. They can't cheat. Make sure. And, you know, he headed up North Carolina. And on that night, a while ago, that certain election night, that miserable where we thought it was won at 10 o'clock in the evening, and then all of a sudden, additional votes have been reported in various places. We don't have to get into it. North Carolina held totally steady. He had 603 lawyers working. Other people didn't have lawyers working. And bad things happened, but this guy held, and I said, that's the guy I want to run the party. And Michael, I know you're doing a great job, and you're going to do something very special. We don't need votes. We need to guard the vote. You ever hear the expression, too big to rig? The more we get in there, the harder it is for them. My daughter and her husband, Tiffany and Michael, where are you? Tiffany and Michael, you're around here someplace. Two great people. Fairly recently, thank you, Tiff. Great people. And Michael's father's here tonight, highly respected guy, great businessman, and a highly respected guy. From the moment we take back the White House from crooked Joe Biden and Kamala, I call her Laughing Kamala. You ever watch her laugh? She's crazy. You know, you can tell a lot by a laugh. No, she's crazy. She's nuts. She's not as crazy as Nancy Pelosi. Crazy Nancy. Did you see Nancy Pelosi is selling out Biden now? Did you see? She turned on him like a dog. Well, I don't know if he should continue. All of a sudden, where did that come from? She was 100%. All of a sudden, she's not sure. Not sure means he's gone. But no, she's crazy as a bedbug. She's a crazy person. I believe we're going to have the 4 greatest years of the history of our country. I believe that. And I believe that Michigan is going to have the greatest of all of any of the states, because I'm going to bring back your auto industry. I'm not going to take this. You know, in Mexico, they're building among the largest plants for auto manufacturing anywhere in the world. In Mexico, near the border, they think that they're going to make cars and sell them into the United States and lose all our jobs. It's not happening. And you know who owns those plants? China! China owns them. And we're not letting it happen. We'll put 200% tariffs on, 400, I don't care what would. Whoever is building your plants, we're not allowing any of those cars to come into the United States, okay? We're telling that to Mexico right now. You want to build those plants? A friend of mine who builds plants, that's all he can do. He's a great guy, but his strength is plants. If you say walk across the street, he's not that good at it. But to build a plant, he has no problem. He builds a great auto plant. So I said, I'd like to see one. Take me. He goes, well, we'll have to go to Mexico. I said, what about the United States? No, not so much. He goes, they're actually some of the biggest in the world being built right now in Mexico. I said, this happened over the last couple of years with this stupid president that we have. Stupid. He's a stupid person. And I can say it because, you know, once he weaponized justice, you know, I would never talk about a president like that. Once he weaponized justice against me, I said, oh, wow, that's really incredible. That's never been done before. I can do it. And I'm knocking him out. But sometimes you have crooked judges. We have some real crooked judges, too. That's the only way. The only way I can lose is crooked judges, but we'll get it overturned, anything that happens. But once he weaponized, I wouldn't talk that way. In fact, before this happened, before he did this, I treated him not nicely, but I treated him with far more respect than I do right now. It's one of those things. But we can't let these companies come in and steal our wealth, steal our jobs, destroy our companies, and end up building it 10 miles across the border and think we're going to allow them to get away with it. We're not. They have to build it over here, and they have to use our people. So, and it's going to happen. And Michigan will benefit more than any state in the union because they stole your auto industry, and we're going to bring it back, and it's going to be at a level that it was in its height. Okay? You hear that, John James? You hear that? I'm going to put John James in charge. And the amazing thing, it's not even hard to do. It's not even hard. It's so crazy. You know, if you want to build something in China, you're building it here and you send it over there. We don't want it. They'll charge you like 250% tariff. We don't want it. Then you get an invite. Build your plant over here. So these companies, they go over there. Harley-Davidson did it in India. They couldn't sell. They had a 200% tariff on motorbikes. I had them in the office in the White House, the Oval Office, and the head of Harley-Davidson. I was disappointed in that, actually. We were talking about it. I was telling them the problems, and I was going to help them out. But I said, how are you doing in India? No good. Why? We have a 200% tariff. In other words, if we sell a bike, they have like this massive tariff. And I said, well, if you have a 200% tariff, that means you're not going to be able to sell any. But they invited them over to build a plant, and Harley-Davidson went, and I guess they're building the plant or built it or something. But that's what they do. I don't blame India. I blame us for allowing it to happen. It's not going to happen anymore. I had it stopped, and then we had the COVID fight. We had to fight COVID. We did a great job. We never got the credit. We got credit for military. We got credit for everything. I defeated ISIS. We did unbelievable things. Unbelievable. We got the biggest tax cut in history, the biggest regulation cuts in history. You know, when I go to the companies, the big companies, highly sophisticated, I said, so I got you the biggest tax cuts in history, and that was good for jobs. And I got you the biggest regulation cuts in history, and that was good for jobs. If you could only have one, would you take the regulation cuts or the tax cuts? Every single person, and I must have asked the question 200 times over the years, said the regulation cuts were more important than the tax cuts. Can you believe it? You wouldn't think that. But we got you the biggest regulation cuts in history. Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, shortly after we win the presidency, we win. We're going to all win it together. I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled. And I will be the only one that can make this statement. I will prevent World War III from happening. You're very close to World War III. If I was president, the Afghanistan disaster, which probably caused Putin to go in, and by the way, he wouldn't have gone in with me. He would have never gone in with me. And he didn't. And by the way, he didn't. But the Afghanistan disaster, not the fact we're getting out. I was getting out. After 21 years, you get the hell out. But I would have kept Bagram. It's 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. We gave it to them so stupidly. It's one of the biggest airfields in the world. We built it many years ago for billions of dollars. We were going to keep that. We were going to man it, keep it. Think of it, 1 hour away. You know who has it now? China has it now. How stupid are we? Should have kept that. And you know the lift? The lift should have been done at Bagram, not their little local airport where they had riots all over the place, and then the bombs started going, killing 13 of our great people. Obliterating, I heard the number this morning, 47. That's maybe the right number because we're looking at 47. You know that, right? obliterated 47 great young Americans, their legs gone, their arms gone, their face just wiped out. And hundreds of people besides, hundreds of people. The worst catastrophe, the worst, most embarrassing disaster, I think, ever that happened ever in this country. And because of that, I think Putin looked at that, the incompetence, the stupidness of Milley and these guys that don't know what the hell they're doing, and he looked at it and he said, this is a great time to go into Ukraine. But he would have never done it with me. If I was president, the Afghan disaster would have never happened. Ukraine would have never happened. And October 7th, the attack on Israel would have never happened. Remember, Iran was broke. Iran had no money. They were broke. Now they have $250 billion. But we'll get along with Iran. We'll get along with whoever we have to get along with, but it would have never happened. All of the things, and you know what wouldn't have happened? Inflation wouldn't have happened because I had energy low. Inflation was caused by energy going up twice. I will restore a thing called peace through strength. That's what we have. Remember, I'm the only president in 80 years that I started no new wars. I finished some. Totally defeated the ISIS caliphate. In my next term, we will build a great Iron Dome missile defense shield over our country, a dome the likes of which has not been seen. And it will be entirely built in the USA, and much of it will be built right here in Michigan. Why shouldn't we have the same protection that other countries have, Bill? Why shouldn't we have the same protection that Israel has and that other countries have? And Ronald Reagan wanted to do this many years ago, but honestly, we didn't have the technology. Now we do. 301 missiles were shot at Israel, and almost every one of them was knocked out of the sky. It's an unbelievable technology. And it's our technology, and we're going to use it for our country, and we're going to be a lot safer than not having it. The Iron Dome, we're going to build the great Iron Dome, the latest and the greatest, and much is going to be made right here in Michigan, as you can imagine. And we will not cut one penny from Social Security or Medicare. And they are really, you know, they want to raise the retirement age. Biden wants to raise the retirement age and they're going to. You know why? All of these immigrants coming in, they're trying to put them onto Medicare and Social Security. So not only do they want them to vote, they want to destroy Social Security and Medicare. It's not going to happen, and we're not raising your age. One day, he's going to destroy. First of all, he doesn't have any idea what the hell he's doing. But I kept that promise 4 years ago. Remember, they said, he'll come in and raise Social Security. I went through 4 years. It was never even a topic that was allowed to be discussed. Because we have, between the liquid gold under our feet and all of the other things and the growth mechanism that we have in this country, we don't have to cut Social Security, which people have earned, and we're never going to cut it. And when you hear that stupid guy, that low IQ guy, get up and say, I inherited 9% inflation. False. He inherited 1.4, but really nothing. And when he says, he's going to raise Social Security, no, false. He's going to raise it because he's stupid. That's why he's going to raise it. Don't believe it. They have this line where it goes one after the other. But one thing, it's very simple. They're going to raise your taxes 4 times, and that's there because they don't want to renew the tax cuts that I gave. It's approximately a 4 times increase, and they don't want to renew them. But you can't believe these people when they get up. Biden and I watched Camilla the other day, brilliantly put on Fox. I don't know why Fox does it. Please, Fox, will you please get smart? Will you please get smart? And she's ranting, right? He is going to destroy Social Security. He's going to destroy Medicare. He's going to destroy this. I mean, just made up. It's just sound bites. It's disinformation. That's the other thing they're good at. They say anything they want to say. I am going to protect your Social Security. We're not going to be raising the number of years. We're not going to raise it by 1 day, let alone 1 year or 5 years or 10 years like some stupid people want to do. We're going to grow our country. It's going to be growth. And it's going to be using the assets and resources that we have, much of it right under the ground. We're going to rebuild our cities into beacons of hope, safety, and beauty better than they have ever been before. We're going to have to work with the Democrat governors and mayors on that. But our cities are just horribly run. And then we have our capital, our beautiful capital in Washington, D.C. We're going to take it over. We're going to clean it up. We're going to renovate it. We're going to rebuild it. We're going to make our capital the most beautiful anywhere in the world. We're going to get rid of the nightmare of murder and crime. And it will become the most beautiful capital anywhere in the world once again, but far more beautiful than it was before. And when you want to go from Michigan to see the Washington Monument, yes, we're keeping the name Washington, we're not changing the name. Or the Jefferson Memorial, where there's a big move to change the name, we're not changing the name. Remember when they were knocking down statues and I was president, and I found an old bill, and I reenacted the old bill. Anybody touching, knocking down, or even trying to harm any of our great statues or monuments goes to jail for a 10-year period with no commutation and no shortening of the sentence. And it was a beautiful sight as we watched everybody leave town. They left town so quickly. They left town. We said, bye, everybody. No, we have to meet people that have evil intentions. They wanted to knock down the Jefferson. If I didn't get the military out to save the Jefferson Memorial, they would have done a job. But I found this old law that today we're almost incapable of producing things like that. 10 years, and there's nothing like good behavior, and you get out in 2 days. It's 10 years in jail if you touch our monuments, if you even try to knock them down. I had a news conference, I signed it, and everybody left town. It was a beautiful thing to do. We're not doing it. We won't be changing the name of Jefferson, Washington, Lincoln, like they did our forts. I get out of office, they did our forts, right? We won 2 world wars of those forts, and now they have different names, many of them. Fort Bragg, and the people that live next to Fort Bragg are not happy. They're not happy. They changed the name. We won 2 world wars out of Fort Bragg, and then they decide to change the name because they think it's politically correct. On day 1, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and any other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content onto the shoulders of our children. And I will not give 1 penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate. And I will keep men immediately, day 1, out of women's sports. And I will fully uphold our very important but under siege Second Amendment, as I did for 4 years. And I got the full endorsement from the NRA. You saw that. They gave us their full, strongest endorsement. No, for 4 years I protected, and it was not that easy to do. We will protect innocent life, and we will restore free speech, and I will secure our elections. Our goal will be one-day voting with paper ballots, proof of citizenship, and voter ID. It's very simple. But until then, Republicans must win. We have to win, 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 win. We want a landslide that is too big to rig. I said it before. I'll say it 100, 200, 300 times before that very spectacular date. But, remember, November 5th is not really the date. It starts in early September, North Carolina and some others, because now we have these ridiculous laws where you can vote before the election, after the election. We got to have one-day voting, one-day voting. What happened to those ballots that were over there last week? Oh, sir, we moved them around a little bit. Oh, really? I mean, think of it. You vote 2 months early. Nobody knows what the hell's going on. Where are all the ballots that happened? Why are they using a shovel? They're shoveling off. You ever see what goes on? Take a look at what happened in Georgia. They're shoveling ballots into wheelbarrows, moving them around. If you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States and added them up, they would not have done near the destruction to our country as Joe Biden and his horrible Biden administration have done. They're destroying our country. They are destroying our country. And, we get up and we have levity, we have laughter, but honest, there's really nothing funny about it. They got millions and millions of people, many of whom are criminals and terrorists, flowing through, and people from mental institutions flowing through into our country totally unchecked. And they moved many of them into hotels. Some of them are luxury hotels. Hotel owners are making a fortune. They're destroying their hotel in a certain way, but they're making a fortune. And our military is living on the street with nothing. And yet they're putting these people into luxury hotels. So if you want to save America, get your friends, get your family, get everyone you know and vote. You got to vote early, vote absentee. I don't care how you vote. You know, they all say, oh, sir, we have to vote early. Well, you know, a lot of times you vote early, that's God. You got to vote, and you got to follow your vote. Make sure it doesn't get canceled out. You can do it. Vote on election day. I don't care how you vote, you've got to vote. Vote early if you want. Everyone's saying vote early. I don't. But look, you got to vote, and you got to get out and vote. You got to protect your vote. That's what Michael's doing. He did it better than anybody else in the country in North Carolina. That stayed right here. When Georgia went down, when Pennsylvania went down, it stayed right there. All of a sudden, in certain states, they found all these votes. A totally rigged election. We're never going to let it happen again, because this time if it happens, we're not going to have a country. We won't have even a semblance of a country left. And if you want to help us ensure election integrity, sign up. It's called protectthevote.com. Protectthevote.com. Sign up. And that's on election integrity. You got to watch and watch very carefully. So in conclusion, from Marquette to Midland, from Lansing to Flint, and from Detroit to right here in Grand Rapids, we've had great victories in Grand Rapids. Remember when we won the state of Michigan? Now, we did much better the second time, but I won't mention that. But remember, and I was at Grand Rapids, and we came in, and we had a crowd like nobody ever saw late in the evening. Remember that? You were there? And we had a crowd like nobody's ever seen before. I said, why would we lose Michigan? And we ended up winning Michigan. I was right. Actually, Bill Clinton told Hillary that he was in Michigan. You're going to lose. You know, he's a good politician. He had a natural instinct. He said, you're going to lose Michigan. You're going to lose Wisconsin. They said, whoa, why are we listening to this man tell us this? And he was right. Wisconsin and Michigan. I said, why are we going to lose? We had 49,000 people show up. She had like 300 people show up. I said, why are we going to lose? And we won. We won Michigan. And then we did much better the second time, but bad things happened. We're not going to let that happen anymore. We stand on the shoulders of the brave Michigan patriots and tough Michigan workers who manned the first assembly lines. You remember that? Does anybody remember that? It's a long time ago. Anybody remembers that? They're extremely old. Is there anybody that wants to admit? They revolutionized industries and turned this state into a manufacturing powerhouse like no other. And we're going to bring it back. And we're going to bring it back. I'm not talking about lots of other industries. I'm talking about the auto industry, because it's such a big industry. I can say we're going to bring back cement. We're going to bring back all sorts. I'm just talking very simple. It's so simple. It's going to happen so fast. You're going to be at a level as though you were from 30, 40 years ago. You're going to manufacture cars again at a level that you haven't seen in many, many decades. You probably have to get rid of this fool, this stupid idiot representing the United Auto Workers, because he sells the auto. You know, I'm much more popular than anybody with the auto workers. We're going to get 95% of their vote. But they have a guy that, I mean, he pushes the electric mandate, and they're going to be made in China. They got to get rid of that guy. He's bad news. Your Michigan ancestors gave us Motown, the Mustang, and the might of the American Midwest, and it really is a might. They forged the steel, laid the railroads, tilled the fields, fought the battles, and won the victories that made America into the greatest and most powerful nation in the history of the world. It's true. It was the most powerful. But now we are a nation in decline, and it's a very serious decline. We are a failing nation. We are a nation run by fools and stupid people. We're a nation that has lost its confidence, its willpower, and its strength. We're a nation that has lost its way. But we are not going to allow this horror to continue. We're not going to let it happen. Less than 4 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. With the right leadership, every disaster crooked Joe Biden has created can be fixed, and very, very quickly. Every problem can be solved, and every wrong can be rectified. By this time next year, America's borders will be strong, sealed, and secure. Very easily. Get ready, Tom Homan. Inflation will be in full retreat. Our economy will be roaring back. Optimism will be surging. You will have your confidence back. We don't have any confidence. That's like an athlete that can't sink the shot, can't hit the ball, lost his calm. We're going to have you hitting the ball again. We're going to have you playing at the top of your game. The American dream will be thriving again for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. Law and justice will reign all throughout our land. Freedom will be restored. The flame of liberty will be burning bright. Crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country, will be a fading memory of the past, and our great silent majority, including the once forgotten men and women of our country, will be the one shaping America's magnificent future when I am the 47th President of the United States of America. Thank you. Because we are all Americans, and together we will show November 5th to be the most important day in the history of America. It will be the most important day. And when we turn it, our country's going to be great again. And if we don't turn it, our country is finished. You know it, and I know it, and everybody knows it. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you, Michigan. Thank you very, very much. Thank you.
Come
Well, there are times in life when you step up to the plate and crush a grand slam home run for all to see. Well, that's exactly what happened here in Grand Rapids, Michigan for Donald Trump, for the state of Michigan, and for the United States of America as a whole. This was quite the speech. This is one of those speeches where you'll watch, you'll rewatch, and then maybe a third time you'll kind of scrub back and watch again on Rumble and all over the place that we have seen this speech tonight. What a powerful night that was. So many points. You know, there's so many points to get to that I'm going to let you and I watch the speech again, because there's so much detail tonight with President Trump. What power and what strength and what resilience from the leader of the free world, Donald Trump, here in Grand Rapids, Michigan. You're seeing a lot of great things going on, of course. The people here had a great time, as you saw throughout the night. 7:14 p.m. on the East Coast here. The president took the stage around 5:10, 5:15. Quite the speech, a lot of energy. Very energetic crowd, a lot of electricity tonight. As you saw, we want to thank a number of our great sponsors, including Birch Gold Group. All you have to do is text Trump to 989898. You'll get an info kit. That info kit will give you information about gold, silver, and precious metals. Those BRICS nations are coming against the dollar. It's time to go to Birch Gold Group. Next up, let's go to the wellness company, MakeCareGreatAgain.com. MakeCareGreatAgain.com. Use that RSBN promo code. Get that percentage off. Ivermectin, as you see there on your screen, Z-Pack, amoxicillin, something to have in your car, at your house, and at your workplace. These are great sponsors here with Right Side. Tax Network USA. If you missed any taxes when it comes to filing in April, or if you need any assistance with even years past, Tax Network USA. You see that number right there on your screen as well. Now, our friends at Done With Debt. Done With Debt. Obviously, they're the group to go to during this very terrible storm of inflation. Financial stress is no fun. Done With That will help ease off that stress. They'll work with you all the way through. DoneWithDebt.com. Call the number 888-322-1054. American Financing. $854 off your monthly bill. How in the world could that happen? American Financing will show you the way. Through your housing, equity, that kind of thing. They'll help you. American Financing. Give them a try. And finally, stickermule.com/RSBN. If you love RSBN and would like a t-shirt or a sticker or anything when it comes to some swag or some gear, stickermule.com/RSBN. I already have some on the way in the mailbox for myself and my wife. Pretty cool stuff. So why not, next time we see you at a rally, let's get some t-shirts out there and some stickers. How about it? Those are all our great sponsors for tonight here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. America, we love you a lot. We're with you. For Bobby McNeely in the studio, I'm Matthew Alvarez here in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Our next stop, July 22nd, Middletown, Ohio, for JD Vance's homecoming there, a rally there for the vice presidential nominee. And then, of course, on Wednesday, President Trump in Charlotte, North Carolina. Continue to follow and watch Right Side Broadcasting Network. For all of you that said hello on Truth Social, on my Truth Social today, thank you. I see you, I'm with you, and we're all with you. For all of us at Right Side Broadcasting Network, good night from Grand Rapids, Michigan. We'll see you later.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I'm the host of the Let It Be Heard show here on RSBN channel. I would love for you guys to check me out. I'm on Spotify, Apple Music, Apple Podcasts, Rumble, YouTube. We release episodes every single week regarding culture, Bible, social issues, politics, current events, anything. So if you're into any of that stuff, I highly recommend you check me out. God bless you guys, and stay safe out there.
I'm excited to announce my all-new mattress topper. In the times we're in, I wanted to bring you the best affordable mattress topper ever. So I took my two best technologies and combined them to make the ultimate mattress topper. And now you can get it for as low as $69.98. Queen size only $99.98. It all starts with my famous MyPillow foam that provides you that overall full body support. Second is the individual comfort supports that give you an amazing custom sleep experience. It's like it's made specifically for you. The queen size alone has over 14,000 comfort supports. This is the perfect mattress topper to improve any bed. New bed, old bed, your guest beds. Get them for every bedroom in your house. Go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get the all-new My Mattress Topper for as low as $69.98. Queen size only $99.98. Don't delay, order today.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.